Hi guys! Happy Friday. I hope everybody is doing great. This is going to be day 5 of the ASAP Rocky trial. I'm seeing a lot of people calling it the ASAP Relli trial. We are still going to be on cross-examination of Relli. So if you missed it yesterday, I'm telling you, probably worth watching that and coming back over here to watch day 5 after you get caught up on the first part of Cross. We're just getting into the initial meetup outside of this parking garage where we get that first video footage. We haven't gotten to the actual moment of the alleged shooting. It's been a time. It's been a time. There's been a lot of inconsistent statements introduced, primarily from the November 2023 preliminary hearing, but some statements from, forget the exact time frame. I want to say August of 2022, possibly. An interview with the DA that was transcribed and recorded. So in general, just there's a bunch of places that the defense can source prior statements and catch the witness, Terrell Efron, the alleged victim, up when he says something that's inconsistent with what he said on the stand. So it's really been a time. It hasn't started yet on Law and Crime. If you guys didn't catch the news, the judge is actually supposed to issue a curative instruction. He's going to tell the jury to disregard that statement we heard at the end of the day yesterday. I put it on Twitter, so let me get the exact wording of it. What's it? Yeah, he said, it's been 3 years. This is Relli. It's been 3 years. If he was innocent, he would be home a long time ago. And when he said that in court, like, nobody objected. The questions just kept going. And I think, I can't see what you guys in the chat were doing, but I was staring off into space, like, wondering, like, no one's gonna say pause? Why did he just say that? Rocky's not even in custody. Like, and the logic here, if he was innocent, he would be home a long time ago. Well, that would mean if he is home, then what? But he's supposed to, the judge, I guess, found out about this after court concluded for the day and was like, oh, well, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that. I hope we get to see the instruction. And if we don't get to see it, I hope somebody that's in the courtroom, like I'm Not a Lawyer Mel, will be able to tell us how that instruction went. Because you imagine in the time of it happening, you could be like, oh, disregard that. But when it's a day later, you probably need to refresh the jury on what exactly it is they're supposed to disregard, right? And I wonder if the judge at that point would give the additional context that, and by the way, the defendant's not actually in jail. He's not being held. He's not in custody. So there you go. There you go. That'll be a time. Still haven't started. Maybe they're giving the instruction right now off camera. Another thing, and this would be a good time. Let me find this video I think you guys will enjoy. You've heard me complain and gripe about how even though the trial has started and we've learned the prosecution, it's done. There is no video of Rocky firing these shots. We just don't have that footage. It's still a talking point going around on X. A lot of people are still mimicking it. And originally, we'll go through this at the lunch break, it was a statement made by Relli's attorneys to Rolling Stone that sparked this fire of this talking point that the whole thing is caught on video. So we're going to get into that in more detail on the lunch break. We'll look at some of the filings because we know they're going to take one of their hour-and-a-half lunches. But let's see, where it was... And I want to get the name right. I know it was Goku Fan that sent it. Let's see. All right, so again, big shout out. And again, if I don't know this name on YouTube, so I don't know if you're in here and I wouldn't know what name to shout you out if you're hanging out with us today. But super huge shout out to Goku fan 6661, whoever you are. You know, we were talking about this claim in the filings that specifically Mr. Meyer's shooting of plaintiff was captured on video surveillance. He sent over, maybe she sent over, this clip from Relli's lawyers saying that they didn't even see the video at the time that they made this statement to Rolling Stone. So this is going to be awkward sound. You might want to lower your volume. If you can lower your volume, it's going to sound pretty awful. Here we go. I'm going to open it up and switch over to it.
Paper arraignment and just put the matter overall together.
So this is a separate case than your client suing Rock?
Absolutely. This is the criminal proceeding, which is really the first step. It's our anticipation that the civil proceedings will trail or follow after the criminal proceeding.
Got it. So what is, if you know, this is obviously putting the cart before the horse, but if Rocky is found guilty on these charges, if it goes to trial, what would the punishment be?
Well, certainly that's up to the prosecutor. There is a range of sentences that they could give him. It's really a triad, and that's a, number of factors that will be considered.
Yeah.
Prior criminal history, the seriousness of the charges, and the willingness to accept responsibility of it.
Yeah. So now, what's your client's involvement in the proceedings today, or your involvement in the proceedings today?
Today, actually, we are not involved. Obviously, we will have a separate conversation with the district attorney, but this is simple.
All right, so they're about to answer this question about the video. Now, I see Darcy in the chat says, I was confused about the lawyers for the civil part. The article listed other attorneys. Now, there's two civil actions that are kind of now moving in tandem at this point. These were the original attorneys, and they're the ones that first filed the complaint in the personal injury. So assault and battery, it's Terrell Efron versus Myers, Rocky. These were the attorneys that penned that complaint and provided a statement to Rolling Stone in August of 2022. They're no longer representing him in that action. They're here. This was at one of the hearings at the courthouse for the criminal matter. But now Camille Vasquez has filed substitute counsel, I think back in July of 2024. So her firm is now taking over the personal injury case, and they're also the ones that filed Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu filed the defamation suit in 2023. So there's two civil actions, Darcy. And now Vasquez is representing Relli for both of them. So, but here, what do we get this question about this video footage? It's all on video.
Simply between the state of California and A$AP Rocky.
Yeah. So in your suit against Rocky, I understand that there is a video. Can you tell me what's on the video? What do we see?
Actually, we have not had access to the video, but it's our understanding that the video corroborates everything our client is saying regarding his encounter with A$AP Rocky.
So who has the video?
LAPD.
Gotcha. Okay, so they've got it, so they're reviewing it now.
I believe the video has already been reviewed and corroborated what our client said, and then they made the decision to move forward, refer the case over to the district attorney, who ultimately made the decision to file the case.
As far as your understanding goes, how clear is what happened in real life replicated in the video? Not replicated, but displayed on the video.
Well, that's a hard question to answer without personally seeing the video. But based off of my understanding, there are absolutely no questions about the integrity or the reliability of what our client has said happened.
Yeah, things are clear. It seems pretty obvious from what might be on the video.
Once again, I would have to watch that video to be able.
So they say it like a billion times here, pretty much, that we didn't see the video, we believe that everything our client is claiming is corroborated. And to be fair, in their initial their civil complaint, they don't get into the specific. Again, this was filed over in August of 2022. It's a really short complaint, and where did they mention the video? They don't explicitly specify that the video captured the actual shooting. They just said a large portion of the incident was captured on video. Following an investigation by the Los Angeles Police Department, the defendant was arrested. But what's the problem here? What's the problem? There's a bit of an issue here. Two, kind of, especially considering Camille Vasquez has now taken over this civil action, because we're going to see what she's representing, what she represented in the complaint she filed in the defamation case. But what did these attorneys that we just saw in the video They went to Rolling Stone. They gave a statement to Rolling Stone after filing this complaint in August 2022. This article was published in August 2022. And they say they give this statement to Rolling Stone that says the entire incident was captured by nearby surveillance cameras. And this Rolling Stone article had traction. So I believe this is that spark that sparked the wildfire of this. He's guilty. It's all on video. What's his defense going to be? So, you know. That's a thing. Then we had, and we can look at the full complaints on lunch, but just as a summary here, this screenshot is from the complaint, the defamation complaint from 2023, penned by Camille Vasquez. You know, at the bottom here, well, we'll read the whole thing because I don't think, we'll do a quick refresh. Has it actually started? Yeah, so we're still waiting. So this is how their general allegations start in this defamation filing. Plaintiff and Mr. Myers were recording artists. I don't know if that's true about plaintiff. Did we hear that Relli was a recording artist himself? That are part of a musical group known as ASAP Mob, with ASAP representing the motto, always strive and prosper. Members of ASAP Mob are also known by their stage name, preceded by the ASAP prefix. Myers is known as ASAP Rocky, and plaintiff is known as ASAP Relli. Now, Mr. Myers shoots plaintiff. On November 6, 2021, Mr. Myers contacted plaintiff and requested to meet plaintiff in Los Angeles. So here, it's Myers that made the request to meet up. Mr. Myers then proceeded to meet with plaintiff at his location in the Hollywood area. Mr. Myers initiated a verbal altercation and subsequently pulled out a handgun and pointed it at plaintiff. Mr. Myers fired multiple shots at plaintiff, which resulted in plaintiff being struck by bullet, projectile, and fragments that caused plaintiff injury. Mr. Myers then fled the scene on foot. A large portion of the video, and importantly, there's emphasis here, Mr. Myers' shooting of plaintiff was captured by video. So we have the original attorneys that wrote the complaint in the personal injury case that Camille Vasquez has since taken over, and there's no amended complaint yet over there. There's a separate action initiated by Camille Vasquez for this defamation case that we're looking at on the screen. This is 2023. And we're getting the statement that, importantly, Mr. Myers' shooting of plaintiff was captured by video. Oops, we don't have that. And we actually have the attorneys saying, like, look, we haven't seen the video personally. We don't have the personal knowledge. It's just upon information and belief from what we've heard that the video would corroborate our client's story. So, what do you guys think of all that? What do you guys think of all that? This is a time. But shout out to everyone. You know, let me timestamp this. I mean, I guess we're not technically starting with the day yet. Hopefully they get started soon. And I don't know if we have like any updates from those in the courtroom. Mel is saying, for your information, Ree is not here today. So there's that. But yeah, hey to everybody. So Cutthroat Radio says, good morning. Miss you guys truly. My work hours have changed, so I can only listen to the trial and read the chat. Well, we miss you. We love all our friends here lurking in the bushes. It's like that sometimes. If you have like a Monday through Friday and you have a weekend coming up, I hope your weekend is awesome. Shout out to Chad Dickey holding it down. Kendrick, good morning. Good morning to Destined to Be. Don Donna, good to see you. Don Donna, it has been a minute. I'm gonna try to tune in today and see the action. I think you'll fit right in. And guys, yesterday I wore my white t-shirt. I only have like one white t-shirt, the one with the little emoji on it. And we didn't even get to the white t-shirt video, so we didn't get to all the good stuff, Don Dada. Happy Friday to Survivor Speaks. Loved your stream yesterday. Had a ton of fun with everybody. Shout out to FFS. Hey to Boston Mike. You know, I'm a Heat fan, but, you know, we've got a lot of drama going on. So I'm just going to ignore you. I'll give the Celtics thing a pass. Hey to Daffy Daff. Hey to Violet, good to see you. Chris says ready for the doo-doo show. My diva like bling, good morning to you. Hey to Nicole Blevins. Attorney Love says let's get him today. Talk to me, I talk back, says Grand Rising. Everyone say Grand Rising back to talk to me, I talk back. Hey to Nicola. Hey to Stephanie. And STS gifting 5 memberships. Super good to see STS, and he brought gifts. So let's get some STS going in the chat. I see you guys were way on it, way ahead of me here. You guys are already thanking STS. So big thank you. STS is going to kick off our collective growth today. Yesterday we left off with 33 objections made, 12 objections sustained, but there were also like over 10 times where the judge just on his own without objection was telling Relli to stop going on and on. He also told the prosecution a bunch of times, no speaking objections. He told the attorneys, both sides, stop squabbling with each other. I marked 6 times, but it could have been more than that. So we'll keep this counter going. It'll be a continuation from the beginning part of Cross. Let's see, let's get this banner updated. There we go. So I'm sure this count will continue to rise, these objections. I'm sure it will continue to rise. Is this live? Are you guys yelling at me? My bad. My bad, you guys. Let's get into it. Make it full screen. And this is where it's starting. So they're starting in the middle of something. So here we go. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. My bad, my bad.
All right, this is defense M. This is defense M as in Mary.
That's not the case. Yes. Is that what I'm asking you specifically to focus on is at the end of this, when you see the review described, you said, you described that as Rocky having a gun, you say he's putting it away when you see 2 people walking by. You know what I'm saying now?
No.
Okay, take a look at the video. Okay. You see those 2 sets of lights there?
Yeah.
Okay. You put the set away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And after that happened, Rocky turned around and walked away, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And after that, everything, using your words, everything is about to be over at that point, right?
I mean, right after we
So
switched
away.
around, put a knife away, so it wasn't really everything happened fast.
Yeah, before you get to that part, let me just ask you this question. When you see Rocky put that away and start walking away, you said everything is about to be over at that point, right? Before you see anything else.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And after Rocky turned and walked away, and everything was about to be over, the altercation had ended, despite Rocky having displayed what you said was a gun, you didn't run away from him, right?
Clearly not.
Well, hold on. You didn't run away, or that's not right?
No, I didn't run away.
So he said clearly not.
Yeah, clearly not.
Well, clearly not right, or clearly that he didn't run away? Because you said,
I
you
didn't
asked
run
a
away.
question, then you said, is that right?
Good point. Okay. To the contrary, you actually, at one point, told Rocky to shoot the gun, right?
That was before. I was like, if you brought a gun, shoot it.
Okay. In any event, you started following Rocky, Illz, and 12 as they started walking down Argyle Avenue to Selma.
Negative.
Negative.
No.
Okay.
I told you I was talking to Jamel.
exhibit is this?
This is People's One, Your Honor.
Number one?
Yeah, one, but we make it straight. Okay, so Selma's here, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Where was the parking lot location on this map?
Point,
The initial-
point out on the exhibit that's behind you.
Wait, when he first pulled out?
Yes.
That's in the parking garage, so that would be... Is this the W right here?
Hold on, we'll have.
Can you put the other one up?
Here you go. It's right here on Argonne, right here. That's the prosecutor's figure before. So see where I just put that pen?
Okay, can you put the one of the visual picture up?
Sure. This one?
That's people's two, right?
Yeah.
There's two.
Okay, what am I looking at?
The parking garage over there.
Yeah, park. This is where the shooting happened?
Right, go around the
Oh,
block.
yeah, so it's right here. Yeah.
So now I'm gonna put the map back up. So, right here is on Argyle Avenue, where the parking lot was.
Okay.
And this is the route you took when you followed them, correct?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now, I asked you before, as Rocky, Illz, and Trophy started walking away down Argyle, heading towards Selma, did you follow them? And what was your answer, sir?
I told you I was talking to 12E because I seen him with a knife. But yes, I walked down the block with him.
Behind them, you were following, right?
I was following him. I was walking with Illz. 12E was right there. And
Now
Rocky
it's
was in
with.
front.
Indicating that the two other individuals allowed to be said were in front of the position that made the case he had
Okay. So, you said that eventually you saw 12E with a pocket knife?
I seen him putting away a pocket knife. I didn't kneel him down, let him put it away.
All right. So as the three of them are walking up Argyle to Selma, and you're walking with them, you started to use your words, talking shit to them, right?
I just started talking, expressing my feelings for what just happened and overall.
Okay. Let's. Thanks. You know, I asked you a second ago, I was looking for your preliminary hearing testimony on your, I asked you before, when they, the three of them, Illz, Trophy, and Rocky, started walking away down Argyle towards Selma, you followed them, and you said incorrect, right?
I don't recall. I don't, when was this, what are you talking about? Because you tripped like,
Question and answer we had just like within the last 2 minutes.
I don't understand.
I'm going to ask you again. I'll ask you again. When Trophy, Illz, and Rocky started walking down Argyle to Selma, away from you, you followed them, correct?
But I think the word follow
Yes.
has multiple
It's not-
interpretations. Hold on. Mr. Lewis, they stop speaking objections. Applies to everybody. What is the objection? Objection, they sustain.
Well, let me read you from your preliminary hearing Testimony
In
one,
line?
156, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Yeah, of course, I'm going to wait for you. 156, line 3 to line 5. It's only 2 lines.
Fair game.
Okay. This is you under oath in November 2023. Question. They started walking eastbound on Argyle to Selma, and you followed them, correct? Answer by you.
Yeah, sure.
Answer by you. Yes.
Yes.
Yes? We're a yes now? Okay. See? Take that long.
She's trying to make it sound like something else.
Actually, argumentative. We talked about the.
Withdrawn. You're right, Your Honor. Absolutely. Okay. So, now at one point, as you were following them, I think you testified on your direct, you don't really remember what you said to 12 Illz. Is that right?
Which one was this? Which they
Which day?
repeat the question first.
Okay, let's focus on November 6th, 2021. Okay? After the initial incident at the parking lot. Okay? We're there?
Keep going.
Okay. When you're following Rocky, Twelby, and Illz down Argyle to Selma, you said words to Illz and Twelby. Do you remember specifically what you said to them?
I think I said something about 12 he's not where he's supposed to be, and it was just like a crackhead or something like that. Or like, he's on, I don't know what I was saying. There was a lot of stuff I was saying. I mentioned a lot of other people's names. Like, a lot of stuff. It was like a block and a half, we were walking. I'm just talking, a lot of stuff.
What you said to Illz was that he was a crackhead, right?
Okay.
And what you said to Twelby was that he lives in the projects, right?
I think so.
And you're walking with them as you said that. They could hear you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And as you were saying these things, you weren't like speaking softly. You were yelling at them, right?
I mean, I'm just talking. I'm just verbally expressing my feelings. I just had a gun pulled on me.
Was your voice elevated or were you yelling when you said that to them?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, page 70, line 6 to 18. 70, page 70, line 16 to 18. 16 to 18. I think it said 6, well, you're right. Question by you, question by me. At your preliminary hearing when you were under oath in 2023, was your voice elevated or were you yelling this stuff? Answer, yeah, yes. Okay. So, you went all the way from that parking lot on Argyle, that on People's Exhibit 1, to the corner of Argyle and Selma. You made a right following them to East Del Mar. And you went to that corner of East Del Mar and Selma with them, right?
Correct.
All right. And your testimony was that you were asked on direct testimony by the prosecutor that you never saw Rocky carry a gun before, correct?
Did I ever, when was this, at the preliminary hearing?
No, the trial.
He's asking you today.
There you go.
Oh, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
This is your trial testimony from
Yeah, but it's
2 days ago. Line 523, page 233. You don't have it. I'll read it one more. Share my transcript. Here, go. Sworn testimony, okay. Right, I'll read it. Question. This is just in front of this jury. Did you know the defendant carried guns regularly? And that was when the prosecutor was asking questions. Answer, not really. I think one time he said, I seen like on his wallet, he had like a firearms in New York one time, or something like that. But I don't remember ever seeing or knowing, like physically knowing. Question, okay. I mean, did you personally see him with a gun on occasion before this? Answer, no. He has a lot of security. So, you told the story that you had not known Rocky to carry guns before, correct?
I mean, I don't chill with the man, but I'm assuming he doesn't really, he's a superstar. I don't really chill with him every day. I don't know. You asked me a broad question. All the time I chill with him, I don't know him for carrying guns.
This is for as long as cash that
Oh,
question.
okay.
You gave the answer.
Okay.
That's a truthful answer, right?
I don't chill with him. I don't chill, so I don't know what he does.
But you don't know him to carry guns, correct? That's what you said.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, one thing you know is for sure he doesn't carry prop guns. That you know.
I mean, who carries a prop gun?
That's what you know, though, right?
Who's going to come to a situation and carry a prop gun and be...
Mr. Efron,
That's not my question.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question.
I don't...
Wait, Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question whether it's yes or no, or I don't recall, or I don't remember. That's the question again.
Second.
Ask the question again.
Sure. You said you didn't know him to carry guns, and therefore you don't know if he carries guns. But as far as prop guns are concerned, that you know for a fact he never carries. That's what he told
That's
you.
either yes or no.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, Violet, the stress grabbing of the shirt.
Anyway, clearly after you saw Rocky with what you said was a gun, you were not afraid to follow him.
It wasn't about being afraid.
I asked you a question, so you
Wasn't
can be here
about being
till
afraid.
next week if you want. After you saw
Yeah, I was
Rocky,
afraid. I was afraid. I was hurt. I was a lot of
Mr.
things.
Efron, he's asking you another question which calls for yes or a no.
What's
Ask
the question
again.
sure. After you saw Rocky with what you say was a gun, you were not afraid to follow him.
No.
That's all.
You were actually questioned about that on December 17th.
The last answer was a question spelled negative, so I don't think we have an answer that is understood. Maybe the question we asked. Were you afraid of Rocky when you were following him?
Was I afraid?
After you saw the gun.
After you saw the gun and you were following, were you afraid of him?
At that moment 3 years ago, doing the...
Yes.
I mean, I just had a gun pulled on me, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
were.
what you said the other day.
But despite your fear, you
Yes?
did.
You said yes?
Despite your fear, you did it anyway, right?
I mean, a lot was going on with my emotions, everything.
So your testimony to this jury on the road was that you were afraid to follow him when you saw him pull that gun. You testified to that same question at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023, under oath, the same oath you took here. And you asked this question and you gave this answer.
Which one?
158, lines 24 to 27.
Is that the preliminary hearing transcript or the trial transcript?
Preliminary hearing, all right.
158.
158, lines 24 to 27.
Hold on.
I'm holding.
It's fair game.
Question. Okay, and again, clearly, after you seeing that he had a gun, according to you, you aren't afraid of him or afraid to follow him, right? Answer, no. So in November of 2023, after you saw him pull a gun, you were not afraid to follow him. Today, after you saw him pull a gun, thinking back, you were afraid to follow him, correct?
I just told you a lot was going on. I'm feeling a lot of different things, but at the moment, I was just mad. No, there was a lot of shows going on.
Now you were just
Anyway,
mad.
you were asked by detectives that same question within a month or so, in December of 2021, December 17th to be exact, a little over a month. You were asked by detectives, including Detective Flores, who asked you, why did you continue following Rocky if you knew he had a gun? You remember that line of questions by the detectives?
No.
And do you remember telling the detectives you didn't know why?
Exactly, I don't know. I'm arguing with 12B. I just told you before earlier, but I mean, just the next question or whatever you got.
And then you were questioned later about that, almost a year later, again. In November 14th of 2022 by the Deputy District Attorney, Brett Engel, who you've heard a lot about, who again questioned you, why would you follow the guy that you saw with a real gun on you? And this time you said, I don't know why I didn't turn around after he pulled out the gun the first time. You remember telling him that?
Say it again, please.
Sure. The interview you had with the District Attorney for Engel, okay, in November of 2022. He asked you why you didn't turn around after you saw him pull out a gun. And your answer was, I don't know why I didn't turn around after you pulled out the gun the first time. Remember that?
I mean, there's so many interviews. It's they're all consistent. So
Do you remember saying that or not?
I don't remember.
The judge, look at the judge.
Okay. I guess I'll read that transcript. It's Paul, it's from the, we have a different transcript. Can you find it? Do you have it?
You got it up there.
Also on the screen right now, putting something up from his personal injury lawsuit against Rocky.
On line 14, the answer to Mr. Henry that you gave was, yeah, because I don't know why I didn't turn around after he pulled out the gun the first time. I probably, more than likely, I was getting ready to leave, before I saw 12B pulling out the knife. Putting the knife away, thank you. Okay, I've already left. So then I'm thinking,
Look at
okay,
Sarah.
thank you. So then I'm
Smiling.
thinking, okay, this is a white flag situation. They just come in with Rocky, but now when I see 12B with a knife, I'm thinking, what the F? They come here to assassinate. Remember saying that?
Yeah.
You do?
I don't remember, but it's in the contents.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
So, in front of this jury now, let's get your answer in front of this jury. You asked on two different occasions, on 2 different days by the prosecutor, January 28th and January 29th, why you followed the man with the gun. On your first day of testimony, you were asked, did you ever think he would actually shoot you? And your answer to that question to this jury was, at that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad, I seen the gun, I didn't care. Remember telling the story that?
Yeah.
Okay. On your second day of testimony from the prosecutor, you were asked why you followed Rocky if you knew he had a real gun, and you said you believe he definitely wouldn't shoot you. You remember saying that?
Yeah, because he put it away.
Okay. Now, in fact, during the altercation by the parking garage, you told Rocky something to the effect of, shoot that dumbass fake gun. Did you say something like that?
No.
Okay. Now, on direct, you were asked this question about that. Would you have said that about the, would you shoot that dumbass fake gun or something to that effect? Would you have said that?
Oops. I think I broke the stream. My bad. I was customizing the react emojis.
Because you knew he definitely doesn't carry a fake gun. Remember?
That's going to assume a fact on an evidence.
What's that?
It's a question.
Where's that coming from?
It's direct testimony on. I'll like to read
Word
it.
for word?
I'll read it.
Yeah, read it word for word.
Problems form the question. I don't know what the question was, I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I'll read it. I'll read the question.
Question and answer, go ahead.
Sure. You said to this jury on the 29th of January, question by Mr. Coleman. Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away? Answer by you. No. Question, is that something you would say to him? Answer, no. Why would I say put that fake gun away? Question, does that confuse you? Because you don't know him to actually carry a fake gun? Answer, just confusing me all around. Remember giving that answer?
Yeah.
2 days ago? Okay. Yes. You did, however, tell Rocky to shoot whatever was in his hand, right?
That was prior.
Parking lot, yeah.
That was prior. That was not when he shot the actual
No,
gun.
no, no. On Argyle.
When we first linked up here.
Correct. Right. You did tell him to shoot.
Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't say shoot. I said if you brought a gun, shoot it. Like, why you bring the gun for?
Shoot it.
I mean, like, at that point, it's just like, why you got a gun?
And the reason you told him to shoot it is because you knew that was not a real gun, right?
Absolutely not.
We have to just take your word for that, right?
I mean, we gotta take your word.
Don't take my word. I'm not
No,
doing
no,
this.
no, don't start that.
I'm not
He
doing this.
asks the questions, you answer the questions. Go ahead.
Oh, he just yelled at the
When you first
witness.
reported this incident to the police 2 days later, on November 8th, 2021, you said you saw initially Elijah Ulunga, meaning ASAP Illz, armed with a knife. That was your first version, correct?
What? I never said that.
When you say what, do you not
I
understand the question?
didn't understand the question.
You didn't understand
I
the
don't
question?
understand the question.
When you first reported this incident to the police on November 8th, 2021, you told the police that the person you saw with the knife was Illz, not Flores.
No, I never said that.
You never said
I
that.
never said that.
So if that were in a police report, that would be wrong.
It would be wrong.
Okay.
You got the police report?
I do.
Okay.
Hold on. Remember
Oh,
everybody's
my God.
role?
Again, yelled at again.
He asks the questions, you answer the questions. You don't ask him questions, he won't answer your questions. He asks, you will answer, okay? That's what we're doing. All right?
He didn't answer. He just breathed deep.
Being that you asked, would you like to see the document? The police report?
No.
No.
If you want to show him something, show it.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment, it's not a statement of the witness.
Overruled.
No,
Explain, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's not a statement of the witness.
Oh, wait,
It's not a
this
statement.
is not his statement?
It's a summary.
It's not, Your Honor.
Hey, stop.
Yeah, we need to approach
Let me see it, let me see it.
We need to
No, no one's going to approach, just let me see what you're talking about.
He's holding that thing up like it stinks. Oh my goodness. For our friends in the bushes, it is just like a whole scene here in the courtroom. Just dramatic for the sake of it. So they're up at a sidebar. Oh, and it's ending.
Well, yes.
You cannot read from it.
Oh, I was reading from it. I'm going to show it to you for refresh your recollection.
So he gets to show it.
About the sun and substance.
Which I did. Okay.
Oh my god.
Do you remember meeting with Detective Flores? Who's sitting in the back of the courtroom on November 9th? It's only a couple days after the incident. Do you remember meeting with Detective Flores so long as that?
What's the question?
Your Honor, there's a lack of foundation. You need to-
Overruled.
Do you?
Look at the judge.
Please let me ask you a question, please.
bottle of water.
Should I wait or should
Oh,
I?
no, this is okay.
Here's my
Talk about
question.
water.
Just, do you remember meeting with Detective Flores on November 9th? You know Detective Flores, right?
I don't remember.
Can you sit up for a second?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember meeting
I
with him?
don't remember.
Okay. We'll move on.
Don't remember.
Now, you spoke to the police in November of 2021. That you agree, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you and yelling, and you were yelling at Rocky. Did you tell them that?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
So if that were in the police report, that's wrong also, right?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation.
Hold on.
Stop.
Giving him water.
Is it, there's an objection to a question?
There is.
Okay, read the question, please.
So if that weren't a police report, that's wrong also, right?
It lacks foundation.
Stop.
To my grounds.
I'm just, hold on a minute.
All right.
I hate to have you.
So if that were in a police report, that's wrong also, right?
Fair question, overruled.
Tried to give an extra ground and still got
You have a
overruled.
question?
Say it again.
Okay. So if that were in a police report,
What's the question?
let me go back to that.
Yeah.
When you spoke to the police in November of 2021, you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you and you were yelling at Rocky.
False.
False. Now the next one is this one.
All right, so for anyone that's missing why this matters, the timeline that on direct examination, Relli lined up with the prosecution's help of the questions and answers was that when he's walking away, he sees this knife coming out of 12E's pocket at the parking garage scene. But now there's testimony that the moment when he's aiming and shooting is the same time where this knife is in play. So we have these two incidents, two moments in time outside the parking garage and then in that open air car lot. And the statements, according to the statements that Relli gave to the police, the details that happened in these different places in time, he described them as happening instantaneously at the same time. And the prosecution, that's why they're objecting so hard to try to not get this in. Judge wasn't buying it. And we've also gotten to a second bottle of water. And what are we? About 35 minutes in.
If that were in a police report, that would be wrong, right? Correct?
Can you say the question again?
Sure. If that were in a police report,
No,
on the back,
yeah.
when you spoke to the police in November of 2021, the year and the month of this incident, you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you,
No.
and you were yelling at Rocky.
No.
Not right, not accurate. Sir?
No, not good.
Okay. My next question is this one. Stay with me here. If that were in a police report, that would be incorrect.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You also told the police in November of 20, not withdrawn. You told the police in November of 2021 that only after you said, why you got a knife, did the person put that knife away. Is that accurate?
Excuse me?
Did you tell the police in November of 2021 that only after you said to the person with the knife, say 12, why you got the knife, did 12 put that knife away?
No, he was putting the knife away. He was putting it away. I seen him. I turned around and seen him putting it away.
So the question I just asked you is false. You
I
didn't
just
say
told
that.
you what I said. I told you what I said. Yes, it's false.
Oh. So it's your testimony that you didn't even notice the knife until it was already being put away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And for that matter, according to you, the person holding the knife never threatened you with it.
No.
Okay. And of course, even though you looked at the video of the incident, you never saw any knife on that video, right?
I mean, we only seen 2 seconds of them pulling the gun out. The rest you can't see because it was like a couple cars down. Or car down, 2 cars down.
Mr. Tackley is not asking about the gun. That's the question again.
Sure. According to you, Luger, you watched that video of the Argyle Street parking lot incident, the first encounter. And even though you looked at that video, you never saw any knife on that video.
No, it was out of frame.
So you never saw any knife on the video.
No.
And it's your story that you only followed Rocky, Illz, and Twelby because you saw the knife, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't see Twelby putting away a pocket knife. You weren't going to follow them around the corner.
No, just further, I got mad. I was like, I just had a gun pulled on me, and now I'm seeing 12 with a knife.
A pocket knife that he was putting away. That's your testimony.
You keep trying to dumb it down, a pocket knife, a gun, like what's going on?
So you said pocket knife. I didn't say it.
I mean, like the way you
Stop, stop,
like it's regular.
stop. Ask another question.
Sure. So the entire time you were following them all and saying what you were saying, we've been through that already. Rocky didn't yell at you.
Nah, he didn't say nothing.
He didn't curse at you.
He didn't say nothing.
He didn't say it.
What?
In fact, on the other hand, you were livid at the time, if you just said, correct? Mad.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Is he about to give
And
this up?
according to you, as you followed them, you were ready to hit 12 people.
Yeah, because I just seen him with a knife, but I wasn't going to
So
hit
the
him.
answer is yes, no, Matt?
Yes.
You ready to hit 12?
Yeah.
Ask another
Okay.
question.
That, in my head, but not physically. Because if I hit him, I'd probably get shot. That's it.
You were ready to hit 12 in your head.
I mean, I just asked somebody got a knife, and he said it's not like that. He said, no, it's not like that.
You were ready to hit 12. Correct.
Yes, no, I don't remember, I don't know.
Yes, no, I don't recall. I don't
No,
know.
don't do that. It's either yes or
He's
no,
shutting
or I don't
down.
recall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd respect him if he
Now-
does. For what it's
You
worth.
said, on January 28th and 29th, when asked about your relationship with Illz, that up until the incident, you had no animosity towards Illz, correct?
No.
Meaning,
Wait,
you had no animosity.
Your Honor, we request that no question is being asked, double negatives.
A lot of
Fair.
lawyers do it, it happens. Try not, if you expect the answer to be no, then don't say, is that correct? Because if you say yes,
You're right,
then,
you're right.
all right.
So, you had no animosity for Illz.
I mean, we're brothers, we all argue. So I don't know, like, but at the time, before, no.
Okay. And at the time, on November 6, 2021, according to you, up until the incident, your relationship with Illz was very good.
It was.
Yet, when you spoke about your relationship with Illz to the Deputy District Attorney Engel, a little over 2 years ago, in 2022, you said that Illz hates me and I hate him. Right?
Yeah.
So you just told us your relationship with Illz was very
You're
good.
not letting me explain why. If you
Oh,
wanna
explain why.
just-
Go ahead. So,
Okay, so after he chose a side, and everybody hated me. So obviously, I'm going to tell the deputy district attorney I do not like him. Literally everybody. What I'm supposed to like to do?
you were being asked, Mr. Beckman, about the days leading up to November 6, 2021. You said on November 6, 2021, Illz hated you.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
It's not true.
no question asked, you just wait for the next
Playing
question.
at Relli again. This is crazy. Unreliable Relli, love the name change. He should just get up and walk out.
Question by the district attorney this year reported interview on October 2022. When you guys walk down the street, there's kind of like, then you interrupt and answer, and see the only person who I feel like even, and he hates me, and I hate him, is Elijah.
Right, you said it. Reread it.
Reread it?
Yeah, reread it.
No, don't, you cannot, do not tell Mr. Tacopina what to do. His job is to ask you questions,
Yeah.
your job is to answer questions.
Anyway. Let's go to that second incident on Vista Del Mar, 1616 Vista Del Mar. That physical altercation lasted about 25 seconds according to the video. Is that all right? Did you agree?
The initial,
The second.
I don't know, I didn't.
Okay, let's play the video. 25 seconds.
Exhibit A, give me
Pardon, Nora? Oh, exhibit,
It's
yeah.
on, which exhibit is it?
And
And is it Nora?
right.
Is there a timestamp on this? Wait, it's gone.
You lost our feed up here.
Yeah. Okay, so
This timestamp.
you got to start, it didn't start at 0.
Okay, started at 0.
It started at
Starts at
about
20.
6 seconds.
2217 is where it starts.
0, 0 to,
2217.00 to 2217.26. That's 26 seconds. Go ahead. So that incident lasted about 26 seconds. We agree with that based on what you just saw, right?
Yes.
Oh. And you yourself can't make out the activity on that video, right?
Yeah, I can.
You can.
Yeah.
Well, you met with the detectives in December of 2021, only a few weeks after the incident. And you watched that video. And when you watched that video with Detective Flores and Detective Menifee, what you said was, you can't make out the activity because it's so crazy. You don't remember having that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, here's the thing. That was videotaped, that interview, so we're going to play you a snippet of your interview.
Here we go, guys.
So
Here we go.
4 minutes and 36 seconds. You go to 4 minutes and 48 seconds. This is...
is this a new exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, no. This is O as an ocean.
Okay. We're...
Oh
Is there a
boy.
transcript of this?
No transcript. It's... Well,
Here we go, guys.
There has to be a
there
transcript.
is transcript.
All right. The transcript will be P as in Paul.
And we are just for the record, I'm just going to read what's on the screen.
Your Honor, for clarification, is the question being asked, can you tell what's going on by watching the video? Or is the question, does he know what's going on by watching the video because he was part of the incident. It's unclear what he's being asked.
That's what neither of those questions. That's what I asked. And again,
Both of you stop. Is there a transcript?
would you like me to respond?
No. Is there a transcript
I don't want to hear the word transcript anymore.
of the portion you're going to play?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Al, can you distribute the transcript?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we have a transcript that we confirm on the computer side by side. We have a transcript, a digital copy on the computer screen next to the video that's playing. But we don't have copies.
I think this is we're happy to, I think we have.
All right, can you just show me what you're talking about?
Your Honor, I have it as well. I'm offering it to the defense if they want to use
It's
that
not
copy.
fine where
All right. If both of you are agreed, then I'm fine.
well, yeah, let's see where we are here.
I am asking the question to clarify.
I don't remember what the question was.
I'll do it again in a second. I'll just do this first, please.
Yes.
I love Alex with the shades in the back. I really do.
We're only playing a portion of this
All right.
thing. So,
The portion that you're going to play is O. Part of the transcript that you're going to show is P.
we're going to use, we're only using one portion. So, Laura, I'll okay. So, here's the question again. Do you recall saying, one question, while watching this videotape with Detective Flores and Detective Manatee, that you couldn't make out the activity because it's so crazy? Do you recall saying that?
No.
Okay, I'd like to tell you that first. Do you need to transcript that? It's the whole thing.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's prior inconsistent statement, so you
That's
don't need
it.
it. Go
That's
ahead.
it. Only 12 seconds. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Give it that clip.
We can play overtime. So Rocky.
I still can't make out the activity because it's so crazy, but it's.
Yeah, because it's grainy. That was the first time they ever showed it to me. I'm pretty sure everybody who sees it 2 or 3 times, they can make it out. After that, that was the first time I ever seen it.
Which means you're not relying on your memory of the events.
Okay. So you do recall saying that now?
I mean, that's right there.
Okay. All right. And it's your story that you were actually injured after Rocky fired the first time.
We're going to object to the word story as argumentative.
Your testimony.
Sustained.
Your testimony.
Just a minute. Since O and P are now being, it was admitted through as a prior inconsistent statement.
That's all.
O is no longer the video, and P is no longer the transcript. So if you have your next exhibit would be O.
Thank you. Okay. It's your testimony that you were actually injured after Rocky fired the first time.
Correct.
In fact, you testified that you were definitely hit. There's no question. You were hit, right?
I was grazed.
Okay. How?
I guess when he first shot, like my knuckle, I felt like my knuckle get hit.
How?
I guess whatever is left from the bullet or the floor, whatever, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
So you don't
I
know.
can't see, I just know the man shot, my hand was hot, grabbed the logic.
Counsel is, when the witness testifying, counsel
Is that yet another speaking objection?
counsel was saying, we have argument and comment on the court is hearing, but I'm here in the jury's hearing. That's my question to ask.
Ask the question.
Yeah.
Ask the question again.
There's the answer to the question. Please ask the counsel not to editorialize in.
Neither of you, no one is supposed to editorialize. I did, to be honest, I did not notice,
I didn't say oh. Anyway, all right. So you just told this jury that you were grazed either by a fragment of the bullet or the floor, correct?
From shooting at the floor and then coming up, I guess.
Yes.
I mean,
So ricochet.
I was hit and I ran to logic. I don't, like it wasn't in slow motion, I don't really get shot at. I'm not really trying to.
I know. But I'm trying to understand your testimony. Were you hit? Or do you not know? Were you
I
hit
just
by
said
a
I was
bullet?
grazed.
I understand.
I just said it 2 times.
I understand. But do you know what you were grazed by? I want to make sure I understand your testimony.
I don't know what I was
You don't know
grazed
what
by.
you were grazed by. Could have been the floor, could have been a shell casing, could have been anything.
No, it wasn't. What you mean the shell casing? I only was, when he shot the gun, I instantly felt my hand. So I'm assuming something had happened in between that time of me running to Elijah. I didn't have a hole in me. I didn't have other physical harm.
So, when you first reported this incident, you said that you believed you were grazed on the left hand.
Yeah, I always said that.
Believe, correct?
Yeah, I always said that.
And to be clear, 3 of your knuckles were scratched, right?
Yes.
We put up people 17 to That's your entire injury from that night, correct?
I don't know if it's from that night. You're not showing me the timestamps.
I'm sorry. You don't
You
know
not
that?
hear me? I took many different pictures. You're not showing me the timestamps and except from that night.
Who took that picture, sir?
Obviously me, but you said from that night. You're not showing me the time or when.
Okay, all right, let's back up for a second. Did you do that to your knuckles on another night also?
Oh my God.
No. No.
Is that the only time that night, November 6, 2021, is that the only time your knuckles was grazed like that or scraped like that?
Correct.
Objection to the word scrape that misstates the evidence in last Sunday. The question is also compounded with the asked.
Injured.
That's the only time your knuckles were ever injured. Like
Yeah, after the shooting, yes.
So what do you mean you don't know if it's from that night?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so,
You're not talking clear. You're not like explaining it to
All right,
me.
stop it.
no, I'm not.
Ask another question.
So anyway, Mr. Efron, according to you, that's the entirety of the injuries from you being shot on November 6, 2021. Yes or no?
Yeah, and
Is the answer yes?
And I'm not sure, that third little knuckle down there, is that also?
Third little
That's what
knuckle.
I'm saying. If you're a ballistic person, you know how it goes. I don't know. And from what I know, Trump got hit in the ear.
All right.
He got a little graze.
Threw up in the ear with the grease. Why?
Mr. Efron said this was the extent of his injury.
Oh my God.
Resulting from that he
I have one question I'm trying to answer. That third knuckle that you see there, is that a scrape on there? Is that a graze? Is that a cut? Or is that nothing?
I just told you, Tacopino, the man.
Wait, hold on. It's Mr. Tacopino.
Mr. Tacopino.
He's not calling you Efron. You're Mr. Efron, he's Mr. Tacopino.
Oh my gosh.
Yes?
Yes. What's the question again?
Is that third knuckle, the one furthest from the bottom of the picture that you took, is that also grazed or not?
I mean, hold on.
Including the fourth knuckle?
What's the fourth knuckle again? Only three.
You want to see three knuckles in that picture?
Yeah, at this point, it's argumentative.
Yeah, it's the same.
All right. So, now, you did not get that injury from punching, right?
Your Honor, you can object to the answer because the double negative. You have no idea what the answer means.
True. I asked the question.
Did you
Don't
get that
say,
injury?
is that correct or is that right?
Did you get that injury from punching?
Of course not.
No, you never punched Illz.
Never, ever did I punch Illz. Ever.
And your proof of that was, this is People's Exhibit 18, Your Honor.
The question is already argumentative.
Overruled. The question hasn't been asked yet.
You provided this picture to the district attorney, correct?
I did.
Okay. And what you said that shows is Bill's face,
Yeah, you can see half of his face.
half his face.
Yeah, but you said I beat him up. Went back and beat him up some more.
I didn't say it.
Oh, you did the first day. You definitely said I came back and beat him up some more, or something like that.
I said it.
Oh, you did.
No. Ask the question.
So in that picture, you see half of Bill's face, right?
You do.
So if he had like, I don't know, a bruise on his lower left part of his jaw, you wouldn't see it in that picture, right?
Wow, he looks deflated.
Right?
It's
What's the
over.
question? I don't even know what I'm answering.
You see half his face. Think this simple. You see half of Bill's face in that picture you provided.
You see about 75%.
Not 75, sorry. You see 75% of Bill's face in that picture. The other portion of his face, you don't know if there's a bruise or anything else on there, do you?
No, but you said I beat him up. I came back and beat him up. I'm 60.
The
I'm
answer
this
no.
big guy.
Is the answer no? The answer was no. Everything else is true. Ask another question.
Okay. But you did say, Mr. Prisloman, when you were talking about this, there was also a video that showed his entire face, right?
I think this was a screen recording. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't record. It's kind of tripping me up right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Prisloman was asking about this exhibit, this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him, do you recall telling him in front of this jury that there was also a video?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That showed his entire face?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you have a picture of that?
No, I took a screenshot of this. I didn't even know it was worth anything. I just was mad that I seen them all together. I just took a picture.
But you didn't take a picture of
I didn't screen record the actual thing.
Despite claiming you were grazed by maybe a bullet on November 6, 2021, there were no burn marks on your skin, correct, Mr. Efron?
That's going to call for expert.
I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't know. I know I was injured.
The answer is I don't know. Go on something.
You don't know if there are burn marks on your skin. I want to clear that during, so right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, because of this injury, you went to Metropolitan Hospital in New York.
I did.
And you went to that hospital for the scrapes on your nose.
I did.
Objection to the word, objection to the word scrapes. Misstates the evidence. It's argumentative.
The injuries.
For the injuries on your nose. And you said I did, correct?
Correct.
You didn't seek medical attention until you returned to New York from Los Angeles days later.
It wasn't days, it was 2 days later. And I didn't trust LA. I didn't trust nothing. That's why I got a lawyer and did everything I did.
You didn't trust LA?
I didn't trust nobody. Nobody.
Where
Nobody.
was your lawyer from?
He's from LA, but that's where it happened at.
Objection.
All right, Mr. Sacapino, this is going off on a tangent that doesn't need to be traveled.
Anyway,
No, it
Go ahead
does.
and, ask another question.
so you waited to fly all the way across country before receiving medical attention, right?
I had my hand wrapped right after that.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
In fact, you only decided to get treatment after Detective Menifee told you during a phone call on November 9th that you need to get medical attention, medically treated because of the type of case this is. You remember him saying, her saying that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember him saying
I
that?
remember she said that's on her. Has nothing to do with me.
And after speaking, do you remember speaking to the police on November 9th, 2021?
I don't.
Before you went to the hospital?
What was I talking about? Before I went to the hospital? Huh?
We'll stipulate that there was a phone call between the defendant and the police, and on that date, I'm sorry, my mistake, with Mr. Relli, Mr. Efron, and the police on that date. So stipulated. You're welcome.
Before I went to the
There's
hospital?
no question being asked. Wait for the question. Go ahead.
So anyway, after this phone call, you went to the hospital that same day, right?
After what phone call?
The one that you just heard the stipulation, the one that is.
I don't remember. I don't
Okay.
think.
And the doctors, you have the hospital record? The doctors told you you were grazed by a bullet. I'm sorry, withdraw. You told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet, right?
I mean, that's what happened. Yes.
My question was, you told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet.
What else I'm supposed to tell them?
You want to be here for one day, that's right?
I mean, what else I'm supposed to tell them? Yes.
Yes.
Told them that, yes.
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 Yes, okay. And you didn't lie to the hospital staff about anything when you spoke to them, did you?
That question.
Overruled.
What does that even mean?
Did you tell the truth?
Tell any lies to any of the hospital staff?
No.
Oh, trapped. Trapped. This is, I love when attorneys do this. You get them to say first that, well, I wouldn't lie to this person. And then you confront them with exactly what they told that person. And now they can't wiggle out of it. And the judge was not with the prosecutor's objection. Woo!
You were asked by the hospital staff, in the last year, how frequently have you used drugs?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained. Objection sustained.
Please advise the jury, Your Honor.
There's going to be no mention of drugs. Ask another question.
Okay. You were admitted to the hospital at 9:06 p.m. on November 9th, 2021. You know that, or you recall that?
Is there, do you remember that?
You gotta say it again.
Sure.
Law and crime zooming all the way in on Relli. Just making sure he's got no other unreported injuries.
So we have a stipulation, Your Honor. Mr. Efron, you were admitted into the hospital on November 9th at 9:06 p.m. You were discharged from the hospital that same day at 10:42 p.m. So that's 1 hour and 36 minutes for a gunshot.
Oh my goodness. Okay, chat, please tell your stories. Please tell your stories of your hospital visits and how long or how short. How long do you have to wait in your experience when you go to the hospital for something, even if it's relatively minor? Takapina is painting that picture. An hour. An hour. An hour.
Yeah, that's 2 days later after that, so yeah.
And the doctors at the hospital consider your injury to be superficial.
That's gonna call it.
Sustained. Suicide.
Do you remember being
Okay, we do
asked-
have an hour here.
in your direct testimony, Mr. Rizloma asked you on January 29th, how did you know it was a real gun? Age 39. Yeah, 3.
Take a swig of water.
January 29th, on trial here at the St. Louis, Mr. Rizloma asked you, how did you know it was a real gun? And you answered, you were hit. And that you were grazed. That's how you knew it was a real gun. You recall giving that answer to Mr. Rizloma's question.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay. When asked by Mr. Rizloma how you know it was a real gun, you only mentioned because you were hit and you were grazed. Did you leave anything out?
I didn't know I didn't need to say anything else.
Question to call.
Overall.
You didn't mention shell casings, did you?
No.
Well, how did you know it was a real gun? You recovered shell casings according to you, right?
Yeah, I did.
That wasn't one of the reasons you knew it was a real gun?
Yeah.
Oh, did you get to say that when he asked you?
No. I just been asked a lot of stuff. Tired. All the time.
So you want us to believe that you took 4 pictures of 2 shell casings, sent them to a bunch of people, but you weren't ready to, in this moment on November 9th, say that you knew you were shot because you also had shell casings. You didn't pull out your phone and show them the picture. It wouldn't be unbelievable if we didn't have that other context, right? Maybe you're really not thinking about something, you really got shot, whatever. But when you spent hours getting this Dunkin' Donuts bag, driving around with Lydia or Gemma, going back to the scene, according to him, this is his story, collecting these shell casings, taking the pictures, having these conversations with different people, calling an attorney about it, and suddenly you don't think it's relevant, why wouldn't you show this person who's treating you? That's why it's completely disingenuous. And the deep breath.
Okay. On November 8th, 2021, you provided 2 9mm Luger steel casings to law enforcement.
I did.
It's your testimony that you located those casings at the scene where you say you were shot.
I did.
Now, you recall the testimony that you gave at this trial on January 29th, when Mr. Rizloma showed you the video of roughly 52 minutes later, at 11:10 and 31 seconds of an single individual walking back to the scene, almost an hour after the incident. And you said, yeah, that's me, I'm sure. You remember saying that?
I remember, but it was only 2 seconds that he showed me, and then instantly I said it wasn't me.
And then you
So
said,
it wasn't.
Mr. Rizloma asked you, well, your clothes are different, and you said, the trial to the jury, I changed my clothes. I probably changed my clothes. Do you remember saying that to the jury?
It was confusing, but it definitely wasn't me. It was confusing. I didn't understand the contents of it, but
That was him asking questions.
I mean, if we keep rolling the video, will it see me?
What he's asking you is that what you said the other day?
Yeah, I guess.
And I'll get to your last answer about seeing you, but remember Mr. Brzolnik then read you from the preliminary hearing, the question and answer by Mr. Brzolnik where you said on page 127 where finally came around to say it's not me. Remember that when he read you that 2 days ago?
I just don't understand that. Like,
The words
just don't
finally
understand.
came around, it's an argumentative question.
Do you remember? I'll phrase it wrong. I'll phrase that. Do you remember at the preliminary hearing?
All right, question withdrawn, re-ask.
Sure. Do you remember when Mr. Brzolnik read you your preliminary hearing testimony after you said that you were sure it was you and that you probably changed your clothes?
I wasn't sure, but
You told the jury, right?
This is it, guys.
2-second video, I needed more.
He read you a portion where you said, no, that's not me. Do you recall that? From the preliminary hearing when Mr. Brzolnik read that to you?
The white tee.
When I actually seen the rest of the video,
Stop. Listen to what he's asking.
I don't get it. I'm confused.
Remember Mr. Brzolnik asking you 2 days ago after reading your preliminary hearing testimony a question and answer where you said, no, that's not me. In regards to that video?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go back one page before that. When I asked you a question. Page 126, lines 18 to 20 from the preliminary hearing. Looking at that same video that you told
Hold
us. Yes, sir.
126.
Lines 18 to 20. Looking at that same video again, you initially told this jury that you were sure it was you. My question was,
Well, that was, the question misstates the testimony, and and you said, I'm sure that's me.
Hold on.
exactly what he said, on the transcript.
Of the transcript. Now remember, he identified himself, and then the prosecutor was like, oh my God, hold on, we don't like that. Hold on, we're gonna bring up a prior statement so we can let him have a chance to correct himself, but we don't want you to say the word impeachment. And then Relli gets to correct himself and say, oh, you know what, that actually isn't me in the white tee. So here we go. Takapina is hammering it in. And the reason this matters is because this video of him in the white tee would have been, if it's him, it's a video of him changing his clothes, going back to the scene after the time frame of the alleged shooting. And then it's before he's back in the other clothes going to collect the casings.
There also be.
No speaking objection.
Give me a second.
No, give me the page line, please.
Of the preliminary or the transcript?
Oh,
The trial transcript, right here, page 60, was that 68?
I thought you were questioning about what you said at the preliminary hearing.
I was, sir, I gave you that, but I was just told.
Right, I'm asking you to repeat it.
Oh, okay.
What page and what line?
120.
Preliminary hearing.
Yeah, 126, 18 to 20.
All right, that can be read to him.
But there was an objection when I asked the question that you said to the jury that he was sure it was him at the trial. So what I'd like to do now is read your honor.
Well, then you got to read 18 through 21,
Then I'm
22.
Then I'm talking about the preliminary, the trial.
Oh, I don't have.
So
I don't have the transcript.
I got it. So listen, I'm first going to do what I just said I was going to do, which is read the preliminary hearing transcript the day before, the page before, page Mr. Brzolnik read. Question, November 2023. Do you see yourself entering the screen, Mr. Efron? Again, looking at that video with that single individual at 11:10, 31 seconds. Answer, yeah. So at the preliminary hearing, like in front of this jury, when you first saw that video, you said that was you.
Because I went back, it's a tricky question. So if I'm going back and you show me your
Did you say initially that was you?
I probably did, but
All right, then that's enough.
Now, at the trial, I want to make sure I wasn't misquoting you. On page 68, line 7 through 14. I have to read with you guys. So I asked you a question. I said, had you told the jury you were sure it was you? And I was objecting to it. So I'm going to clear this up. Page 68 of the trial transcript.
Proper question with comments.
There's no question pending. Go ahead and read the
Page
question.
68, line 7 to line 14.
Stop it!
He's telling the jury.
Stop it! I don't want you to be...
appropriate.
Holy crap, Lewin.
Mr. Lewin, stop it.
So what Lewin was saying was that Takapina was editorializing because Takapina said, I'm going to clear this up, and was moved on to getting the exhibit up on the screen. And Lewin objects. Judge is like, don't even bother. And then Lewin's raising his voice at the judge. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Lewin's been whining this whole time. But to be screaming at the judge now, when the judge has been telling your star witness 3 or 4 times today to stop, yelling at the witness to stop doing something, this does not look like you have confidence in your case.
Mr. Takapina, just ask questions. Don't preface it with any remarks or comments.
Page 68, line 7 to 14. Mrs. Lazone asked you at this trial, in front of this jury, can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb, now into the street? Answered by you, to them. Yeah, that's me for sure. Court, keep your voice up. Witness, yeah, that's me. Mr. Prezone, are you sure that's you? Answer, yeah, I'm sure. You remember giving that trial testimony 2 days ago, right here?
yeah, sure.
Now, you testified that you went back to the scene with your girlfriend, Lydia Parker. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Come on, Lydia Gemma.
I'd like you to take a look at this photo and tell us if this is Miss Parker, which shows the picture.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Are you kidding?
Just
me?
don't show it to anybody, just bring it up.
So now the prosecutor gets to make commentary. So after that bit of yelling from Lewin with the judge about commentary, about the, I'm going to clear this up, now we get the prosecutor to say, are you kidding me? Out loud, very loudly. Oh my gosh. So Jenny, it was the other prosecutor, Mr. P, I don't know how to pronounce his name, that did direct. So hopefully they don't allow a substitute, a switcheroo, and let Lewin do the redirect. Although maybe for entertainment's sake. Oh yeah, Nick. But this is pretty quick. They had a short day. You could do this in a weekend, fast forwarding through the breaks. Because chat will tell you, you know, there's like these 15-minute breaks that are mandated, but then the judge keeps calling breaks when things seem to get a little escalated. They had a short 2-hour day, and then they have an hour-and-a-half lunch every day. So seriously, like if you do like 1.25, I think you could get through it in a weekend, at least to catch up with everything this week. So I don't know. It looked like they were coming back for a second, and then nope. Oh boy. It's been a lot today. I know if I get into the weeds of like ranting about something, they're gonna come back and talk. And I'm not trying to ignore anyone. Thank you so much for the super chats and the gifting. There is not a good moment to pause, so we're gonna have to reserve it for a 15 break or a lunch. Or did they just go on a 15 and not tell us? Okay, we're back.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. Mr. Efron, is this Miss Parker? You don't know if that's your girlfriend?
don't know.
Trying not to lay foundation.
You don't think it would be a yes or no? That is my girlfriend or not?
Yeah, she got makeup on. I don't know.
Your Honor,
He had makeup on?
352 on this issue.
He says he doesn't know, go on to something else.
So he blocks foundation on it.
You claim that she saw you recover the shell casing, right?
When was this? No, November question, 2021.
On November 6, 2021.
Was you a kid?
On November 6, 2021, you claim she saw you recover the shell casing, correct?
Are you going to answer? Am I lost? Is he supposed to be answering right now? Or why are we quiet?
Sir, when you recovered the shell case, what was Lydia? Was she there with you? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
About how far from you do you think she was when
She was looking for it too. She was looking as well.
How far was she from you?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was
Closer than you and I are, or further away than you and I?
like if two
Approximately.
people were looking for something. She was close.
Closer than you and I? Or about the same, or farther?
Further is like we're looking in a vast area. But she came.
The time when you actually saw the shell casings.
Oh yeah, she was
Pick them up.
She,
Where was she?
she was in the bottom. She was bottom. When I was taking
Comes your
the video.
foundation.
She was right there next to you?
Foundation.
So based on that answer, she should be seen with you in the surveillance video, correct?
Your Honor, that assumes the facts, not
Stay.
evidence that there is surveillance video of that.
Stay.
Have you seen, Your Honor,
Well, I don't know. I gotta think that.
Hold on.
Think that for a second, because she probably was looking in the parking lot or looking off to the side.
But you're only looking for 2 minutes.
I just don't remember that right there. I know I went back, got the bullets, but she was with me. I don't know where she was at while I was looking for it.
Okay. So she may not have been seen on surveillance video?
I don't know.
That, Your Honor, that assumes fact, not evidence. We can,
Has the surveillance video been admitted yet?
Your Honor,
No. Has the surveillance video been admitted?
It's people's with
it's not the entire, we approach, Your Honor, on this issue.
The rule.
We do, so that.
All right, okay. All right. Tell you what, it's 5 to 12, let's take a recess now, and then we can talk about it.
All right, so they're going to sidebar on that. But even though the exhibit's admitted,
1:30 and don't discuss the case?
so they're going to take a 22-minute break. Right there, Lewin was trying to object as if, you know, there was an issue to this video being played. And, well, this exhibit's already in. It's already in evidence. The people put it in evidence. So, and then when the prosecution realized that the judge was going to say, well, if it's in evidence, then what's the problem? They start going, can we approach, Your Honor? And the judge caves in. So now they're at sidebar. So, and Empress Fox, I mean, seriously, guys, don't put things past anybody. I mean, you heard me say yesterday, one thing that Joe Tacopina, I think, needs to give a possible explanation for, because the prosecution tried to let the jury think about this in direct, is, well, if he flew in, he didn't have a firearm when he landed in California, how would he have gotten like casings to plant somewhere? And when you really think about it, is it that hard to do if you are set, if you really want to do something, if you're planning something in advance? Would it be that difficult to get 2 shell casings? Put them somewhere? Go pick them up? No. You could go to a shooting range. You know, you add the extra layer of Relli not realizing when he deletes text messages and turns his phone in that they would still be able to extract the text messages that he thought he deleted. Right? So I don't think that this even would have been sophisticated planning on Relli's part based on other performances we've seen. But he goes to California. It's Complex Con weekend coming up. He said he was there for several days. He linked up with Bari. His girlfriend was clearly there. He had several friends in the area, as well as artists that he said he was in the studio with during those few days before the Complex Con weekend started. So it's not like he didn't have access to time, other people, or a way to get his hand on some casings. So, and I think Tacopina is like laying the stage to get us there. And I think he's going to get us there to have a plausible explanation for how he got these casings. But yeah, it could have been the girl. Could have been Lydia. Could have been Lydia. So, and not for nothing, but no judgment, and I would applaud it, but I think it's good to protect yourself. And we got some suggestions about the possible line of work that Lydia or Gemma engaged in either by herself or in some type of under-the-table business relationship with Relli. I mean, those type of situations might be ones where you'd be extra inclined to carry protection. So, just saying. Just saying. Oh my God. Destined to be. Let's get this recap here. Let's go over and see what Mel is saying. Okay, so we've got a bunch. All right, so let's see. So first we have Kathy giving eyes to the black letter law. Go follow her. So there is black letter law. But what are we saying here? So Taco just showed the DA a pic of Miss Lydia Parker. Both DAs. Are you kidding me? I think Taco pulled out a socially inappropriate pic of Miss Parker. Attorneys are at the bench talking with Judge now. Oh, I hope it comes in, because that would like check the bingo card. That would check off another mark on the bingo card. Mel says fireworks. Make sure you guys are also following Mel. If you're going to look her up on X on your own time, it's You've Got Mel with no O in the word got. She's been down at the court as well. She's yelling fireworks. And Rihanna's here. Okay, so Rihanna's here. Through the regular door, regular folks walk through. Kathy's like sad because they can't have the camera on for it. I'm sad too, Kathy. I'm sad too. Megan Kuniff says, really chaotic scene here in the court. With the jury gone, as A$AP Rocky's lawyer Joe Tacopina and Deputy District Attorney John Lewin yelled at each other. Lewin called the prop gun defense garbage, and Tacopina said they'll find out what the jury thinks. It got really heated. What? Okay, if we're arguing about an exhibit, and let alone an exhibit that might already be in evidence, right? They might be arguing about this picture, they might be arguing about some video that's already been submitted by the people. How did we switch in seconds to Lewin yelling about the prop gun defense? Like, get it off your chest, I guess. So yeah, it's getting really heated. Rihanna walked out with security. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And then Kathy says this is tame compared to the Robert Durst trial with John Lewin and Durst attorneys DeGuerin and Chesnoff. This thing was every day, all day. So this is what John Lewin does. I think if Kissin' Pink is in the chat, that's how he's characterized it. Like, this is what John Lewin does. But that judge would let them go on a bit. He was way too patient, not this judge. So according to Kathy, this judge is cutting it off, is not having the patience. But there's other trials where this prosecutor just goes and goes and goes and goes. So, oh my goodness. And I don't know, maybe do we have updates already? Oh my God. Okay, wait, we've got more. Shout out to Black Letter Law again. The boys are fighting. Here is the blow by low. Lewin, the prop gun is garbage. Taco, and we're calling him Taco now, just leans over and shouts at the DA and points with 2 fingers. Rocky steps between them wearing some sort of cream vintage blazer jacket situation. Lewin, time for more steroids? And Taco says, go to the Durst house again. Is this for real? Oh my God. You know, this sounds like it's like editorialized, but I really think it's real. Because Black Letter Law's been like reporting from the courtroom with like detail by detail. What the heck? What the heck? Like, is this for real? I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm sure. Are we gonna get more updates? We just gotta keep refreshing. Everybody needs a spanking, a 1-hour session on collegiality, and a Snickers. So I guess we have to keep getting the updates here. We'll have to keep refreshing. This is crazy, guys. I don't even know. Yeah, and Kat Fink, don't forget, the state just offered a super sweet deal. Like, Rocky's facing like up to 24 years or something, and with the type of sentencing, the sentencing guidelines are supposed to be consecutive. Am I refreshing? Are they back? Oh, you mean I thought you meant the court feed. Yeah, let's see. Hit the refresh button. No, nothing yet. This is crazy. Yeah, go to the Durst house again. And that's hilarious to me, only knowing that there were fireworks in that trial. I'm sure those that followed in real time, like the day-by-day, the play-by-play of that trial, it's got to be a crazier comparison. Oh my god. Oh my god, Corey, for real. Corey says we went from slight, no decorum in YSL to none at all in this case. Just crazy. Oh, okay. This is an update if you're following the Blake Lively, Justin Baldani. Speaking of train wrecks, Blake Lively is trying to refuse deposition. She doesn't want to be deposed. You open that door, Blake Lively. You open that door. Always a risk. Yeah, Empress Fox, so even with it being a blurry video, we would have seen a flash from a 9mm, and for what it's worth, there is a witness on the record that gave testimony that she thinks she saw 2 flashes. Again, is that... how much weight do you put behind her saying that is one thing, but technically it goes to sufficiency of the evidence. So I know a few people have asked about directed verdicts. There's sufficiency of the evidence in this case. This is really going to come down to what the jury believes happened. And again, if it was a starter gun, because the specific charges, the district attorney specified that this all went down with a semi-automatic firearm, I think the prosecution's in trouble there. Because if they don't believe it was a semi-automatic firearm, oops. And I really don't know, looking at some of the case law, I'm not a lawyer, but looking at some of the case law, it looks like there's issues with trying to get lesser included offenses on 245B, which is what the 2 charges are under, when you try to change the object that you referenced in the accusatory pleading. Right? So I think, again, jury instructions are going to be super interesting here. I hope we get to watch them. But yeah. Oh, that guy Nick says, I picked a heck of a day to show up, LMAO. Well, Nick Starro is going to be recapping tomorrow, and I think Pam Entertainment is going to be doing recaps of let's say it's day 5, right? Day 4 and 5 tomorrow. So if you need a short recap, Pam's got you. If you need to start from the beginning, Nick's going to be rewinding all the way back to the beginning. Em says this chat is really nice and calm. Well, I do like to think that we're nice, and that's a big thanks to the mods and all the people that stay nice in the chat. But calm, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. All right, we're going to refresh. My bad, you guys. All right, so this is YFN Lucci coming home. So we heard, I think Classy filled us in yesterday that he was coming home this morning. You guys have been talking about it in the chat. But Eric Perry's got the footage here. Happens to be there, and that's the only update when I refresh, so... since Kathy Roussan retweeted it. So there we go. Yeah, and I think this is true too. Muzzle flash can be hard to catch on video, and if you haven't seen their surveillance that we've gotten, a lot of it is crazy. A lot of the surveillance is crazy so far. So, yeah, Shy Gal, yep. So, The witness said she saw the gun and the flash and someone go down. And to be fair, she did say that at the time this was happening, it was all behind a bunch of cars, but yet she also saw it. So I don't know if I would, in deliberations, I would ask the room about that, right? Like, how did she really see that if she also said it was under the circle of cars and she couldn't see at the same time? But for what it's worth, it's still evidence on the record, and it's going to bar something like a directed verdict for sure. So, oh boy, thank you guys for showing love in the chat. I'm so behind on this stuff. Again, we got this kicked off with STS dropping 5 memberships. So we get YF and Lucci celebrating, but it's like us celebrating here in the chat. Darcy says, as this goes on, I'm starting to respect Adam Waldman's vetting of civil defamation persons more and more. It makes you think. Now, we just had Nick reference in all the drama going on with Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, and everybody involved in any of those suits, right? We've got a lot of civil drama going on there. Now, Adam Waldman was Johnny Depp's attorney, still a close friend of Johnny Depp, still I think represents him in certain matters. But he really put together this binder, the whole playbook, all the way back from the trial in the UK against the UK Sun, where Johnny Depp was suing for libel, when the UK published a story based on what they heard from Amber Heard. And he had pro hoc vice admission status for like a year and a half in the Fairfax trial. And honestly, I've talked about it on X, it's a rabbit hole. I think Ben Chu really did a negligent job in correctly representing to the court something about Adam Waldman. So I kind of have a separate grievance with Ben Chu, who's currently in the courtroom with Camille Vasquez and representing Relli. But Adam Waldman really put together binders, evidence that you would never imagine someone digging up. Just did incredible work to vet and make sure everything he needed for the case was there. And again, shout out to Blair Burke. I mean, she did a lot of work in the divorce case for Depp v. Heard. She sat and questioned Amber Heard during that infamous deposition tape. But you got to think, civil cases, we hear, did you even vet your client? Like, what is going on with how they vet Relli here? And we're going to look at that on the lunch break. We've got those filings. We'll see what they say. All right, so let's go back over to the feed here and make sure we don't miss when they come back. But another recent example, really not anything with the Diddy stuff. But when it comes to the accusations involving Jay-Z, Sean Carter, and the Jane Doe, and you've got the attorneys sparring, you've got Alex Spiro on one side, you've got Tony Busby on the other. And this question of, did you even vet the claims before you sent us this demand letter? And then submitted not just a complaint, but you amended your complaint, and there's still all this stuff wrong that you could have vetted by simple means, right? It's a little scary, because once a complaint is filed against you, there are people out here that think just because it's an illegal filing, that makes it true. But what are we seeing with this case here? What are we seeing with Relli? You know, he's got these filings too. He's got these things that say, it was defendant. It was Rocky that initiated. It was Rocky that started the fight. It was Rocky that lured him to a location. Rocky put him in fear of his life. His injuries he required medical attention for his injuries. I mean, point by point, we're seeing huge credibility issues with these claims in what's played out in the last few days of trial. Right? So Darcy, I love this recall here. Probably going off on a tangent for people that aren't familiar with the Depp v. Heard trial. But seriously, Adam Waldman, when you compare the vetting Adam Waldman did versus what it seems like some attorneys are doing when they seem to take these civil cases that they hope settle out quickly, it's a big, big difference in representation and integrity, in my opinion. So thank you so much for the super and the great food for thought. Kat Fink, also thank you for becoming a member and for your great commentary in the chat all day. Heard that you're not feeling well. So guys, send Kat Fink some love in the chat. We hope you feel better soon. Darcy is gifting 20 memberships. So we've got to update this banner. Get Darcy on in here. And I'm behind on it. I'm sorry, you guys. Not that that's exactly anything new. get this updated as we go and get back on this trial screen. But that's super nice, Darcy. Again, I like all this attention I gave to your comment here, but thank you so much. This is super generous. 20 people now get to use the channel emojis. And I like that you guys in the chat, you're bringing life back to the I did these crimes emoji because of what we're seeing play out today. It kind of works. So take advantage of those custom emojis. Make sure you say thank you to Darcy if you got a gifted membership. And thank you again, Darcy. Renee Stevenson, you guys know Renee. We have a bit of a name change. You know what I mean? I love it. They should have prepped him. You know what I mean? And I think that he might have had some elbowing, some prep. I think he might have reviewed some stuff he said. I don't know if it's the inability to keep up with it all, and or pride, and or quick to get emotional in reaction to the things that Joe Tacopina is saying. And Tacopina is strategically, I think some of it's kind of instinct for Tacopina, but I also think strategically he is getting under the witness's skin on purpose, right? Knowing that he's going to have this emotional reaction. That's really part of their theory, right? The way that he gets emotional was what precipitated the events of November 6th, right? So what better way to demonstrate that for the jury than to have him do it multiple times right on the stand, right in front of your eyes, right? So I don't know. I don't know if prepping could have helped because I feel like they may have prepped him, but we're still getting what we get. Oh boy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Touche says, who looks worse, him or the state at this point? And now this is a crazy question because it's like both. And what he's doing, what Relli's doing here, to me, it just seems like a complete play at this point. And him doing that has to, it's an impact that you can't quantify. You can't put a number on what type of strain, burden, emotional stress this must put on the people involved. Namely Rocky, but, you know, family, anybody, any witnesses that are being called. It goes beyond just Rocky, even though he's the one that's he's under the most pressure from everything that Relli's claiming, criminally, civilly. But at the same time, the state repeating this pattern, the police and the prosecution in tandem, if this is what we're doing, and this is a 2021 issue that's going to trial in 2025, right? So imagine someone that's like in custody this whole time. They've got to wait this long, and sometimes this is the quality of the case. And sometimes they'll say, you know what, you offered me a plea deal. And often it's probably not as sweet of a difference in plea deal like what we heard Rocky was getting offered. And then that person, even though it could be a scenario where the only solid evidence is a witness that was 7 stories up and another witness that seems like they could have planned the whole thing, they might just take the plea because they want to get out of jail. So I've got to say the state is worse, like in the big picture, but obviously on a personal level, like if I was Rocky, I would probably be more pissed at the state, at Relli, even though I'd also be pissed at these prosecutors. Just crazy. Yeah, tuning over here, Marcus Watts says it's hard to prep, idiot. Oh man. Let's get a refresh since court hasn't come back. Let's do a refresh over on X. Do we have anything new? Okay, it's just Kathy retweeted. We'll just put this back up on the screen, especially if you were gone for the last like 10 minutes. We'll read it again. Black letter law, reporting from the courtroom. The boys are fighting in this ASAP Rocky trial. Here's the blow by low. Lewin, this prop gun is garbage. Taco just leans over and shouts at the DA and points with 2 fingers. Rocky steps in between them, wearing some sort of cream vintage blazer jacket situation. And we get the yelling emojis. Lewin's like, time for more steroids. And Taco's like, go to the Durst house again. I am so sad we don't have this on video. For real. Like, oh my god. Maybe it's better in text. Maybe it's better in text. Let me share. Go ahead and, if you're on X, follow Black Letter Law. There you go. Positive Q says, hey there, this is really sad. They used to be friends. I'm sure Relli is emotionally drained for the love of money. That song is so true for real. Is it worth it? And it's crazy. People really do crazy things for money. And, in the chat, I feel like just based on, like, I haven't really seen anybody in the chat pull a, why would somebody lie about that? But it's the type of thing that I'm sure you guys have seen somebody say. And money can make people lie. Money can make people do really crazy things. Emotions can make people lie. Emotions can make people have a totally warped perception of reality to the point where they're saying something is completely false, but they don't even realize that it's false. So if you've got money on the table, if you've got emotions on the table, that's a recipe for disaster. And I really think for people to not understand that somebody could lie, that somebody could be lying. You've lived like a very safe, vanilla, privileged, untouched life if you can't imagine someone falsely accusing somebody. Just crazy. Allegedly maybe loves the way that lawyers argue. It's petty. Heck yeah. And I'm wondering, who said it in the chat earlier? Can you imagine? Was it Jenny? I don't know if it was Jenny. I'm just like thinking of random names in the chat. But can you imagine if after all this on redirect, Lewin takes over and they just like allow a substitute instead of Mr. P, the other prosecutor, doing redirect? The judge would be like, I'll allow it. And we would be over here like, oh my gosh, here we go. Oh boy. Now, James Little, I do want to talk about some food for thought. I want people to face, if your lie, if you tell a lie and your lie would mean XYZ consequences for the person you're telling the lie on, every part of my being, every fiber of my body, I want you to face the consequences that that person would have faced. But I heard Andrea Burkhart say something more than once, and I didn't really think about it until the first time I heard her say it. She put it in my mind, and it's really wise what she said. If it's so scary, once a lie gets started, if you make it too scary for somebody to come forward and admit that they were lying, you could be depriving and deterring, because of that fear of coming forward, because of the fear of such severe consequences of admitting that you lied. You could prevent the person who was lied on from having their accuser come forward. Right? So do you want to make something so scary and severe that it would deter someone who might actually admit to it, own up to it? Go back and say, well, I can't now because that's just too much of a consequence. So when I heard Andrea Burkhart say that, I was like, wow, like for real. But at the same time, like my gut feeling, I'm like, you could have made someone face this, lose everything that they've had, go to jail for. You should face those same consequences. So it is one of those like tough things to have a 100% position on. But really, when Andrea Burkhart said that, she's just so wise. Let me get you her YouTube channel. She's been doing a lot to cover the Delphi trial. She went in person. And she'll float in and out. She did a lot of depth coverage as well, also with the UK case. But she'll go in and out. She'll cover a case like from start to finish, and she won't be on YouTube for a little bit, but she'll cover it thoroughly with so much insight. So Andrea Burkhart. There you go. We're rolling over here, right? Okay, so they just haven't come back yet. I always got to check the ticker here to make sure I'm not just paused and missing the play again. Rayshawn Powell says, hey, Kat, what are your thoughts on the effectiveness of Joe's style of cross-examination versus Max, Brian, Keith, or Alan? Do you mean Alan Jackson? So what's interesting, random trivia here, we might see it later when we talk about stuff on the lunch break, but Alan Jackson actually was representing A$AP Rocky at the time that the personal injury case was filed. Because it said in the Rolling Stone article that they reached out to him for comment, but he didn't respond or something. So Alan Jackson had made an appearance there. As far as, so I don't know, we haven't seen, Joe Tacopina might lead most of this case. We haven't seen the other counsel with him at his side of that little squished bench. We haven't seen any of them get up to question any witnesses yet, and I don't know if they will. So I don't have an option of like, you know, out of his team, I'd prefer this. And based on his body language, I was worried that he might come off as unlikable and moving around too much, be too animated, have too much of an attitude. Oh my God, they're on lunch. All right, so we will have time. We will have time. But yeah, I thought he might have too much of an attitude, but combined with the way that the prosecution, specifically John Lewin, is getting argumentative. And then the way the witness is, it's almost like there's like a net zero. Anything that I thought might have been too much from Joe Tacopina, it's like a level playing field now because the prosecutor and their witness just can't keep it together either. So it's like they're all one in the same as far as their like energy and disruptive levels, right? So, but with that being said, as far as having Max, Brian, Keith, or Alan Jackson, I think Alan Jackson's question style and his inflection, the way he uses his inflection, would be surprisingly similar to Joe Tacopina. It just wouldn't be as New York rolly-eye bombastic as Joe. But as far as Keith, I don't know. I love Keith Adams' style of cross. And I really feel like, just like the prosecution was asking leading questions and Relli, no matter what it actually was, he just readily agreed with the prosecution. I feel like Keith Adams could do that with Relli. And it would just be so smooth, you wouldn't even see it coming. So, Brian Steele, you know, Max and Brian Steele, I'm sure they would do a great job. But I'm really liking this scenario with Joe Tacopina and John Lewin going at it in the courtroom. What do you guys think? And thank you, Rayshawn, for the great question. Let's see. Pam Entertainment TV out here with the sniped gifted membership. Thank you so much. And let me see if she's pre-scheduled her recap tomorrow. Because you said February 1st and 2nd, I saw. You'd be covering day 4 and 5. So basically cross-examination. And holy moly, what if we don't get through cross? Or like, what if we just barely get through cross today? Like, it might take the rest of the day. Let's see. Okay, I do see it scheduled, so I'm going to link you directly to... Oh, and you have it scheduled for today, by the way, Pam. It says 1:31. But I'll link to it. You guys hit that subscribe button on Pam. Pam, not only is she hilarious, but she's super, super wise. So it'll be, if you enjoy watching recaps, you'll love it over there. Amber Dawn Them Johnson's great to see you, especially for this case. I'm sure you probably think it's crazy. He's going straight to hell with gasoline draws on. And that's the thing. For a moment there, he was stumped. He didn't want to talk anymore. Like, I really thought he was going to give up. Somebody said in the chat that it looks like he could just get up out of his seat and walk out the courtroom. And it, like, really almost felt like that was an option. Like, he was contemplating it. Just crazy. So. Oh, Teo says Weinstein would have cooked Relli. Heck yeah. That would have been funny, because he's comical. He's comical. And I also think... I think it would have been really, really, really bad for the prosecution to do these yelling objections and kind of like chastise somebody with a personality like Doug Weinstein or even like Brian Steele, Keith Adams, they're calm as well, right? The contrast would be like prosecutor would look like super, super whiny doing that. So. Oh, wait, there's an article? Okay, hold on. Going back over to X. Okay, we've got an update from James in the courtroom. Let's make sure I'm going all the way back. Okay. So we already got this recap here, but James is adding, this is at least the second time Lewin and Tacopina have gotten into a screaming match in open court, and no less than the fifth time that LA Sheriff's? Okay, yeah, LA Sheriff's headquarters. Deputies have shoved press away when something newsworthy was happening, or before Judge Arnold was about to have attorneys go on record. Judge Arnold has overridden his own deputies once, and I've gotten court media affairs people to address the situation too. But this always baffles me. If your whole job is courtroom deputy, you need to have a basic understanding of when public is and is not allowed in. Heck yeah, go James! Now, James is with LA Times. He's been in the courtroom reporting on this specific case. But love to hear that, you know, the media access and the deputies, it's not the court. You know, James is specifying that the judge has been like, whoa, deputies, what? Hold on, pause. But the sheriffs, the deputies are being overbearing. And that impacts transparency. So, and Kathy's backing it up. So, ooh. And actually, I don't think I linked to Kathy. I'm taking Kathy for granted. Let me give you guys Kathy's link. Kathy, especially like in the last few months, I feel like she gets up in the morning and makes an X post letting everybody know what trials Law and Crime is going to be streaming that day, because she knows people have been asking, and now she just does it sua sponte. She does it on her own. So major shout out to Kathy. She's really quick with the answers to respond on what's streaming today. Nick Starrow, yes. So we went over this, but damn, I chose the wrong trial to cover. Now, I'm not sure about that. I heard nobody wants to listen to that 8-hour opening statement from the prosecution in the Monica Simontilli trial. But I don't think it could be the wrong trial. I still think there's promise with Blair Burke and the storyline itself. But yeah, I don't know how you did an 8-hour opening statement. Is there any of these cases that we've talked about recently, chat, that you'd want to see the prosecution do an 8-hour opening statement? Any viral case lately? Any of them? Because that's what Nick put himself through. Oh, man. Okay, and when I share Nick's link, I'm going to share his Monica Simontilli trial coverage. Why do I always get like a bad link when I search your channel? But he told the chat, he's made the promise, and now he's got to stick to it. He's gonna get into this great ASAP Rocky trial, maybe the ASAP Relli trial tomorrow, and go over from day one this weekend. So if you want to start from the beginning, watch Nick react to it, or check out the Monica Simontilli trial, there's that in the chat for you. Good to see you, Nick. Hope you're doing well. Kat Fink, I loved this comment when you sent it. We don't teach, and Law and Crime needs to update this little thing, because I know they're on a lunch break now. They just went to lunch. But because it says short break, I keep thinking they're just going to come back. But anyway, we don't teach boys and young men emotional coping skills. Shut up, be hard. This is what that looks like. We give the state unearned credibility. They define the justice they're meant to seek, and it's empty. And in tandem with that, I don't know if I have it handy real quick, but that quote from yesterday, and again, they didn't get to film this. The judge gave a curative instruction this morning on this thing. But this idea that we give the state unearned credibility, the idea that a juror can go in there, and it's a very common thing, a juror can go in there and expect that, hey, I wouldn't be here unless the cops knew it was this guy. And this prosecutor knows it's this guy, right? The defense has already got to overcome that burden from the very start. And I think public trials, public conversations, like being in the chat and streams like this and others, realizing how people aren't automatically guilty just because they're on trial, I think that's helping. I hope we can reduce that kind of automatic thinking. But saying that we give the state unearned credibility, we had Relli himself on the stand say it's been 3 years. If Rocky was innocent, he would be home a long time ago. This idea that we wouldn't be here, you have the star witness, the accuser, telling the jury, saying in front of the jury, we're here because he's guilty. Just jumping from A to Z. And let alone, we're here because Relli, he says Rocky did everything, but he's been confronted on this. They wanted to meet up and fight it out. And look what that can lead to. So, also seeing here, Lamar Harper says, I wonder how redirect will look. Look, I don't know. Do you think we're at, and I don't think my counter's anywhere close to accurate. I never claim it to be accurate. You know, sometimes I miss stuff. Sometimes it's hard to track how many objections are being made at the same time when there's like a million bases for the objection being thrown out there. But we're at about 58 objections made by the prosecution, with, I put 20 and a half sustained. The half point there is for that, hey, you know, be careful when you use double negative type language, right? It was kind of a general thing for all parties to follow, so I counted it as half a sustain. Do you think on redirect, first of all, do you think redirect will be like about the same length as direct was? Do you think it'll be shorter? Because there's been a lot of new stuff that came in on cross because of the impeachment, the inconsistent statements, and doors being opened by the witness themselves. I feel like we're not in for a short redirect. But once we're there, do you think we'll have like rapid fire objections coming from Tacopino? Because I think we might. I don't think we'll get to this level, this close. But I think we'll have a lot of objections. So it's just going to go back and forth for the sake of it. Oh, man. Just crazy. Let's see here. M. Medina says, hey, Kat here from Classy. Shout out to Classy. I'm like so behind schedule. Classy, I'm going to drop a link to a folder in the chat, you guys. It's also an X. But Classy, I'm going to give you a homework assignment. This is a Google Drive folder with some filings from the 2 civil cases. We'll look at some of them throughout this stream. But Classy, I know you'd be like a monster chomping down going through some of them. So please have at that folder. Have a good time with it. It's so glad that you joined us. Love the Classy community. I will be hanging out there tonight for Club Classy. It's crazy. Like this trial, since it's on the Pacific Coast, it's going to go right up until the time that Club Classy would kick off for the night. So guys, whether you want to check out Classy's Music in the Morning show, or you want to hang out with his community, you'll see familiar faces, but his community in general is super awesome. Or you want to check out his music show. It's like a miniature club online every Monday, Wednesday, Friday night. Here is Classy's link. If you aren't already subscribed, make sure you're going to do that. And holy moly, you have jumped up. You just hit 100K and now you're at 104. So big congrats there. I can't wait to see the play button placard when you get it. I'm super, super excited. And thank you so much, M. I'm like hijacking M's comment here to give Classy his praises, but welcome, M. So glad that you're here. Classy's rolling in with 10 gifts as well. So big thanks to M and Classy here in the chat. Super, super awesome. I'm like so behind on this banner. Let me get Classy in here. And my banner's going to have a spoiler alert, but I'm going to put it in here now. But this is super nice of you. Classy is giving you guys, 10 of you, access to the custom channel emoji. So again, use them to your heart's content. And then back to back, we've got Nick Starro coming in with another 10. So big Nick Starro, not that big Nick and not that guy Nick, giving 10 gifted memberships. So I'm sure if I go back in the chat, you guys have already said thank you. And I appreciate when you guys say thank you. It is really generous when people give these gifted memberships. You guys never have to send supers or gift the memberships. But it's fun, and with the gifts, it's so fun to see people excited in the chat when they get a gifted membership. So please take advantage of it. It's good for 30 days. And make sure you're saying thank you if you got one of those memberships. Thank you again, Nick. Survivor Speaks coming in hot with the gifted sub. I got to update my banner again. Thank you so much. Let's see. Survivor. And I'm assuming you're probably going to do a reaction to today. I loved your stream, your reactions. You were like, you didn't know what to do. Like, I think Survivor Speaks was trying to come up with a characterization of Relli. She just stopped and paused and was like, this is loser behavior. So how can you say it more succinctly than that? That's what we've gotten to. So I'm assuming that if not today, this weekend, you'll probably be doing your reaction to this part of Cross, which I think has only gotten crazier. So let's see. I'm going to link. Yeah, I don't see anything scheduled for today, so I'm just going to link to Survivor Speaks channel. Again, another scenario, you're going to love her community. You're going to love her reactions because some of the things that you guys say in the chat, you'll be right on the same time as Survivor Speaks. But Survivor Speaks has also been covering the Naziah Harris case. So if you've been looking for a place to follow that, get on over there. Get on over there. Let's see. And you're such a gem. I appreciate you. Well, rubber glue back to you, Survivor. Thank you so much. It's so sweet. Tommy Nolan says, Woody was an entertaining, honest liar. These 3 words, an entertaining, honest liar. I mean, like, yeah, though. Yeah. Like, it's like an oxymoron, but it is right. ASAP Relli is an unlikable ex, foolish. Imagine the attorney Love and Taco in YSL trial with this judge. Can you imagine? Okay. I'm going to change the scenario a bit because I think this judge would pump the brakes. But can you imagine Tacopino and Adrian Love? They're the lead counsel on either side of whatever case. I don't even care who the defendant or what the situation is. They're 2 people that'll argue about everything, no matter what the subject matter is. And then Glanville's the judge. How long do you think those arguments would go on? How long? So Tommy Nolan, thank you so much for the food for thought. This is like a crazy, entertaining, but scary thing to imagine. Oh my goodness. So also, that girl Mia here with the plug for Survivor Speaks Live. It was so much fun last night. Heck yeah, it was. Okay, I'm also hearing Empress Fox came to Classy. Oh, come to Classy tonight to drop or submit a track. Heck yeah. Oh my god, do that. That'll be a good time. Definitely. Okay, and Empress is going to be there, so this is going to be super fun. Let's see. Yeah, that girl Mia's corrected me with Granville with the R. And Flesh of the Gods out here. Hold on. Free Flesh. Flesh of the Gods, we love you out here. We want YouTube to stop messing with you. And Flesh of the Gods, I've noticed you started calling your lives interactive, and I love that you're putting that in the title. It makes it easy for me to describe because sometimes I'm like, hey guys, Flesh of the Gods puts these really cool animations and these callbacks and like puts scenes up right at the same time, and I get long-winded with it. But really the easiest way to put it is it's an interactive live. In the chat, you can use commands to make things happen on the screen. He had like an Adrian Love fire-breathing dragon thing. Like it just goes crazy. It just goes crazy. So come in here and check it out. Let me type his name right. I always abbreviate your name as Fogs. And I think you guys all say it as F-O-T-G. So I'm just going to spell it all the way out. Yeah, Danielle Judge saying it's super fun, 100,000%. Yeah, Classy, if you haven't seen it, you've got to see the stuff that he does. It's like, it's really fun to hang out in there. Rice Street saying Classy beats were getting turned tonight at Club Classy. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Let's see. There we go. Yep, and everyone with the vouch here. Rice Street is opening up the VIP booth over at Club Classy tonight. Big appreciation, you guys, to everybody that has, you know, given commentary today, tuning in, sharing your thoughts, supporting the channel, supporting the other creators. Every time I mention somebody's name, whether it's somebody on X or on YouTube, there's somebody in the chat like, I love them, I love it there. So love you guys and love that everyone can bounce around and have a place to go. What Taco Tuesday said Classy should be good tonight, said he might play I Don't Recall by Woody. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my goodness. And thank you, Survivor, for sharing Classy Beats. Make sure you're subscribing again for the morning show, but also for Club Classy. You don't want to be late. You'll get locked out. You won't get in the club. Let's do a refresh here. Do we have anything from... Nope, nothing new from in the courtroom that I'm seeing from our last refresh. All right, so do you want to look at these civil motions? Let's look at some civil stuff. Actually, while I have X open, I do want to do a quick run through of a Rolling Stone article, right? Because it's quick. If we come back, it'll be done. If you were spending time on X yesterday, you probably already saw it. It won't be new to you, but it will relate when we go through the civil filing. It'll relate. Let's see. All right, so I don't mean to cite myself. It seems weird, but if I don't constrain myself to what I wrote down, I'm going to talk for much longer than I need to. But this says today, I wrote this yesterday. Do you guys remember yesterday? Joe Tacopina was like, you know, were you working with your colleague? He works in IT, and were you asking him to help you with PR and get articles published? And Relli was like, but you don't even know what he does. Why would I do that? So Tacopina tried to ask again and mentioned one example and said Rolling Stone specifically. So I remembered, and there was an article that Rolling Stone did about the defamation suit. But there was also one they did in August 2022, like within days of Relli's original attorneys, Jamal Tucson and Brian Hurwitz, filing the personal injury suit against Rocky. They send a statement after they make this filing to Rolling Stone. And so I'm like, okay, let's go back and look at this article. Well, some of what this article contains is inconsistent with the testimony and text message records that we saw on day 1 of Cross, right? This was written before today, right? So it only really pertains to whatever we got through on day 4. So we can just go through the full article. I guess there's no point in, let's see. All right, I'm getting paywalled here. So let me see if I can open it in incognito. Will they let me? Okay, let me switch. Okay, wait, I think I have to do it like this. Oh, nope, wrong browser. You know, I think it's not letting me pull it up because it's incognito. That's weird. All right, so I'll share it as a window and not a tab. So if I share the stream when it starts again and there's no sound, remind me that I've got to switch how I'm presenting. With StreamYard, just so you guys know, when you present a window, it doesn't carry audio through. You have to share a tab for the audio to pull through. So here's what the Rolling Stone article from August 2022 said. ASAP Rocky, shooting victim was his own mob member. Now he's coming forward. Terrell Efron, aka ASAP Relli, has sued the rapper after the Los Angeles shooting. This is by Cheyenne Roundtree, August 10th, 2022. Former ASAP mob member Terrell Efron, aka ASAP Relli, has come forward as the man ASAP Rocky allegedly shot last November, as Rolling Stone has learned that he's filed a civil suit for assault, battery, and emotional distress against his high school best friend. Rocky, whose real name is Rakeem Myers, was arrested in April for assault with a deadly weapon over the alleged shooting, with police withholding the victim's name. Myers has not been charged, but heads to court on August 17th over the matter. But ahead of the hearing, Efron has come forward to publicly accuse Myers of luring him into an obscure location in Central Hollywood. So luring him, obscure location, to discuss a disagreement between the two of them, according to a statement provided to Rolling Stone by Efron's attorneys, Jamal Toussaint and Brian Hurwitz, announcing the lawsuit. Now, in general, we zoom out to the big picture. We heard some testimony on direct and cross-examination where, and it's been like voluntary comments, things that the judge has been like, all right, just yes or no, pause your answer. Relli's been up on the stand and given like several points in times and several causes as being the moment or the thing that caused him to lose his reputation or lose projects, right? And now we're seeing that this article is memorializing that the public information about his name, the public knowing his name, because police were withholding it. He files a civil suit and gives statements to Rolling Stone that he filed the civil suit to announce that it's him doing it, that he's coming forward. So who's responsible for his public reputation? Who's responsible? This is memorialized. Anyway, unbeknownst to Mr. Efron, ASAP Rocky was not just planning for a conversation and came armed with a semi-automatic handgun, the statement alleges. After arriving at the location, a conversation ensued. What did we hear him say today? Rocky wasn't talking. Rocky was saying nothing. After arriving at the location, a conversation ensued. I've never heard the word ensued used with conversation. Ensued kind of seems like quick chaos. Something starts happening. It starts and is moving quickly. A conversation ensued whereby, without provocation, warning, or any justification, ASAP Rocky produced the handgun and intentionally fired multiple shots at Mr. Efron. Now, again, this is the statement. This is the statement that his attorneys are giving to Rolling Stone to announce this lawsuit. We just got off the heels of Takapina questioning him on this. You know, did you tell the police that you saw the knife at the same time that Rocky was shooting at you? And he said, no, the police report, it's false. So you're saying that the police report's false, right? Yeah. Well, doesn't this article give the same timeline that we heard Takapina say was in the police report? You meet up and the handgun's produced without warning, provocation, warning. There's no indication in this statement that it was actually two different points in time in two separate places. Efron, who works as a talent manager and producer alongside fashion and jewelry ventures, claims Myers inflicted minor injuries to his left hand after shooting Efron. And according to the statement, you guys heard me go off on this about the early part of the stream, the entire incident was captured by nearby surveillance cameras. Entire incident. News of the shooting broke in April when Myers had been arrested shortly after landing at LAX following a trip with his girlfriend Rihanna in her native Barbados weeks before the couple were expecting their first child together. Do you guys think there's a correlation here? We don't file until April. We don't press charges till April or whatever. Maybe there was a gap in time between when Relli said he for sure wanted to press charges and, you know, LAPD getting their stuff for a search warrant together. But it's just interesting to me that this timing, I don't know, sometimes this can make someone salty. Maybe. The 33-year-old was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and was quickly released from jail after posting a $500,000 bond. Myers has yet to publicly address the shooting. So, Myers hasn't addressed the shooting. This is August 2022. Myers' lawyer, Alan Jackson, at the time, did not immediately reply to a request for comment. So none of the information that's going viral, going public right now is coming from Rocky or his team. None of it. This is memorialized. Officials have been tight-lipped on further details of the case. So guess what? The information's not coming from the officials either. But Los Angeles police claimed at the time of his arrest that Myers had fired at the man several times during the dispute because of the report that they made based on Relli's statements. In the statement provided to Rolling Stone, Efron's attorneys Jamal Tucson and Brian Hurwitz said their client has suffered multiple death threats and irreparable harm to his career in the entertainment industry as a result of this incident. So, at the time of all of this, he's already claiming irreparable harm to his career in the entertainment industry. This is months before the defamation suit that will claim that irreparable harm to his career in the entertainment industry was done because Joe Tacopina made a statement in the media. Adding they expect the civil matter to go to trial. Efron and Myers' history dates back to their days at New York's Bayard Rustin High School for the Humanities. Now get this part, you guys. While Efron did not rap for the group, he'd been involved since its early days, with Myers crediting Relli for bringing him into ASAP Mob, formed by the late ASAP Yams, as well as ASAP Bari, ASAP Illz, and ASAP Cam around 2006. Now, this is a time-stamped video. We're going to pull it up. I'm doing this weird screen share, so we're actually going to go back to it when we're done with the article. But just know, this article includes a timestamp to, maybe 15 seconds worth of Rocky giving credit to Relli for something. And the interview is like an hour and 30 minutes. So who do you think had this clip on the ready to send along to Rolling Stone? Do you think Rolling Stone went and found it themselves? And not for nothing, but there's a bit of it that might not sound so good for Relli anyway. So somebody found this time-stamped clip. Who found it? Who sent it along? So we're gonna play it because if I do it in the window I'm in now, it's not gonna have sound. So we're gonna have to catch that at the end. Myers' Purple Swag helped put the ASAP Mob on the map when it was released in summer 2011. Efron appears in the music video, which was filmed in Efron's apartment. That October, Myers signed a deal with Polo Grounds Music /RCA Records, saying in a press release he had wanted to sign with the right partner that can help get a bigger platform and get me and my ASAP crew's music and movement out. Although the collective had hands in fashion, skateboarding, and biking, and other business ventures, they primarily became known for music off the success of Myers and later ASAP Ferg. So that was the end of this article. Again, August 2022. I'm going to play this clip. If you want to watch the whole interview, I would totally appreciate that. Where's the link? Where's the link? Let me copy this link, share it in the chat. Yes, that Alan Jackson, Lauren. That Alan Jackson, the same one. Get this up over here. Okay, so this interview is from Kerwin Frost. Yeah, this is the thing, Angela Thompson. Angela's like, wait, I thought his reputation was messed up by the Instagram post from Rocky's brother, who's not Rocky. There are some does 1 through 50 named, but that's not explicitly mentioned at all in the defamation suit, right? So, like, what is it? What is it? Oh, man. All right, now I've got to, take this down. Go back to tab. And it's real quick. It's real short. Captions. Oh my God. Well, I hope the captions are readable when it plays.
Dude, come say what up, man. Rel was
So he says,
the first.
so he's telling Relli to come say what up. He's standing up off camera. And Rocky's saying he's the
ASAP
first.
member who modeled for her by It was like 08. We were still in high school. He used to.
Now that's Relli walking up. Now listen to this quick piece of giving Relli his credit and what Rocky doesn't want to say.
Be stingy with the pieces.
I got my first Supreme piece from him. No, well, not really my first real archive piece. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna come clean. Relli had all the pieces because Relli was getting the most money when we was kids, you know what I'm saying? He was the only one in high school that actually bought a Benz. He used to,
Bought a Benz in high school.
he used to do some crazy, he used to do shit that I don't want to say on camera to get him in trouble, but he used to do it. He used to skate like a motherfucker.
We would see each other, but we didn't really know each other like that.
And then it goes on. That's really all they say about Relli. But this specific timestamp from where I started playing the video is what was linked in this Rolling Stone article. Also, this is, again, 1 hour and 36 minutes. So there's a ton here. It's a super popular episode. So linking to that in the chat. Check that out. Yeah, like, what are you guys making of this conclusion? He was the one with all the money. And then what did we hear mentioned by Joe Tacopina? Like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I guess Rocky trying to cut it off. There's some things that I could say that maybe I shouldn't be saying. So that was a whole thing. Also related to that, let's see. We played it at the beginning of the stream. I know a lot of people weren't here. I've also had a troll. It's been like anytime I post, I'm getting this troll. I mean, at least I think it's a troll because they can't be serious. I said the cross is crazy today. The judge has yelled at Relli 3 times. According to Relli, the police report is wrong. Said 12 had a knife out the same time Rocky was shooting, which contradicts other versions of the timeline. Rocky wasn't saying anything. Relli, was yelling. He wasn't scared of Rocky or the knife. He followed because 12 had the knife, but ends up fighting with Illz. Every time I post something, this troll quotes and says, I can tell you're twisting the testimony. I'll wait for the videos, of course. The trial is streamed live, minus the sidebars. So, I don't know where these accounts come from, but I really hope they're not serious. But where is... All right. Everybody, you might want to crank down your volume slightly because this video is loud. It's like background noise outside. Now, we played it at the beginning in full. I'm going to jump right to the relevant part about this video footage where the shooting is on video to corroborate Relli's story. The shooting is on video. We go back to, what is this? August 17th, 2022. This Rolling Stone article that we looked at was August 10th, 2022. And that was published right at the same time that they filed this personal injury lawsuit. These are the attorneys that penned the complaint, even though Camille Vasquez has taken over that personal injury lawsuit. At the time, these were the attorneys, and that's who wrote that complaint that we read. Here's what they say when they're asked about this video that Rolling Stone said. They said in a statement, showed the entire thing.
I understand that there's a video. Can you tell me what's on the video? What do we see?
Actually, we have not had access to the video, but it's our understanding that the video corroborates everything our client is saying regarding his encounter with A$AP Rocky.
So who has it?
LAPD.
Gotcha. Okay, so they've got it, so they're reviewing it now.
I believe the video has already been reviewed and corroborated what our client said, and then they made the decision to move forward, refer the case over to the district attorney, who ultimately made the decision to file the case.
As far as your understanding goes, how clear is what happened in real life replicated in the video? Not replicated, but displayed on the video.
Well, that's a hard question to answer without personally seeing the video, but based off of my understanding, there are absolutely no questions about the integrity or the reliability of what our client has said happened.
Yeah, things are clear. It seems pretty obvious from what might be on the video.
Once again, I would have to watch that video to be able to tell you that. However, I believe this is a case that the LAPD has thoroughly investigated. They've had several interviews with our client. They've watched the video. Everything adds up. They've reverted over to the district attorney, who's then made an independent evaluation and decided to move forward with charges.
Now we come full circle today with Relli saying what? So his attorney is like, you know what? We're putting our faith in the LAPD. What did Relli tell us about LAPD's report? What did he tell us today about that report? What did he tell us? Yeah, Brad says my client paid me, so I believe him. To be fair, at least he's like, well, I'd have to see the video to be sure. At least he's not just trying to jump straight into it, right? But yeah, he said today Relli told us that the police report was wrong. LAPD had it wrong. So it wasn't true. It wasn't right. It was incorrect, right? Oh boy. So there's that. And again, that complaint in the personal injury, the 2022 filing, because we've got 2 civil actions, was really short. It was penned by these 2 attorneys. We did have an answer, and really when you get like a response here, this is Takapina responding for Rocky. He's all these different defenses that they could put forth. We're not going to read it in detail, but first affirmative defense is exclusive fault of the third parties. So the injuries that Relli's complaining of were caused solely, directly, and proximately by the negligent and or intentional acts or omissions of person other than Rocky. So the scrapes on the hand, one of the possible defenses here is Rocky didn't do that. Second affirmative defense, partial fault, right? So this might be if we're in a mutual scuffle and your hand's getting scraped up because we're in the scuffle. Partial fault of third parties. The negligent and or intentional acts and omissions of third parties contributed to the damages complained of in the complaint, if any. And this could also apply to, one of the causes of action is also the emotional distress. So it's like the assault, battery, and emotional stress. So again, this could also mean that the emotional stress is partially the fault of the third party or the exclusive fault of the third party. Answering defendant is entitled to a judicial determination of the proportion of fault of those third parties and to a reduction of damages, if any, awarded in proportion of that fault. Third affirmative defense, comparative fault or apportionment of fault. So, if plaintiff sustained any injuries and or is entitled to any damages under the circumstances or in any other respect, said injury or damages are wholly or in part directly and proximately caused by plaintiff's own negligence, lack of care and or fault, or that the plaintiff, agents and or employees. In the event that plaintiff is found to have sustained injury and or be entitled recovery of damages, plaintiff's recovery against answering defendant, if any, must be reduced by the proportion of damages caused by the acts and conducts of plaintiff and plaintiff's agents and or employees. Now, with this part, this is where it'd be important what was going on with 12E, Illz, I guess like anybody else that might have come into play that night. It seems like Takapina might have been hinting that the scrape on his knuckles, I don't know if Takapina was just playing with his reluctance to say that the scrape on his knuckles, he couldn't just say, yes, it was caused that night at that point in time, at that point of questioning. Or if Takapina has something up his sleeve where the picture, I don't know. But for example, any other cause of this scrape or even the emotional damages, if it's not defendant's fault, or if it's not entirely defendant's fault, judge, consider that accordingly. We have failure to mitigate damages. So plaintiff failed to mitigate damages, if any, which plaintiff has sustained, and has failed to exercise reasonable care to avoid the consequences of harm, if any, in that, among other things, plaintiff has failed to use reasonable diligence in caring for any injuries, damages, or property, failed to use reasonable means to prevent aggravation of any injuries, damages, or property, failed to take reasonable precautions to reduce any injuries, damages, or property, failed to make reasonable expenditures which could have prevented the losses alleged, and have otherwise failed to prevent the existence or extent of damages as claimed. Now, if you pursue somebody, would you consider that failure to mitigate if your injuries happen after you choose to pursue a situation? So you've got more defenses here. I believe they gave a second response with more defenses. Or maybe I'm thinking of the, I think we have another one with more defenses for the defamation claim. But no, there is another filing here. I must not have put it in the folder. But answering defendant may have additional affirmative defenses of which he's not fully aware. Accordingly, answering defendant reserves the right to assert additional affirmative defenses after they're ascertained. So with this has been since 2022. This was his response within like a month's time frame. There's been a lot of filings in this action, the personal injury action, and it's currently stayed. So this isn't going to, if it were to go to trial, the calendar, the docket's already on pause until what seems like will be the end of this criminal trial. So, which I think is obviously helpful from what we're seeing for Rocky. If we go over, and let me refresh this court feed. We're not back, are we? All right, they are still on lunch. They are still on lunch. Now for the defamation, there's a little bit more going on here. There was the initial complaint, I think on September 11th, 2023. Let me get the date. Yeah, okay, September 11th, 2023. We've got Brown Rudnick, Camille Vasquez, and Ben Chu. They're with another firm now. I think in September of 2024, they joined another firm, both of them. By the way, Camille Vasquez and one of her other co-counsels, Udenka, or something Udenka, they missed an appearance on January 13th in the defamation case. And there was also another court appearance, a hearing that they missed an appearance someone was supposed to be present for in July of last year. So I don't know exactly what they're doing, but they've missed 2 different appointments, and the judge in both situations, 2 different judges, 2 different actions, has issued order to show cause. So I don't know. They're in the court for his testimony each and every day, but they're missing these hearings for the civil actions, which is kind of weird. But this is the first complaint from 9/11/2023. They amended their complaint to add more details. This is the first amended complaint. 8 days later, so 9/19. And really what I think is crazy here, they amended their complaint. This is a year and change after the personal injury suit was filed. It's a year after this interview with the other 2 attorneys saying they never got to see the video. Move to present day, we know there is no video footage showing the shooting. What do we still have in this complaint filed by Ben and Camille in 2023? A large portion of the incident, and in particular, the shooting, was captured on video. Do we vet the information? Do we vet the claims? And this is the greatest example of just because it's in a filing doesn't mean it's true. But the internet has grasped onto this since that Rolling Stone article and run wild with the, why would ASAP turn down the plea? He's on video shooting. So there is a lot. There is a lot. And this is long, you guys. This is what, like 39 pages. It is long. A lot of it's going to be repetitive, so we'll see what we get through before they come back. I don't know if they're coming back in 6 minutes. So let me link to, I'll get the link to the folder again. But this is to the defamation complaint, if you want to read this one specifically. And so what do we got? And again, I think it's worth noting, they are coming up against Joseph Tacopina and as an individual, his firm, Tacopina, Siegel, and DiOrio. Shout out to Oreos. Rakeem Myers as ASAP Rocky, an individual, and Does 1 through 50. So plaintiff Terrell Efron, who they're going to refer to as either plaintiff or Mr. Efron, in support of his first amended complaint against defendants Joseph Tacopina, the law firm, and Rakeem Myers, and Does 1 through 50, alleges on personal knowledge as to himself and his own conduct, and on information and belief as to all other matters as follows. Now, what this means is because if what he's saying is true, he'd have the firsthand experience, right? He's not just like, he should know what happened to him. So there should be extra weight given here for him to say that this is what happened to him. It's not someone relaying something that they heard. Nature of the action. On November 6, 2021, Mr. Myers, also known as ASAP Rocky, brandished, aimed, and fired multiple shots from a semi-automatic firearm at plaintiff, also known as ASAP Relli, injuring plaintiff. A large portion of the incident, and in particular the shooting, was captured on video. Mr. Myers was subsequently detained and charged with 2 felony counts of assault with a deadly weapon, with a potential custodial sentence of 9 years. He is awaiting trial. I'm not sure this sentencing guideline is correct, but more importantly, we don't even need to take issue with that. You're going to see this defamation filing lean heavily into the arrest, the accusations, the criminal accusatory pleading. And I want you to keep in mind, this was filed in September of 2023. But since the time that this was filed, Rocky's team motioned for a stay of these proceedings, of the defamation action. They wanted the court to put this action on hold, put this case on pause until after the criminal proceedings have played out. So let us go to court, the criminal court, and sort everything out. We heard at the beginning, I didn't play the full interview the second time around, but when we played the 2 original attorneys from the personal injury lawsuit, they said, look, we expect that we would move forward with, the civil trial, if it gets to that, after criminal court is done. And that's kind of what I'm used to hearing. Someone gets a criminal verdict and then you see the civil suit pop up. Interestingly, here we have 2 civil suits that the plaintiff, Relli, and his attorneys are opposing the motion to stay filed by the defendants. And they're relying heavily on the arrest accusations. Now, what's the difference between what's being said of Rocky when he's arrested versus what's being said of Rocky with a conviction? One is just an accusation. But they want to lean heavily into that accusation alone and want this settled before the jury could come to a conclusion. So that's a huge pet peeve. As we go through this of mine. Plaintiff brought a civil action against Mr. Myers, alleging causes of action for assault and other torts. They're referencing the personal injury lawsuit. In response to plaintiff's lawsuit, defendants commenced a press campaign. Let me make this bigger. To malign and impugn plaintiff, painting him in the press as a liar, as a money grabber, and a blackmailer. Mr. Tacopina, acting in his capacity as an attorney at Tacopina Law, and acting on behalf and at the direction of Mr. Myers. So there's an agency argument here. Mr. Tacopina's statements aren't him making statements in defense of his client. He's making them as an agent on behalf of Rocky, the same way maybe a PR agent would. It's an agency argument. Gave several interviews in which he stated, without limitation, the following. Rocky didn't commit a crime. It was an extortion attempt by a former associate who threatened to make false criminal accusations if Rocky didn't pay him. B. Mr. Tacopina has 2 eyewitnesses who back Rocky's story. Not only that Relli wasn't hit by bullet fragments, but that no shot was even fired. C. Relli has made up the story in a get-rich-quick scheme. D. ASAP Rocky is the victim of a failed shakedown and a fabricated shooting accusation orchestrated by his jealous former friend, ASAP Relli. E. Mr. Myers, quote, didn't shoot plaintiff by any stretch. F. The incident is a false scenario at the heart of a plain and blatant classic attempted extortion. G. Plaintiff had been badgering Myers for money before he allegedly initiated a physical altercation at a face-to-face meeting and then tried to spin the confrontation into a shooting claim. H. Plaintiff is a failed ex-associate of Rocky's, and he's jealous. Plaintiff was trying to get money from Rocky. He wanted Rocky to support him. He made it clear. There were repeated attempts where he tried to ask for money in lieu of not causing problems for Rocky. That's what he said. We have all this memorialized in text messages and otherwise, so it's an extortion. I. Plaintiff tried to attack Rocky and some other guy got involved, and he punched some other guy in the face and knocked his teeth out. This is supposed to be Illz. And of course now, according to him, he's the victim. J. Rocky has been accused of assaulting someone with a gun. A former friend of his, someone who clearly became jealous of Rocky and accused him of assaulting him with a gun. I will tell you this. If they don't dismiss the case, we will be going to trial because he is not guilty. It is a clear extortion play. I have proof of extortion before the charges were brought. He's asking for millions and millions of dollars. We have this memorialized rock solid, and it's a shame that they brought this case. These statements were published far and wide. Initially with print media, Rolling Stone and TMZ. Funny, you're mad when they go to Rolling Stone. And later on a radio show called Sid and Friends in the Morning. Several other news outlets republished defendants' propaganda. The statements above were false. Now we're going to pause here, guys. The statements above were false, malicious. False and malicious. This is before the criminal case, and just know that Vasquez has been fighting, and I don't know why she said it was an office mistake. There was a communication error. They missed a hearing about lifting the stay, right? I don't think the judge was going to lift the stay anyway, but still, you would think that the attorney wouldn't miss that when they're arguing to get the civil trial moved along before the criminal trial plays out, right? The statements above were false and malicious. And an element of this is that the parties, the defendants here in this defamation suit, knew that they were false and malicious when they made the statements. Well, from what we're seeing play out with cross-examination, do you think it's a good argument to say that Tacopina knows the statements were false and malicious? Things like Relli had been badgering Myers for money. Is there evidence that could support that? Is there evidence that could support that? Failed associate, ex-associate. I mean, that's not false. Trying to get money from Rocky. Did we see any evidence that could support that? That a reasonable person, you've got to look at this as a lens of a reasonable person. Joe Tacopina, what he's been able to see, and just from what we've seen in cross-examination, is it reasonable for Joe Tacopina to say that Relli was trying to get money from Rocky? Oh, Jim, it happened twice. Good to see you. I don't know if you just got here, but they missed a hearing in both of the civil actions months apart. So I know it happens. But probably not great when you're trying to urgently get a civil case to move forward before the trial. But at this point, the trial is proceeding, so there's no saving it. Both civil actions are kicked down the road. I doubt this trial will go for months and months. I believe the next date for this defamation, the one that we're reading now, is July of this year. So unless something goes crazy, this 2 to 3 week trial deliberation should be well over by that point in time. So let's see, where was it? I don't know where I was. I was like down here. The malicious false and malicious, and have caused plaintiff extreme reputational, emotional, and financial harm that must be remedied. Now, in a bubble, if we didn't know what Relli is saying himself, and what Relli said in his other filing, right? He already had financial harm when he decided to go public. But now we have this lawsuit saying that, you know, when Joe Tacopina makes these statements in September of, I don't know, I think it was 2023, September 11th, 2023, that's suddenly when this damage and his loss of reputation with his industry professionals occurs, right? So now it's getting watered down where the actual cause is for damages. To this day, defendant Myers has never repudiated any of those false statements by Mr. Tacopina, nor has Mr. Tacopina, who knows them to be false, corrected or retracted any of them. Now, you're simultaneously opposing the motion from the defense to let them be able to have their case, make their defense known in the criminal action. But yet you're also taking issue that Myers isn't repudiating anything. Like, it's like you're not trying to give them the chance to show why they don't think those things are false, or they don't think they're true, rather. Like, which one do you want? Pick one. Pick one. But based on the foregoing, plaintiff filed his original 2-count complaint for defamation against defendants on September 11th. And we're reading the amended complaint. As set forth herein, in response to the filing of plaintiff's complaint, defendants almost immediately doubled down on their false and defamatory statements about plaintiff, republishing and expanding upon their original defamatory campaign of September 2022. So specifically on or about September 11th, 2023, Mr. Tacopina, acting in his capacity as an attorney at Tacopina Law, and acting on or behalf of, and at the direction of Mr. Myers. Is court back? Good question. No, it's still rolling for me. We're still over here. So, sorry. We're gonna read more. At the direction of Myers. So, Tacopina is doing this as an attorney at his firm, and also on behalf and at the direction of Myers. Agency argument. Made the following. They're actually going to say alter ego, and I don't know if that's common language, but they will say they act as alter egos of each other. Made the following statement in an interview to TMZ, later published in several other publications as well. The complaint, is actually nothing more than a publicity stunt which is going to backfire badly. I more than welcome this lawsuit, especially because the resolution of the criminal case has not happened yet. This emphasis is added. This opens up the extortionist to depositions under oath or now before the resolution of the criminal case. It will expose the fraud he and Mr. Efron committed. A true and correct copy of the second TMZ article is attached here too as Exhibit 5. Now, I don't know if we'll get through all 30, I'm sure we won't get through all 39 pages, but they're bolding this here, and they're going to make the argument later in their opposition to the motion to stay the case that because Tacopina says this, that he's glad that he welcomes this lawsuit because there's discovery with the civil suit that would help in the criminal proceeding. They make an argument in this opposition to the motion to stay that because he says this, he must not really want to stay the civil proceedings, which makes no sense when I'm reading this for what it means. I really think Vasquez and Chu distort the reasonable meaning of what this is saying. We're excited because we have another opportunity for discovery here that could help us in the criminal case. This is not saying, yes, we want to open and close the civil case before the criminal case. So they go ahead and they end up twisting that in, and it's included in the folder. I put the opposition in there, so you can read that if you want. It's kind of long. They go through the parties with the law firms in New York, Rockies in California. We're including Does 1 through 50 in case we need to add other parties or whatever that we missed. And at all times relevant, and maybe Jim's got the answer here, is alter egos like the common thing? At all times relevant, defendants were the agents, servants, employees, employers, partners, principals, representatives, and or alter egos of each other. and in doing the things alleged herein were acting within the course and scope of their authority as such agents, servants, employees, partners, principals, representatives, and or alter egos, with the permission and consent of the remaining defendants. So whatever one did, they all did. They did it in tandem. I've heard all these other terms, but I don't know if I've ever seen alter egos in there. And I see you guys saying check the trial status yet. I mean, I'll refresh it. I don't see that we're back. So. Yeah, but is alter ego like, is it like a common term in like civil filings like this? Okay, why isn't it back? Unless there's like does like Court TV have court backup? Okay, not super common, but not rare either. I was like, oh my god, they're making them out to be super bros. And really, I mean, you guys, we got through the bullet points of, you know, the statements that Tacopina made. Sum and substance of this is Rocky knows all of this stuff to be false, and when Joe is making these statements, he's doing it on behalf of Rocky, and thus he also knows that these things are false when he's saying them. So it's not true, they're false statements, and it's malicious, or it's being said with reckless disregard. But at the same time, I mean, the lines that they're citing that Tacopina has said, watching this trial, I would reasonably conclude the same things Joe Tacopina has. So, can't wait to see how this plays out. There is a little bit of context here. They do cite, and this is where I say they lean heavily into the arrest, the language of the arrest. And they really want this civil case to play out between arrest and before jury verdict. But Mr. Myers is criminally charged following an investigation of the incident by the Los Angeles Police Department on April 20th, 2022. Myers was apprehended at Los Angeles International Airport after returning to the country from Barbados. On the same day, a search warrant was executed on Mr. Myers' home. Now remember, April 20th, that's like, 6 months after this November 6th incident. On August 15th, 2022, Mr. Myers was criminally charged with 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, a semi-automatic firearm, a felony that carries a potential custodial sentence of 9 years. In connection with the charges, and they insert a press statement, District Attorney George Gascon stated, discharging a gun in a public place is a serious offense that could have ended with tragic consequences, not only for the person targeted, but also for innocent bystanders visiting Hollywood. My office conducted, and this is why they wanted it in here, a thorough review of the evidence in this case and determined that the addition of a special firearm allegation was warranted. Now, they're going to talk about the other suit, the personal injury suit. And in that suit, in that assault action, plaintiff alleged that he was shot by Mr. Myers and that plaintiff was required to seek medical attention for injuries sustained as a result of Mr. Myers' discharge of a firearm. We saw Tacopina getting into this today. Furthermore, plaintiff alleged that he was in fear of his life when Mr. Myers brandished the firearms, pointed it at plaintiff, discharged several shots, and ultimately injured plaintiff. Plaintiff alleged that he was experiencing severe emotional distress. Tacopina defends Myers. So we're getting back to September 15th, 2022. He filed a general denial to plaintiff's complaint. We just looked at that. He filed for his pro hoc vice status. It was approved. And then the defendants defamed plaintiff. So notwithstanding the LAPD's detailed investigation and the pending felony charges against Mr. Myers, is court back? I see someone saying back. We're gonna refresh it, guys. We're gonna do it. I don't think I'm behind. I think, sometimes when I refresh, it'll still be like a couple seconds behind, but I think it's right on track. So they cite this TMZ interview. And again, Myers, through his attorneys and agents, including specifically the Tacopina defendants, has published defamatory statements as outlined below. We get this TMZ article. ASAP Rocky, I never shot him. It's an extortion attempt. The TMZ article opens, ASAP Rocky is clear. He did not shoot ASAP Relli, pushing back against his accuser, whom Rocky says is simply trying to make a cash grab. In the TMZ article, Mr. Takapina is reported as saying that Rocky didn't commit a crime. It was an extortion attempt by a former associate who threatened to make false criminal accusations if Rocky didn't pay him. Mr. Takapina further stated that he has 2 eyewitnesses who back Rocky's story. Not only that Relli wasn't hit by bullet fragments, but that no shot was even fired. In other words, the TMZ article concludes Relli has made up the story in a get-rich-quick scheme. The explicit and implicit message communicated, so what would be understood by a reasonable person reading this thing, was that 1, plaintiff is a liar. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's a false statement. Put a 2 if you think that's not a false statement to say plaintiff is a liar. Mr. Myers did not shoot plaintiff or discharge a firearm. I guess that's the one that's biggest up in the air. 3, plaintiff was not injured in the altercation by Mr. Myers' discharge of his firearm. 4, plaintiff was attempting to extort Mr. Myers. 5, plaintiff threatened to make false criminal accusations unless paid by Mr. Myers. And 6, plaintiff made the whole incident up to get rich quick. These statements were false, designed to tarnish plaintiff's reputation and image, and defendants knew. And that's the thing. It's one thing to say the statements are false. You're believing your client. But you're also making the argument, because this is a defamation complaint, your causes of action hinge on this being to cause harm, and it ends up causing damages. It's malicious. The whole argument hinges on a criminal defense attorney being also like a press agent, making statements on behalf of ASAP Rocky, and they're supposed to know so much of what the other knows that when Joe Takapino says something like, I'm saying something that disputes the claims or the evidence in the criminal case, is that to defend your client publicly? Or is that to tarnish plaintiff's reputation and image? Is there an alternative explanation for why Takapina might be saying these statements besides he's doing it to tarnish Relli's image? And defendants knew that the statements were false at the time they were made. Rolling Stone. So on or about September 16th, 2022. And remember, we've seen before this interview, before whatever Takapina says to Rolling Stone, Relli's camp has already issued a statement to Rolling Stone. And that statement included something that is not correct. That there is video footage of the whole thing, including the shooting. So, way to cast the stone here. But on or about September 16th, 2022, Mr. Takapina, acting in his capacity as an attorney at Takapina Law and acting on behalf of and at the direction of Mr. Myers, gave an interview to news media publication Rolling Stone that was printed in part in an article authored by Nancy Dillon, titled by ASAP Rocky Lawyer Says, Jealous, ASAP Relli, Fabricated Shooting in an Attempt at Extortion. In the article, Takapina is reported as stating that ASAP Rocky is the victim of a failed shakedown. He is a victim, but only of his own failed shakedown, and fabricated shooting accusation orchestrated by his jealous former friend. Mr. Takapina further stated that Mr. Myers didn't shoot plaintiff by any stretch, so they're repeating some of the stuff we heard, and called the firearm allegation a false scenario. Now, it's important here because, especially in that opposition to the motion to stay, a few of the motions, Vasquez and Chu, they do this ambiguity, vague type of zooming out that the prosecutor did. The prosecutor tried to get the jury to think, oh, this text message from ASAP Rocky saying to stop making stuff up. That's clearly Rocky denying anything at all ever took place. We never saw each other that night. I was never there. That wasn't me. It was being represented that way, right? And we're going to get this false scenario as a quote. Takapino saying, the shooting, the firearm, that's false. But I'm telling you, through these filings I've read all morning, it's in the civil realm, they're being ambiguous about it. They're trying to be vague. And Vasquez and Chu assert that there's been a denial of the whole thing entirely taking place. They frame these claims by Tacopina as this being a false scenario, as if Tacopina was making statements to suggest that nothing happened at all. And I think that's so misleading and disingenuous. Because clearly, didn't shoot plaintiff by any stretch and called the firearm assault allegation a false scenario. That's clearly pointed at these specific claims. So, Mr. Tacopina told Rolling Stone, let me double check, that plaintiff had been badgering Myers for money before he allegedly initiated a physical altercation at a face-to-face meeting and then tried to spin the confrontation into a shooting claim. Now remember, each of these lines for lines, the argument being made here is that these are defamatory. This statement that Relli was badgering Myers for money before this physical altercation. The claim in this civil lawsuit is that this is false. Tacopina knew it was false when he said it, and he maliciously said this thing to Rolling Stone to damage and harm Relli's reputation and image. So, line by line, they're citing all of these things that maybe if you're reading this in 2022, you'd be like, dang, Rocky did that guy bad. He shot him and then tried to rely on him, and he's getting a bigwig lawyer to go out in the media for him. But what are we seeing play out? And it goes on, it goes into, it's published here, and then it's republished through all these different outlets. Tacopina even puts the TMZ article and Rolling Stone article on its website, thereby adopting and ratifying his statements contained herein. And I mean, this is a good legal argument, I'd say, but it doesn't really matter if the underlying subject matter, if the person could reasonably believe the statements that they're saying are true, right? The problem would be if they're false and then you're republishing them, you couldn't blame Rolling Stone for getting it wrong if you're republishing and adopting it. So it's a good legal argument in general, but it doesn't really help if the defense, they could come around and say, yeah, but it was true. Or we believed it was true. So I don't see them back. But we could wrap it up there. I mean, they're going to go through Tacopina. He gives more statements. It's saying the same things. Rocky didn't do this. It was a shakedown. Let's see. And then they go through like the causes of action. And there's defamation against Tacopina and his firm because they're the ones making the statement. And defamation against Mr. Myers because he's one and the same with Tacopina. So when Tacopina is making a statement, Myers, in effect, is also making those same statements. And he's the one with the personal knowledge that these things should be false if Relli's telling the truth. So you can go through... Oh, I guess it was only so long because they attached these exhibits. We got ASAP Relli in a no-gun hoodie, guys. Oh my god. I think this is what they added. I don't think this was part of the original complaint then, because it was only like 31 pages, and now this is 39. Not the no-gun hoodie. Yeah, so they attached the TMZ article, Rolling Stone article. Bunch of ads stretching out the exhibits. And then they show that he put this article on, Joe Tacopina put this article on his website. And not for nothing. So one of the things that they argue is that Joe Tacopina did this because Rocky told him to. At his direction, he said, Joe, go do this. But if you're including this as an exhibit, doesn't this just look like this is what Joe does? So wouldn't this hurt your argument a little bit that Joe did this because Rocky told him to? This sounds like Joe being Joe. And you guys in the chat have said, like, Tacopina's like this. He's always like this. So there's the ASAP Relli one down here. So, oh my gosh. Oh, holy crap. Did Tacopina represent Trevor Bauer? Oh boy. Well, there's that, you guys. And there's more in that folder, some of the civil filings. I think I'm missing an upload. Let me get the link to the actual folder. And I'm not like going in and getting a bunch of the filings that are irrelevant. But I do think if you go in this folder, I think it's worth checking out their opposition to the motion to stay the proceeding. They keep arguing that Takapina wants to have his cake, eat it too, by making demonstrably false and wanton statements to the press. We're back. And also using the Fifth Amendment as a shield from the consequences of those defamatory statements. I don't love that argument. So here we are. We're going to go back to court. I lied. Peter Ortiz, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Peter Ortiz, welcome aboard. I'm so glad you're here. Let me not kick this off until I say thank you to Peter Ortiz. I'm going to continue the appreciation. I'm not trying to rush this, but court is back, and I spent a long time talking about those filings. Peter, welcome. Big thank you. Peter Ortiz says, after yesterday's testimony, the witness should get 5 years for perjury and planting evidence. And it's crazy because the charge would have to come from somebody, right? So, us as the court of public opinion, we can say, yeah, he should get 5 years for perjury, but John Lewin is like crying in court, yelling in court. I don't think he's even close to considering looking at his key witness in this trial who is burned up on the stand and saying, you know what, maybe he did a little perjury. Maybe he did something sketch. And don't forget extortion. We're seeing extortion mentioned in these civil statements and the sparring back and forth in the civil realm, but extortion, you can be charged criminally for extortion. So any of these things. And if there's evidence for it, I'd love to see it. But all right, Peter's starting a vote, you guys. Put a 1 in the chat if you think you'll see criminal consequences for Relli in relation to claims made in this case. Put a 2 if you think, nope. And thank you for the super here. The Honorable, yeah, that says his trial testimony and evidence has his civil case in the dumps. Even though the civil burden is way lower, he screwed himself. I honestly think the civil case, because I think in the criminal case here, the jury might be stuck on this. Somebody fired shots, right? Somebody fired shots, and it's going to come down to whether we believe it was a starter gun or not, right? I don't really think that's as much of a question in the civil trial, right? And that verdict could play into the civil outcome. But overall, I really think you've got a completely not credible witness, and he's the staple. He's the plaintiff for the civil actions, and he's a key witness in this criminal action. So I think you're there, but don't just disregard the possibility that there's possible conviction on the table. Whether the evidence is good or not, there's still something there, and you never know. Peter Ortiz. All right, everybody, boom, 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 whatever's in the chat. So drop those boom emojis. Peter is dropping 5 gifted memberships and then 10 gifted memberships. So we're going to get him in the banner. What are we at? Oh my God. We're at 63 new members. And again, the boom, 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 whatever is the new catchphrase for Peter Ortiz, inspired by ASAP Relli, because of that boom emoji. And we're also going to make him the stream sponsor. And Peter, I want to give you a separate thank you for supporting Survivor Speaks. It was like really awesome to see the support and love you were showing her yesterday. You made her entire chat super happy. That was just super incredible. So I have a huge appreciation for you. You're here saying, "Cat, buy a pink hat for Hawaii." We'll get it done. We'll get it done. And if I get a pink hat, I'm going to get a bow for Survivor Speaks specifically because it's going to be pink. So I'm going to shop for that. So much appreciation. Chat, I know you're yelling at me to unpause. I'm going to unpause. I promise. Thank you guys for showing the love here to Peter. Peter, we're going to keep you up here. Chat, keep showing Peter love. Throw those boom emojis. And let's get into this.
About what you can or cannot see in the video. Everybody on board? Yep. All right. Where is Mr. Eamon? Okay, can we have him come in and then have the jury? Oh, also,
No.
any exhibit that is going to be shown to the jury, I want counsel to show it to each other first. If both of you agree that it's permissible, then I'm fine. I don't need to get involved. If there's a dispute, I want to see the exhibit, and then I'll make a decision.
So Judge Ron, one of these you've already talked about. The second one, potential videos.
Oh, you know what? Let's hold off on the jury, because we need to, do you want to deal with the Instagram photo first?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
The picture
Hold
of
off on the
Gemma.
jury. Yes, sir. We got to do something outside the presence of the jury.
Guys, the Gemma photo.
On this issue, because it's involving, I don't want to make my statement over court, but I don't believe that this is an issue. This hearing that's supposed to be away from the jury needs to be captured by the media. Meaning, this couple of questions for the defendant. For the victim,
Why? The jury's told they cannot review or see or watch anything on electronic media or print media. So why? Well, Your Honor, this has. No, tell.
Prosecutor doesn't want this streamed to the media.
These efforts to focus on the witness's instrument, particularly when it is broadcast across the nation, have resulted in him getting the victim hate mail, death threats, etc.
Okay, how about the Instagram photo will not be shown to the public? It will only be shown to Mr.
Well, we're discussing what's in the Instagram photo. So my thing would be that I don't know that there's a pressing media interest in this one couple series of questions right now. And there is a compelling issue in terms of the safety and the concerns that the witness has expressed regarding himself and his family members and meeting his daughter. So we just feel like we have to make sure that
All right. Would you feel more comfortable if some of this was not on that video? Does it matter to you? They're going to ask you some questions about whether or not whether someone in an Instagram photo is you, and it looks like there's some firearms in the person's waistband. They want to know if that's you, and if it is you, when was it taken? That's what they want to go into. Do you have a problem if? Do you have a fear for your safety or your privacy if that's filmed? Because everything else is being filmed so far.
Yeah, if it has my Instagram or anything pertaining
What's your feeling?
not like it.
Okay, the camera's off. Thank you. All right, where is the exhibit?
Camera's off.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Tech.
No, his Instagram is public still. We were looking at it yesterday. It's still public. And it's interesting. You heard he didn't want to just say flat out that he was scared for his identity, even to just get it off camera. He didn't want to just come out and say that scary or fear word in public. He made it more about, is my identity, is my Instagram, and then waited for the judge to assist there. So camera's off. That sucks. But I'm pretty sure during the preliminary hearing, this photo, or maybe it's more than one, where it's Relli with firearm or firearms was shown during the preliminary. So whatever the case is, they're going to figure out what type of questioning we can have here on this photo. But I'm guessing we have preliminary statements that will come into play if Relli says something inconsistent. So, oh boy. Yesterday, what was he had a story quote, like a 24-hour story. He put up a quote yesterday, some point before he took the stand yesterday. What the heck did it say? Yeah, he said, stop clinging to friendships that drain you just because of history. Time invested doesn't justify staying, growth does. So, sure, I mean, okay. Yeah, Judge is back to being cheeks. Judge is back to being Cheeks. Oh boy. Yeah, Bonk says all this does is make me want to look at it more. Justin's already off to go look on her own. So, I do feel like we'll get questions about it. I don't know if the photo itself will be something that's like published for us to see on the screen. I don't know if they'll find a way to keep it out. I think they're going to try to argue. Prosecutor John is probably trying to argue 352 balancing test. It's prejudicial. It makes my client look unreliable. Yeah, but your client opened the door for it by saying that he doesn't really carry firearms around with him. So, and maybe there's more to it. I don't know if this is just to show that Relli is around firearms at some point in time, or maybe there's a photo from this time frame when he's already in California. I don't know. So, the Instagram is Relli_boss. So, oh, I mean, yeah, do you guys want to look? I mean, all right, not gonna lie, if it makes me log into Instagram, if I'm not signed in on this browser, we're gonna hit a wall there. Oh, nope, he's live. He's still got it up. So he's so private. He's so private. He still has his lifestyle pictures here. I think Takapina asked him about this story highlight specifically. Let me mute this because I don't know if there's probably music in it. Oh, there's kids. We're gonna close this out. I mean, I know it's public, but he's got a trophies one. I'm gonna try to avoid anything with kids in it because that's not fair. But I think that lifestyle story, you can see the jet picture over here. That's what Takapina was talking about. All this stuff. So. And he's got this is that one property thing, the Standard in Miami, that he made a down payment for in May of 2023. For time frame there, again, the personal injury suit was filed in August of 2022, defamation filed in September 2023. He seems to have bought a unit in this building that's under development in October of 2024. So this is not, it might be a cash producing asset like today if they've gotten it rented out. But as of October 2024, it wasn't open. The construction wasn't done yet. So it looks like he bought one unit. The price ranges on these properties are $420,000 to $1.2 million was the price of the biggest penthouse. I know that figure because it was reported that Hassan Whiteside purchased the biggest penthouse property. So just to give you a figure, if he's not at that upper range because that one's already claimed. It was a unique penthouse. But if he's putting a down payment, that's a percentage. People think if you have cars and property, you've got liquidity, but you could be leveraging cash and this wouldn't be producing. Even if you're renting it out, it wouldn't have cash flow until the building's open and ready to be leased out. So I don't know what Joe Takapina was trying to get at there. The questioning, he had to move on. But some food for thought there. This is that building, though, while it's under construction. So that's his investment property. He's got no stories today. I don't know if he follows anyone interesting. And he tagged 2 people. He also tagged 2 people. What was it? He tagged a Joey Morocco when he was talking about getting this investment property. So it's possible it's under an LLC or they're both on title. Who knows? Who knows how this deal was worked out? But the text makes it seem like the unit, they purchased one single unit. So there you go. You guys can go explore that. I don't know exactly why Takapina was getting into that. So. Let me see if I can get to that without, because you know how like the stories like autoplay. Oh God, how many weeks ago is that? December 9th, 2022. He has so many lifestyle posts. All right, they're back on.
Back on the record, yours.
Let me back it up like 10 seconds because I don't want you to miss.
We have discussed what we need to discuss.
There we go.
Are ready to proceed now. Our jurors, we're back on the record. Our jurors, all parties and counsel are present. Mr. Efron is on the stand. And Mr. Tacopina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Efron, at the preliminary hearing last November 20th, 2023, you were asked questions regarding whether you own firearms. Do you recall that, being asked those questions?
I don't recall.
Okay.
It's coming in.
You have a page on that?
I do. Just right.
I want to
zoom in on it. Okay, page 113.
All right, hold on.
Did you get that, Nora? Did I even say it?
Yeah.
It goes to line 13 earlier on. I guess I'm eventually go through.
Can you say the question back again, please?
Mr. Efron, at the preliminary hearing last November 2023, you were asked questions regarding whether you own firearms. Do you recall that, being asked those questions?
And what was the
I don't recall.
If that was the question and this is the answer, then that's very good.
Are we talking about lines 9 and 10?
Yeah. Paul, you want me to go back up to line 5? That's some context. Let's do
Just because I don't think 9 and 10 have anything to do with that.
Hold up.
I agree. Yeah, that's true.
You want to go up to 5?
All right. What has nothing to do with the question is what is asked and answered on line 10 and lines 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, how about this? We'll go back to maybe to 112, lines 11 through 13.
Much better.
Oh. Sorry, Stefan. November, what?
No. What was the last? You said 2 what line? Okay.
Okay, preliminary hearing back in November 2023. Question. Actually, Mr. Efron, let me clarify that. Did you ever possess a 9mm gun? Answered by you, I own a bunch of guns. So, I guess the question now again today is, do you own a 9mm?
I own a bunch of guns.
Right. Is one of those bunch of guns a 9mm?
It's just staccato. Yeah, I guess it's a 9mm. I don't really know too much about guns. I only got it because I moved to Florida.
Okay.
Look at the judge's face.
You posted a picture on your Instagram in December of 2022, before that hearing.
Your Honor, at this point the question would be irrelevant given that he's answered that he owns firearms. I agree.
part about 9
Yeah.
millimeters.
Yeah.
All right. Ask that, let's hold off on the exhibit.
Okay. What?
Your Honor, the witness just testified that he had a 9mm firearm. So the issue of the access is now been demonstrated.
He says he has a 9 millimeter.
Okay. So you own a 9mm Glock.
Staccato.
Is that a Glock?
It's just staccato. I don't know the difference between a Glock. Glock is the name of a gun.
Yes.
No, it's just staccato.
Okay. Is it similar to that 9mm?
I don't know the difference between what you're talking about. I just watch.
Your Honor, the people would stipulate, unfortunately, did you notice that 9mm firearms are semi-automatic firearms?
The stipulation.
Court take judicial notice, also stipulation.
You are not
For
wrong.
for how long has he had the 9 millimeters? That might be
Okay. Well, you're interested now, that's not, but I'm interested in something else. Could I ask if he's publicized himself with 9mm?
Your Honor, it's irrelevant. But
it is relevant, and you can ask that.
Thank you.
But for now, do not show it. You can ask him. And the question will call for a yes or a no.
Mr. Efron, have you published pictures of yourself with a 9mm?
Do you know what he means by publish?
Yeah. Like where on my Instagram?
Anywhere.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before
Shout out to Omega.
November 6th, 2021, and a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
You heard me, definitely not. I
Okay.
own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later, and I showed you that preliminary hearing. We went down this already.
Okay, so that would mean in October of 2021, October 19th to be specific, you definitely would not be shooting guns, including a 9mm semi-automatic gun at firing range.
Peach.
I don't know.
Well, no, you just said
The only relevant inquiry is whether he was firing a 9mm. He was firing 22s,
Yeah, I don't know.
45s, 24s.
No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Not, the question is limited to him firing a 9mm.
Was I firing a 9mm?
That's what he's asking, in October of 21.
No.
So you just said you don't know the difference between different models, but now you know that you didn't fire a specific thing.
Like in a shooting range, you're not, like, I don't understand.
At all.
No.
Okay, you are. With that, then, we're going to show a specific video from October 21st, 2021.
Are you going to show us?
Oh, sure.
Stop, no. You,
Yeah.
no, what I said was, if something is going to be shown to the jury, you have to share it amongst each other first.
So they've already, just so it's clear.
Stop.
They put up the video so the jury
It's not up there now.
Well, they saw it. It was.
They're going to see it in a second.
I mean,
Calm down.
if it's down to a poster,
Come on. Is there a way to look, can you look at it on the computer there?
Without going up
Oh,
there.
God.
that would be nice.
What do I do?
Let's let Mr.
Do
Lewin
you
take
do
a
the thing
look.
with me that you always seem to do?
Say
So
it.
it shuts that. You accidentally do the thing with me, so it shuts that off. I think you always do. That we don't want you to do, but now we want you to do it.
Why do I have to do that?
So we shut that off.
Oh, if it's shown there, it'll show
I don't
there.
know. I just want to change. Is it pull up? Go. Okay, we're good. We're good.
I don't have to do it?
No, you don't have to do it. So don't do it, please.
Let me just take a look. I'm sure I'm going to have to take a look anyway.
I know. You turn this over, please.
Shout out to Alex with the shades. Calm down is crazy. The prosecutor growled a little bit too. He got growly with his voice. That was the judge that said calm down. Peter said he could count to 9mm, but doesn't know. Oh, it's been crazy today, Savannah. Hey, Jerome Street, good to see you. The whole chat's like, oh my god.
Oh, there you go. You can show it, and you can ask, what is it that he shoot? He said he hasn't fired, he didn't fire 9mm. What is he firing in the video in October of 21? Okay. Let's find out, is that him?
Heck yeah, that's him. You can tell by the head shape.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Thank you. He finally said, yeah, guys. Claps in the chat.
That's a fire, that's a range.
Okay. Well, first of all, you have the wall. You have other photos. Mr. Efron, what you just told this jury.
I don't know what I'm doing 365 days out the year.
Hold on, please, sir.
I'm talking about.
Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. But you didn't have your license. You didn't tell that to this jury.
I said unless I went to a shooting range.
No, you said.
I just said that. But I'm not doing.
Okay, stop. All right, he's clarified, accepted a shooting range.
Oh.
Ask the next question.
Take a look at that gun right there to the right.
And when's the date of this?
Oh, we'll do that in a second. Take a look at the gun to the right.
Okay. That's not my gun. That's actually a shooting range.
That's what?
That's not my gun. That's a shooting range.
Okay. Is that the gun you used to shoot?
That's not my. What gun to shoot? Who? What do you mean? At the shooting range?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Well, guess what? He said yes, guess what?
That gun you used to shoot at the shooting range. So my question is, that gun to the right is a 9mm automatic, right?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I don't know.
In the video, did you see shell casings ejecting backwards as you fired in the video we showed you? Did you see it? That's all I'm asking.
That's all I'm asking.
I guess.
I guess.
We'll watch again. Go ahead.
That's what they do when you're in a shooting range. What's wrong with that?
Judge, you want to jump in or you want me to? I asked the question, do you see the shell casings being ejected?
And I said yes. It's a shooting range.
You said yes.
No, he said that's what they do. What's wrong with that?
It's a shooting range. I don't.
All right, the answer is yes, you saw it.
Yes.
Oh. The date, by the way, you asked for the date. We have a stipulation on the date.
Yes, what was the date again?
October 19th.
We have a stipulation.
October 19th, 2021.
And where is this video again?
It was obtained from his phone, he's right.
So we have a stipulation on that date, that this is outside of California, correct, counsel?
I don't know where it was taken.
Well,
Do you know where that was taken, sir?
trying to think.
Is this the picture where you, let me see. I mean, if I got it off my phone, it should say. I don't know what it is.
You don't remember where you were?
I mean, I should have that. It's timestamped.
It is timestamp. We have the
Timestamp and it should show where.
What they're asking you is.
No, I don't know.
Where is the range?
I don't know.
You don't know where the range is.
Somebody's probably in New Jersey or something like that, or like, I don't know, I don't want to guess. It's not LA though.
Maybe New Jersey, but you don't know.
Yeah, the witness be asked, does he know if it's in California or not?
Why did the witness said he doesn't know, he doesn't want to guess.
I wasn't in LA.
Can he be asked if it was in California, Your Honor?
You said
No,
he
but you
doesn't
know you weren't in
maybe
LA.
it was New Jersey. That's the answer. Ask another question.
Okay, take that down now, please. You told law enforcement after the alleged shooting that you called an attorney named Brian Hurwitz, and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the gun casings. Is that right?
Pay attention, chat.
I don't remember. I don't remember something.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a recollection one way or another? Is that fair?
It was 3 years ago. You're asking me something I told somebody one time.
Okay. So you don't have a recollection. Is that fair? Okay. Let me just back to refresh your recollection. That's what we do. Hold on. Go ahead and report.
I know this is going to be my favorite part. Look at Rocky. Look at Rocky. Also, while we got some silence, can we shout out FFS, the Honorable FFS?
What? No.
I'm going to show you something that's background secret, refresh your recollection. Just read it to yourself. When you're done, look at me.
Am I supposed to be reading? What's this?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Just read this sentence starting with the answer right at the end of there. And when you're done, let me know.
Who is this from?
Just read it and look up at Mr. Takapina when you're finished reading it.
Up into it.
Sure. Come back up. Sure. Yeah, let me show you. Just let me record it. Oh, yeah. Just, okay. All right, let me know.
The Takapina strut.
What am I supposed to do?
Okay, no. So you're right. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'll ask you a question. And my question would be, having read that, does it or does it not refresh your recollection that you told law enforcement when you went to, when you spoke to law enforcement that you called an attorney named Brian Hurwitz and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the shell casings? Does it refresh your recollection?
I don't think I'm allowed to tell you what I said with my lawyer.
Just you.
Not what you said to your lawyer.
I'm not asking you what you said to your lawyer. I'm asking what you said to your
question?
This calls for a yes or a no.
What's the question again?
Sure. did you, having read, does it refresh your recollection that you told the police, not you, to the police, that you called an attorney, Brian Hurwitz, that night, November 6th, 2021, and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the shell casings?
He's asking, did you tell that to the police?
He was there with me, Brian. I don't really remember. I don't remember.
He was there
the
with
lawyer
you?
was there with me in the precinct.
No, that's a different question. That's on November 8th, right? At the precinct.
What are you talking about?
You just said the lawyer was there with you at the precinct, right?
Yeah.
That's November 8th, sir. My question is, did you tell the police that on November 6th, your lawyer told you to go back to the scene and retrieve the casings on November 6th?
Why would he tell me that on?
Is the answer yes?
I don't know, it's kind of confusion. I don't get what he's trying to say.
Impeach. Show him the prelim.
I'm not trying to confuse you.
I mean, what you are.
What was the, supposedly the date of the fall?
This was a call with the interview with the police on August 5th of 2022 with Detective Flores. And you understand my question, Ron?
Wait, what's your question?
Do you know Brian Hurwitz?
Yeah, that was my lawyer, my previous lawyer.
Right after the shooting, did you call him?
I had my business partner who talked to any lawyers and I let
Did you call Brian?
This is it, guys. This is it.
The night of the shooting or the next day?
He responded the next day.
Did you speak to Brian the next day?
Yeah.
But you didn't speak to him that night?
No, I didn't speak to him that night.
Yeah. So you didn't have...
All right, so now, you told me that you didn't speak to Brian Hurwitz until the very next day, which would be November 7th. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I took that position. Yeah.
He's going to ask you now about whether you did or did not make a certain statement to the police when you were interviewed in 2020. That's all he's asking you. Did you tell the police that?
Look at the prosecutor, guys. If you're not looking, Lewin is in Takapina's ear.
Anyway, Ron, I'm just going to ask you. I'm just going to keep moving on here. So,
You're ready to move on about whether you did or did not call Brian Hurwitz. If you don't need to
the record is
explore it, fine. I'm good with it.
I think you just established you didn't have a lawyer that night on November 6th at 10 or 11 or midnight. You didn't have a lawyer yet.
Right after the shooting, no.
Okay. So you would agree it wouldn't make sense that a lawyer would tell you to go retrieve shell casings that night because you didn't have a lawyer yet. Agreed? You agree?
I don't get what you're saying.
Based on what you just said, you would agree, therefore, that a lawyer did not tell you to go back and retrieve the shell casings.
I don't know what a lawyer told me. It was so long ago. Oh no, I did.
Yes.
No, I didn't speak to him. I didn't speak to him, yeah.
Preliminary hearing. Get to it. Preliminary hearing. What'd you say?
Now, I think we just established, I don't think back to this, but you didn't report this to the police until November 8th. The incident happened on November 6th. Do you agree with that?
It happened November 6th at 10 o'clock at night, so it was like basically a new day. I was waiting for a lawyer to respond before I take any...
Hold on. You're not answering the question that he asked. Ask the question again. Is this going to call for a yes or a no?
I'll even be more specific. You agree the altercation happened on November 6, 2021 at about 10:17 p.m. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't make the police report in person until November 8th at 7:20 p.m. Right?
Yeah, I was waiting for my lawyer.
You were asked by detectives when you went in there why you waited to contact the police. or 2 days, and you said it's because I'm not really good with the police. You remember saying that?
Yeah, I don't really like the police. I don't even like being here right now, to be honest. It's just nerve-wracking.
Why so are you not good with the police?
It's not that I'm not good with the police, I just don't, you know, I don't know.
Well, you told the police I'm really not good with the police. That's what you told them.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to walk into a police station.
Okay, there you go. Valid answer, finally, sort of.
That you're really not good with the police.
At this point, objection relevant, thank you.
You might ask him, why did you wait 2 days? He might be able to tell you now why you waited almost 48 hours.
I'll tell you what.
Just
But the police asked that question, and that was the answer on that. That's what he said. They said, why did you wait 2 days? He said, I'm not really good with the police.
That's what he said then.
Yeah.
You can ask
Is that still the same answer?
Well, no, I waited 2 days because my lawyer, I told you that, and it's in text message. So I was waiting for a response from the lawyer to go into the precinct.
Well,
Two different answers.
before you went to the precinct, those first 2 days, you tried to get money from Rocky, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't send Rocky messages looking for money?
No,
His manager?
no.
You sure?
I was
And you remember, it was shown to you here, that text message. We have 63, and I don't know the people's number, but you want to put up 63, Paul?
Sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm working on something else.
It's just a text that was put up, couldn't have it, sure.
Is this something that the jury's already seen?
Yes, sir. We'll just use the people's. We have, all right, we'll put ours. Exhibit J. It's Exhibit J, it's People's 21, whichever seat you care. As long as you use yours. Well, it's here, it's the other portion here. Here. Okay. This is already evidence wrong. This is People's 21. Okay, hold on, do this thing. Okay. You saw that text message from Rocky to you at 12:46 a.m. the next morning, November 2nd, right? You've already seen that in this case.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to extort.
Don't. N-word.
I know.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure that it doesn't get mistakenly said. All right.
Now you're trying to extort and talk about I shot you and shot 4 times and all types of nonsense. You're a phony. You don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me. Stop calling my manager and call police if I shot you. You weirdo. You remember seeing that text from Ron, correct?
Yeah.
And you got that one, correct? You received it at that time, right?
Yeah.
Not Yikers Island.
12:46 a.m. Right here. It says right here. Okay. And part of the reason you said that you contacted the police is because Rocky persuaded you to do so, right?
You didn't persuade me. What do you mean?
case is because of this message from Rocky telling you to call the police? Is that one of the reasons you called the police?
I was going to call him regardless. I was waiting for the lawyer. He texted me that while I was already waiting for the lawyer. That's the next day.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to the preliminary hearing. Correct?
Here we go.
I believe it's page, bear with me a second, I believe it's page 111.
Say it again?
I believe it's page 111, not 9. Yep.
Fair game.
Okay. The question to you, sir, on the preliminary hearing, was that the advice, by the way, that you said Rocky gave you that caused you to call the police, referring to that text message? Answer by you. It was numerous ones, but yeah, that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was one of the reasons.
Yeah.
And before you reported this incident to law enforcement, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police, correct?
Not true.
Not true.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Before you reported this incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police.
What lawyer? Brian?
Yeah.
What do you mean? So he told me he will only... Nah, that didn't happen.
Okay.
And a crime was committed already, so anything legally...
Mr. Efron, all he asked you was to call for a yes, or a no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Ask the question again.
I'm going to ask it again.
Let's get a response to that.
Before you reported the incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer, Brian Hurwitz, would take your civil case is if you went to the police, correct? Or no?
I mean, I asked him, can I just get a civil suit, I believe, and it's a crime. So that's obvious no. I had to press charges.
So he told you the only way he would take your case.
He didn't tell me the only way. I asked him. I'm asking questions.
You're on page 134, lines 25, 135, line 6.
And it was so long ago, I don't remember what I talked about with Brian.
Page
134, line 25. 135 lines. I'm sorry, 134, line 25. 135, line 6.
Okay.
Question. When did you first meet Mr. Hurwitz? Answer by you under oath when we were hearing him at the police station. Question. The day you made the report? Answer no. Answer. The day, so I had my assistant reach out to a bunch of attorneys, and I was waiting to hear back from whoever was going to answer. So then once Hurwitz, Brian, answered, we spoke for a little bit, and he advised me that the only way he would take this case is if I go to the police department, because it was a crime. You recall me that answer under oath?
I mean, I guess.
Got him with the prelim.
We talked about that individual, Wally Sajemi, who you said you knew, correct?
Who?
Wally Sajemi.
Wale? Mark?
Okay. The guy, the IT guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know Wally, right?
Is that yes?
I said it.
Did you tell Wally in August of 2022 that you can't sue someone with circumstances like that without a criminal action? Did you say that to Wally?
I mean, that's clear. You can't sue somebody that said it's a crime.
Somebody's asked, He's asking, did you tell that to Wally?
I don't remember. This dude probably was baiting me, calling me. I don't know. You guys spooked his voice.
So the answer is no?
No.
I'm sorry, I just want to follow
Yeah, that's done for me. That's absolutely done.
I mean, you telling me about private conversations that I had with this dude.
So you had him.
I mean,
Did you say spooked?
I mean, the phone call you played yesterday was not me.
That was not you.
That was not me.
That was fake.
That was fake. 100% fake.
Yeah. You would agree, sir, that you really didn't care about getting the police involved in this case. What you really wanted was money from Rocky, right?
This is not a civil suit.
He's asking you a yes or no question. Ask the question again.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. You agree that you really don't care about getting the police involved. Your end game was to get money from Rocky, right? Yes or no?
No, I wanted some type of protection too. He was not giving me no type of comfort that this was not going to happen again, nor. So, regardless, I was going to go to
So
the
the
police.
answer is no?
No, I was going to go to the
The
police.
answer is no.
Yeah.
Well, did you tell Wally in April of 2022, I don't give an F about no police and word? You said, Wally.
What's the contents to that? What is that about?
About this case.
But you're not, what are you talking about?
Based on the question, would be irrelevant without further foundation.
No, you just said you weren't scared of the
You
police.
made a statement to Wally.
I don't know. I don't.
Objection foundation.
It's a stay. It's a stay.
Someone's phone.
Did you tell Wally in April of 2022 that the end game is you're gonna sue the shit out of Rocky?
When? If I already have a civil suit and this dude's calling me, I'm openly telling him I have a civil suit.
Mr. Efron, that's not what he's asking. Please listen to his question.
I don't know. I don't
I want you to
know.
listen to his question, and then you can say, I don't know, or I don't remember, or yes or no. Mr. Tacopina, can you re-ask that question?
Sure, Your Honor, sure. In April of 2022, did you tell Wally the end game? I'm suing the shit out of Rocky.
I don't know.
Your Honor, we're in a position where I'd like, same as procedures yesterday, I'd like to show the witness this first. It's the screenshot of the recording. I'll ask them to that. I'm going to do the same exact procedure I did.
Show that first.
Yeah.
So it's a picture of the phone? So is this from Wale?
Your Honor, we're trying to avoid publishing
Oh!
Oh, we won't publish it, I
the
won't.
phone number.
No phone numbers to be shown to anybody.
We will stipulate.
Don't give the world Wale's phone number.
Counsel wants to show you.
Louder, louder, louder.
Oh, the counsel wants to show the witness. Would be his, the witness's phone number.
Oh, it's Relli's phone number? Oh, because it's a screenshot from Wale in the context, looking at Relli as the contact. So it's Relli's number.
I'm just going to show this to the witness. You don't have to read it.
This is crazy. Wale made the decision to stop rocking with you. Because of you.
Read it, that's the number.
Tell you the truth, I don't know what y'all got going on at this point. Like, you gotta, I don't know what's going on. If that's not coming from, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Call Wale to the stand.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, counsel, you gotta skip.
I need some broad, like,
Photo.
okay.
We're
That's a
stipulating.
We have a stipulation that that's the number for Mr.
Yes.
Efron. Okay.
Oh,
The stipulation
stipulated.
is that you've shown Mr. Efron a screenshot.
Correct.
There's a phone number on the screenshot.
Correct.
The phone number is Mr. Efron's.
Correct.
All right, is that the stipulation?
That is. Now, as procedurally we did yesterday, I'd like you to listen to this, and and tell us if it's him. Okay?
Yes.
Can I get some help? Someone? Yeah, okay.
All right, Sarah, let's go. Let's go, Miss Kaplan. Miss Kaplan's our Kokomo for the ASAP trial.
Witnesses asked if we have headphones.
Why is he leaning like this?
We shut them, kill the mic.
Is that a normal, what kind of plug do you have? I have never had that from
It's like a mini.
Them two in a picture together.
Yes? They're not free.
You just deleted that thing. You did that on purpose, John.
I think that the input is, yeah, on that side. Okay.
Cat showing love for Sarah Kaplan. Love it. Our Kokomo 2.0. Yeah, is this AI? Yeah, he clearly doesn't want us to hear it.
Can't hear nothing. I guess they're not working, John.
So did Wale record that phone call and hand it over?
Alex, Star, or judicial assistant. New audio. You want to try this?
Device detected. Yeah, that will work.
We'll go new school. Compliments of Alex. All right.
Thanks anyway, John.
New York is one party.
We just did what we did yesterday. Keep it low, let him hear it.
Yes.
Start from wherever. Just let him hear. It's fake, you said?
It's fake.
So that's another fake recording.
That's another fake recording.
So that's not your voice?
That's not me. You just said he's an IT guy.
Oh, so who are you talking about?
Your Honor, at this point, there's no foundation that they have.
Right, he says it's not him, he wants something else.
Well, can I inquire as to why he thinks it's not him, Your Honor?
Call
You
Wale.
said it's fake. I want to
Your Honor, the
understand.
question's been answered.
It doesn't, if he said it's not him, it doesn't matter why he's saying it's not him. He's saying it's not him. If you can prove otherwise, that it is him, then that you're entitled to do that.
Thank you.
Now, what are you guys getting the impression that he's suggesting Wale, because he's an IT guy, made this fake thing that he doesn't recognize? Now he's saying Wale. That's how I'm reading it. He's saying Wale is faking this, and it's not actually him.
So hopefully you file a lawsuit against Rocky in 2022. Yes or no? I don't remember. Did you file a lawsuit against Rocky?
Yeah.
You know what year you filed a lawsuit against Rocky? Okay. and the lawsuit hasn't been resolved and it's still pending, right?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you accuse Rocky of assault, correct?
You would have to ask my lawyers. I have a headache.
Don't you have the complaint?
Your Honor, counsel,
I thought that was an, we agreed that the causes of that, the document that shows the causes of action, that was a...
No, I did. I thought it was coming through a different witness, but we could stipulate that comes now. It's great.
We're bringing in the civil suits.
Lawsuit was filed, complaint filed on August 10th.
Can you stipulate what the causes of action are alleged to be? Okay, say it loud enough.
Sure.
In fact, it would be easy on all these stipulations, if they could be printed, marked as an exhibit, and then the jury could look at them if they want to during deliberations.
All right. I'll read it to you. First cause of action, assault against all defendants and those. Second cause of action, battery.
You have to raise up the volume a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, generally that's not a problem. I'll raise it up. Second cause of action, battery against all defendants and those. Third cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress against all defendants and those. Fourth cause of action, negligence per se against all defendants and those.
Now, and just also have a stipulation that the only named defendant is Rocky Mayers.
Yes, well, it says Rocky, named individual, and those 1 through 15 defendants.
Do you have claims against anyone else, by the way, aside from Rocky? In this lawsuit? For assault and battery and all that? Okay. Now,
Not Illz,
in
not
your
12.
lawsuit, you claim that as a result of the defendant firing the handgun at you, you were struck by a bullet, projectile, or fragments which required you to seek necessary medical attention. Is that true?
That's correct.
Now, you understand that's different than what you told the police in this jury, that you believe your hand was raised.
Your Honor, this would be
Sustained.
Now, you assert that the bullet projectile that hit your hand from your civil suit required you to seek necessary medical attention.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. This is a civil suit. So on a final order. Any further questions, Jerry?
What the causes of action are, the jury has heard. That's the relevance of it. Go on, Senator.
I didn't want to run about the court's ruling. I want to ask, there's another question I want to ask regarding the permanent damage alleged. Why is that?
Your Honor, our position would be...
Stop. You can ask him if he has any permanent damage. It doesn't matter what it says in there.
No.
Is there any permanent damage as a result of the injury received supposedly on November the 6th?
Your Honor, just make you have no objection to any questions of the witness regarding his knowledge of what he's doing. Our issue is going back to what is in the complaint.
Right, I agree.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I agree.
So my question, if I could follow the court's guidance. Has this incident caused permanent physical damage to you?
Yes.
Okay.
He chose to sound like a weenie.
What is the permanent physical damage that it has caused to you? Fair enough, the lawsuit.
I mean, just look at it. I like to look at hell. Besides me doing what I'm doing, I can't really.
Okay, that's not what he's asking. Ask again?
Sure. What is the permanent physical damage that this incident has caused to you? The permanent physical damage?
No, there's no permanent physical damage. I just was hurt at on a moment.
Wee woo.
So if someone wrote on your behalf, no?
No.
Okay. Right. We're going to
All
show.
right, the objection would be irrelevant or hearsay?
The objection be irrelevant?
All right,
Sustained.
sustained.
You got on the first one. That's fine.
We've asked that no more questions in this area. Give the court's ruling on it when Mr. Caffey is stayed. I tried.
We don't lose speaker objection.
No, stop. If a question is asked and you think it's objectionable, state logic objection.
Can the court instruct Mr. Caffey?
No, I'm not.
All right.
Okay, we're on number 7, Your Honor. If you recall yesterday's ruling, 7 photos were on number 7 now. We've all looked at this already. The Arms looked at it, they looked at it, we're good, we're ruled. So I'm going to show you one last post from your Instagram. Mr.
We didn't mark
Oh.
it.
We did not mark the
Okay, this can be O's and O's.
Okay, we finally got a note. Now,
Your Honor, given the witness's statement that there's no permanent physical damage, what would be the relevance of this photo?
we weren't ruled yesterday about the relevance.
This is also July of 2022. What would be the relevance of this photo?
The objection is overruled. It can be shown to Mr. Efron.
Judge wants to see the manicure.
Right. Sorry.
Okay,
Was okay, then yes.
sure.
Okay, and that's the left hand that was injured by the gunshot.
By the Grazed, yeah.
By the way. You see as you sit there.
Look
you
at the
see
judge. He's like,
I mean, I can go around and show everybody right now. I still got it 3 years later. I'm not showing from a far picture. I still got it. No, I can't see it right there. I can't see it.
They get together. Yes, you have a question for you. Okay? All right. Now, you take it.
Just so you know, we're going to break in 3 minutes. So I want to give the court reporter and everybody else time to stretch their legs, etc.
Trying to avoid an objection and save you some time.
Oh, I got all day. I'm fine.
The-
Are you going to go to a different topic? Mr. Tackett, are you going to go to a different area?
backpack, the backpack.
No, right now.
Oh, I think so, but give me 1 second, because I might have 1 or 2 more questions on this. If not, we'll
All right.
break.
When you're finished with this area, we'll take a break.
I have 1 more question on this regarding his frame of mind, and then we're done with the civil lawsuit. How can you object before you said?
You showed me a question.
No, it's a different one.
Oh, okay.
I know you object. I'm asking for your understanding, Mr. Efron, your frame of mind. Is it your understanding, your frame of mind, and again, I just want your understanding, not the law or anything else, that if Rocky is found guilty here, you get an automatic finding of liability in your civil case?
I have no knowledge about that.
Okay. We can break now.
All right, folks, we'll take a break till 3:15. Please don't discuss the case.
Now, so the prosecution, it might not be likable, but the prosecution, all this objection, they are creating distance between the 2 points that Takapina is trying to get the jury to connect. So we get this whole thing, this text message that it seems like Wale took. Seems like Wale took a picture of the phone. We know that whatever it is, the contact on the phone, it's Relli is the one sending it to whoever owns that device. And we heard a lot of mentions of Wale. In this text message exchange, crazy. Like, why would you put this in writing? I guess you trust Wale would always have your back, no matter what it is you're out here doing. And even if you were doing the righteous thing, you know, what if Wale just wanted to do you dirty because ASAP Rocky was worth more than you? You know, there's like 2 reasons why that wouldn't be a logical move. But in any case, he's having this conversation, maybe a one-sided conversation with Wale about the end game being to get ASAP Rocky's money. And then we have all these objections in between. We try to get the call in. Wale is good with IT. That's fake. That's not me. These private conversations we had. You're talking about private conversations we had, but those conversations are fake. And then we get this other dot. We get this other dot here with the civil suit. And Joe Tacopina is asking, is it your understanding that if you get a verdict in here, it'll be an automatic win for you for liability in this other suit? You're texting someone about the end game. And we have this idea in our head now. Is it your understanding that this would be a lock and key for your civil suit? Your money. So, just crazy, just crazy. And those dots are there for me, but I'm like really paying attention to it. It was a bit pulled away from each other because of the objections and trying to get these exhibits up. James Little says, I really thought there was no way this trial could get worse than YSL. Ms. Vicky May says, not answering yes or no is a red flag of trying to avoid the truth, in my opinion. I'm with you. When they say it requires a yes or no, liars always try to give several paragraphs instead, in my opinion. Yep, I agree. Or act like you thought they were asking about something else. So you'll say yes, but then you'll walk it back the next thing. You'll try to explain and make it seem like your yes is a slightly different answer than a direct yes in response to the question you were actually asked. Right? It's a yes, but I thought you were talking about this other thing later on in time. So this is just all around wild. Has anyone like started off in doubt and now feels like super, super green, or vice versa? Someone started off like green and is now like super, super red. Relli's got this. Prosecution's got this. This is all just some big bullying lawyer tactic. It's a made up defense strategy. Like, has anyone like really swung? Yeah, first ever it was AI defense. Historic day. Historic day. Just crazy. Jilly says this is nuts and I've only been here a few minutes. Yeah, that's enough. Let me make sure I'm hitting play so we don't... I mean, I think their breaks, they take all 15, but just in case I talk too much, you know. Well, hold on now, Last Nihilist. Last Nihilist says it's pretty much the Trump defense. No, I think it kind of is, according to Relli. Relli's like, it was grazed like Trump's ear or something like that earlier on in the day. If you missed that, I did clip that part out. It's a separate standalone video if you want to either like go watch that clip right now or rewind. If you're on replay, you can just search the transcript or use my timestamps. But Relli himself used the Trump ear thing as an example to make his case that he was grazed by a bullet himself. So you're not far off here. It was a crazy mention. Peter Ortiz says this cartoon is over. Almost. Although I don't know. Do you guys think we'll finish Cross today? Because we obviously have another subject Tacopina plans to get into. We haven't gotten to the white t-shirt video. Maybe that's not coming in. I don't know if we're going to circle back to it. I really, really thought we would get this bombshell thing from the preliminary hearing where at the preliminary hearing, Relli told under oath that he went back to the scene at the advice of his lawyer, Brian Hurwitz. And he got pushback from defense during this preliminary hearing. When they were crossing him, they pulled out the timestamps in his phone to show that the first time he would have made contact with this lawyer would have been after he already went back to the scene. So that couldn't be true. And I don't know if we're just not getting there for one reason or another, or if we're doing things a little bit out of order. But that's really what I'm waiting for if it's still going to happen. Like, just insane. Just insane. And again, it wouldn't be a big deal if you talk to a lawyer after you go and see something, but all of the pieces together just look so incredulous. Yeah, Ashley, don't forget the lawyer would only take a civil case if it went through criminal first. Yeah, and there's no way. Brian Hurwitz was the video with the two attorneys speaking. One of them was Brian. And they're in that video saying, like, hey, we're going to let this criminal thing play out. Like, yeah, that's sensible, but they clearly took the case before the criminal thing played out. So, I don't know. And yet now, his new representatives, his new attorneys, who are representing him in both civil actions, wanted everything to move forward before the criminal action. Right? Little switcheroo there of what they thought would be the ideal play. So, I don't know. Maybe that's all to show, like, hey, we were fighting to have the civil trial come to a conclusion before the criminal case. So obviously, Relli's endgame couldn't be that he wanted the criminal trial to be his lock and key to seal the deal for this payout, for a big, nice judgment in the civil trials. Right? Maybe that's like some weird play with the attorneys knowing that the judge is going to issue the stay. So they can make these arguments to make it look like they want to do civil first, knowing that it realistically wouldn't play out that way. I don't know. Could be gamesmanship. Could be gamesmanship. Yeah, Jenny, don't forget, they also hadn't seen that video, but his current attorneys in 2023 were still saying that the shooting was captured on video. Just crazy. And we've got to do some big shout outs here. I want to give FFS his boops and his flowers. I hope you're still in here, FFS. FFS came in here, he dropped 10, but then 5, and then another 5. So he came in and dropped 20 gifted subs. I saw you guys saying thank you, and I really appreciate you being appreciative when someone gifts the memberships. And again, if you want to drop some FFS in the chat, you get the secondary benefit of being able to say FFS. You know, he changed his name a long time ago. I think mostly in part, if not entirely in part. So I didn't have to read a curse word on the screen when he sent something in. So always have a deep appreciation for the support and the respect FFS has for the channel and the community. Big shout out there to him. I want to, for always, forever, for life, says they want him to win so he has money to pay for their services, the civil trial lawyers. It could be contingency, could be contingency. And I don't think they were really contingency, absolutely not entirely, for the Depp trial, but now they're with a different firm. Gotta make the Rainmaker happy. If that's a contingency case, oh boy, here for Relli. Oh boy. Just crazy. Big thank you again to FFS, for real. Sheeny Beanie, again, if you're coming in late, we had some break, I think, like the judge did I think it was a sidebar. And we pulled up, I wanted to find, where's Omega? Sheeny Beanie got it going. His Instagram is and was public. Yeah, yep. And he is acting like he's concerned about his privacy today with Instagram to block foundation being laid. He thinks he understands how blocking foundation works, but sometimes it's come back to bite him in the butt, I think. I'm going to try to find this one post that Omega Bally said to go find. And there are so many story posts on his Instagram. December 9th, 2022. It just sucks because it... Oh my god, I'm still in 2024. Go backwards. 2023. I think it's gone now. I think it's gone. So when I go all the way back, Omega Mally G said, go to Lifestyle December 9th, 2022. It shows Relli with 2 guns in his hip, and a Ruger and a 1911. The Ruger's 9mm and the 1911 is a 45. But when I go all the way back, the first story, I want to make sure I can zoom in so it's only showing this highlight. In chronological order, the first story, it's not giving me the date. I'm not going to be able to hover over the date that I'm seeing, but because I'm zooming in to avoid the pictures of his child in the next story. But it's saying 84 weeks ago. Everything else prior, there's no more posts before that for the lifestyle highlight. So he might have removed it. And you guys saw it in recent days, and it's not there anymore. So I don't know. Does that seem like a conscious decision? You know, like that time we had a text message thread, and, you know, we deleted a few of them that came from me. But we don't remember doing that or why we would have specifically only deleted those messages. I think it was a conscious effort. So yes, Sheeny Beanie, thank you for the super. His Instagram is and was public. And Omega Mali, I think I've heard other people mention that these posts were on Instagram. We've heard Joe Takapina make reference to Instagram posts that show some type of firearm, although we didn't get to see it in the courtroom, the photos of it, the photos of him standing with it. We only got to see the firing range video. But this is, I think Omega's giving us context for what we can't go and find on our own right now. So this is pretty big speaking from the court of public opinion out here, because the jury might not be able to know this, but it's just an extra layer. Jerome Street, thank you for the super sticker. I tried to find you yesterday. I saw your name in the banner on Survivor Speaks stream. And I looked for you in the chat and I didn't see you. So definitely good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I was thinking I hadn't seen you in a little bit. So thank you so much for the support. Again, hope you're doing well and glad you're hanging out with us today. And Peter Ortiz, speaking of Survivor, is shouting out, boom, 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 Survivor in the house. Love to see it. Peter is going bananas. Peter also dropped 20 gifted subs. So you guys know the drill. You can drop those boom emojis. And boom, boom, boom taco now too. Everything is going to be boom, boom, boom with Peter. So Peter here showing love, shouting out Survivor, gifting 20 subs for you guys out here in the chat streets, getting those green names, becoming part of the collective. That's super generous. And hilariously, he's saying he'd rather listen to Lil Woody. Now, do you mean you'd rather listen to Lil Woody in those police interview videos? Or do you mean when he was on the stand? Because I might agree with the latter, but definitely not the former. But in all seriousness, I see tons of booms going on in the chat. Thank you, guys. Everybody doing the boom, boom, boom taco. What did Taco say? You are the Energizer. Do you even pee? Look, as soon as court starts playing again, I might like sneak away. I also don't like water that's been sitting in a cup for a while. I don't mind room temperature water, but I don't like things that have been sitting. It's like flat. I don't know. Water gets flat to me. So I'm going to sneak away, take you guys on a trip to the kitchen when there's something on the screen for you guys to pay attention to. But shout out to Taco. Yep, Natasha, they are on a break. It's one of these 15 minutes, so they should be back anytime. They are not done for the day. We're going to be going into a new topic with cross-examination when we get back. Boom, boom, boom stand. Survivor just with the boom, boom, booms. That guy, Nick, with the booms. Let's see. I don't know, Erica. Erica says, I'm curious why, if they stipulated that it was his phone number, why they couldn't play the message. So I think when it comes to stipulating for the phone number, I guess they're not challenging the authenticity of that text message. And they're saying, yes, the number shown in the text message belongs to Relli. But speaking about the video or the audio file, I think they're saying we're not going to stipulate to that audio file, the authenticity of that audio file. And then because Relli himself wouldn't, say, yes, I recognize this, or yes, this is me, the foundation couldn't otherwise be laid. So, strategically, I think it was smart for the prosecution to not stipulate to that audio call. It was played in court. They made them stop playing it. I couldn't really hear it in Takapina because they said he doesn't recognize that he couldn't ask the questions that he wanted to for us to get an idea of what was relevant in that call. All I really know is it was apparently Wale, and I heard the word PlayStation mentioned twice. So that was yesterday on Cross. They tried to play that out loud. Today they had the headphones for it, so. Yeah, Survivor speaks with the PETA. Love it. Love it. Family Guy has been on for a very long time. And I love Lois Griffin's voice. I love the way Lois says Peter. Pam Entertainment TV, still here, it's been a long day, says, so is the defense establishing Relli may have planted the rounds. Oh my god. Yes, and this is why I'm wondering, are we going to circle back to this time frame, the scene? Are we going to get to this video where somebody's in the white t-shirt? Because Joe did ask a question or two about it. He said something to the effect of, and you said you were sure that was you, right? And the prosecution was like, objection, misstates the testimony. And Takabine was like, no, that's like verbatim. And they read it back exactly as it was. But I don't think we got the video brought up on the screen. So I'd love to see if we can get that video one more time. Again, I would love to see questions about the preliminary hearing and this contradiction between when he contacted the attorney who allegedly told him to go back to the scene on his own, not have the police go. But then the timestamps of his phone logs show that he wouldn't have spoken to this lawyer before that point in time. So, I don't know. I don't know where we're going to get. Yeah, I swear water gets flat. I swear it. I swear to it. Empress Fox says, is this the first person in a case like this to use AI as an excuse? I'm sure that's not the case. I'm really sure that's not the case, but this is high profile and it looks really stupid. And it's not like if that one thing was AI, everything else relating to Relli's testimony would be credible and in his favor. No, there's like a million flaws. So like, there's like not a chance that I'm going to buy that this is a fake call because of everything else. It's surrounded by questionable context. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing claims of AI authenticity in trials moving forward. Shy Gal is saying you guys are awesome, chat. The chat's going to say it right back. I know it, Shy Gal. Okay, wait, we have a 9-1. Okay, let me go to 9/1/2023. And let me queue it up before pulling it up. 9/1/2023. Okay, wait, I'm going to pause it because they're back, but I'm at the story, I think. Let me zoom in to show you guys. You know, I can't, every time I try to play it, it pulls up the picture of his kids on the side. So I'm going to link to his Instagram and leave that on you guys to go look at on your own. Sorry about that. But it is September 1st, 2023 in the story highlight titled Lifestyle. So we'll continue with the trial. And I'm going to link to the ID. Oh, did they get silent again? Right? That's not me, right? It's still, the ticker's still going at the bottom. I think they're shutting us out again, chat.
All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Everyone is on the stand, and Mr. Cappuccino, we're here.
Mr. Efron, did you, sir, ever ask any of Rocky's friends, associates, managers to pay you millions of dollars, for Rocky to pay you millions of dollars to make the criminal case disappear?
That's not even up to me, but I don't know. No.
The answer is no?
No.
And you never said, give me millions of dollars and I will go to an island that they can't prosecute you? Anyone?
What? Say that again?
Sure. You never said, give me millions of dollars and I will go to another island and they won't be able to find me to prosecute you? Did you ever say that? Any of Rocky's friends, associates, managers?
Holy moly. What the?
I
What?
don't remember.
You know, you're aware that your lawyers made a demand for $30 million, correct?
I never knew the amount.
You never knew the amount, $30 million?
Is that no?
No.
Did you ever make a demand, you personally, for 30 M's or $30 million?
Like I said, I never seen an actual lawsuit. I never made a demand.
That's not what he's asking.
Did I make a demand to somebody? No.
No. I'm going to ask you if you said the following to Wally Sajemi. Okay, just listen to me and tell me if you said the following. He, being Rocky, is going to have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else, because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you hit your BITCH, and your BITCH wants to keep going through with the situation, you'll go down. But if you're not there, then they're going against the state, and it's way weaker. If I'm not there, if he pays me out, being Rocky, via through my lawsuit, I'll walk away basically. It's going to be hard for the DA to find me, because I'm going to be on another island just relaxing. You get what I'm saying?
That's fucked
They're going
up.
to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence of this and that and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have the complaining witness.
He's smiling.
Did you ever say that to Wally Sajemi?
No.
You did?
No.
Okay. So now we're going to do what we've done a few times already. I'm going to bring up a recording, let you hear it, and you're going to tell me if it's you.
Oh my god, he just hung his head down. You look stupid. It's just like when you hit your B is what he's texting Wally. If I'm not there, the evidence won't be as strong. It's like a domestic violence case. What a dirtbag.
You're going to bring it up to him?
Say it. I'm just trying to write it. That's one second.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, the DA should be embarrassed. Especially,
The same thing.
they had this evidence, I'm sure.
Tell us to recognize the voice on there.
I hear audio. He said take him away? What the hell? This guy, just... I hope they charge him for real. Like, this is insane. The audacity. You're shooing away. I mean, it might not matter. You're shooing away this attorney, Miss Sarah Kaplan, right after an attorney's reading you talking about your fake claim against A$AP Rocky is just like a domestic violence case, like when you hit your B. And now you're going like this with your fingers shooing away. Anybody, but specifically a female. That tells it all. I hope the jury could kind of see that. I'm getting mad.
I'm sorry. Something happened.
No, it's not me. I heard it.
How long was that recorded with you here?
Heard enough.
How long?
I don't know. She's played it. I heard it. Didn't sound like me.
Didn't sound like you?
No.
Is that a fake also?
I don't know. You tell me. You putting all type of fake stuff in front of me.
What fake stuff?
You know what's fake?
No, stop. Stop.
What fake stuff am I putting in front of you?
I don't know. You just too Wally. I don't know. You just keep playing this fake stuff.
Now you don't know Wale.
Are you saying you don't know who Wally is? Sir, are you saying you don't know who Wally is?
It's not real. I don't know him. I met him. I don't know of him. I know him. But this is beyond me.
You had all these private conversations with him.
No. I asked him one time to get me verified. I told you that.
Okay.
He kept in conversation with me. Obviously, now I know why.
I'm pretty sure he denied reaching out to Wally to help get him verified when he was first asked on the other day of testimony. And now he's like, I told you I only reached out to him one time to ask about getting verified. This is cooked, done, and toast. If the jury comes back with a guilty verdict for ASAP Rocky, I'll have no faith.
What do you mean I didn't know why? What do you mean I didn't know why? That's fake.
I thought it was kind of weird that the man cut me up in the first place.
Mr. Efron, stop. Ask another question.
What did you just mean to this jury when you said now you know why? Get the conversation with you.
I mean, he always hits me up, asking me how I'm doing. Yo, that's fucked up. You know, Rocky, y'all my brother. It's weird. He's baiting me into spoofing my voice or doing something. Because now all of a sudden you coming to me talking about Wale doing this, that, and the third, and none of the conversations I have with him, none of them don't even start like that. I don't even sound like that. He's more so asking, yo, how's the case going? Yo, that's fucked up. And I asked him, yo, you still work for Rocky? He said, no, I don't work for him. Ain't nobody really, there's no real emotion over there.
So you've had conversations with Wally?
Not those conversations. I mean, he calls me. He calls me probably once a month, every 2-3 months, and asks me very vague questions. Oh, how's it going, my brother? Oh, what's this?
So you didn't have...
No, those is fake. Those is fake.
Sir, you heard about 3 seconds.
It don't matter. How would you know? You over there. She's playing it here.
Because I counted 1, 2, 3. You want to hear the whole conversation?
No. Sure. No, I just want this over.
Mr. Detective, he said it's not him. So go on.
So it says. You know you're on the road now, right, Mr. Efron? You know that?
Yes, I do.
And like you said to your partner, Justin Benet, November 7, 2021 at 3:40 a.m. This is already in evidence, Your Honor.
After the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay.
November 7, 2021 at 3:40 a.m. was after the shooting. You text your partner, Justin Benet, saying, I want to get this end's money to burn to Rocky, correct?
Yeah, because I got damages. I'm suing him. And that's 3-something in the morning. I already have a lawyer.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
But you had a lawyer at 3 o'clock in the morning, hours after the incident?
I mean, I'm waiting for a lawyer. I'm telling him he's in D.C. He's the one that I started Shutout with, so I'm telling him. I mean, I could have said embedded contents, but yeah, I said it like that.
And of course, Rocky wasn't willing to pay you any money, right?
How would he be willing to pay me? It's not a case yet. It wasn't a case. I literally said what I said right there.
All right, you've answered the question.
So instead of being on idle relaxing with 30 M's, 30 million, you're here in downtown LA. Right, Mr. Efron?
You're here too.
I know I am.
All right.
You're on, I know you further.
You don't need an answer to the question?
I don't need an answer to that question.
All right.
Obviously, I don't really, I'm
Wait.
I don't know if the court just noticed. That Medina, as he's walking away, is mumbling about what he did.
No, he has no further questions. Let's just move on. Do you have anything, Mr. Zloman?
I do.
The floor is
Here we
yours.
go. We're going to get an hour of painful redirect before the week is over. They're fighting between passing the witness, which is hilarious.
On November 6, 2021, you said that you flew into town that day, correct? Or not that day, but for the recording session that occurred on that day.
Yes.
You flew in a day or a few days before that, correct?
The day before.
And you said you flew on a commercial jet, correct?
Yeah.
But didn't have had casings.
You also said you did not have a gun with you when you flew on that plane, correct?
Okay.
Did you bring any ammunition with you?
No.
Did you bring any fired cartridge cases with you?
No, I ain't own none of that.
Casings, those things that come out of the gun, you didn't have any of those with you that day?
No.
You said at the time you were living in New York, correct?
Yeah.
Even though you were living in New York, did you have a California driver's license?
No, never.
Did you try to purchase any ammunition in California?
No, never.
From the report at this point, take judicial notice that you cannot buy ammunition in California.
It's not relevant. You said he didn't try to buy ammunition.
It's editorial.
That's the answer to the question, whether it is lawful or not lawful to buy ammunition in California, it's not relevant to the question. Go ahead.
So John Lewin, if you didn't hear that, he's sitting down, he's a prosecutor, and he just said out loud in front of the jury, he's asking the court to take judicial notice that the witness had no income in California. Just in the middle of the questioning, just as we get done about this license and purchasing ammunition in California, we have the prosecutor injecting that statement out loud in front of the jury.
You were shown a lot of pictures from your Instagram account, your social media, correct?
Correct.
At the time, did you have an Instagram account related to your career in the entertainment industry?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that Instagram account?
To promote the artist and the body of work.
Is your Instagram account supposed to be a factual documentation of your life?
Oh, it's a persona. Much of a persona you live into the internet.
So is it fair to say that even if you posted a picture with next to a private jet, that doesn't necessarily mean that's your private jet, correct?
Yeah, no, that wasn't my private jet.
So why is it then that you post photos of yourself with a private jet? So just take that as an example.
Thought it was cool.
Not necessarily conveying that you're swearing under oath that you own a private jet or regularly travel on private jets. Fair to say?
No.
Okay.
Wait, that's not fair to say?
Is that fair? Sorry. I think the point's been I'll move on.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
Okay. If you post a picture of yourself next to a private jet, by doing that, are you taking an oath and saying, that's my private jet that I own?
What's on my jet?
Would the same be true if you have a stack of money that you're holding in a photograph? Does that necessarily mean that that's your money?
No. I don't necessarily have to be yours.
Is it just portraying a certain image online?
Well, what do you mean?
That it's not necessarily reflective of reality?
Yeah. Perception.
Okay. You were asked questions. Do we have the defense exhibit, Your Honor? I'm looking for the thread of text messages between the victim and the defendant. On November 6, 2021.
Next to the exhibit letters, I just wrote whether it's a text, a photo, a screenshot, so I didn't take it down to the maybe Alex, JKL, JKL. J is a text, K is a text, L is a text.
Peter, if you're heading out, have a good night, Peter Ortiz. Peter says bye-bye, so long, farewell. See you in Yikers Island. Oh my goodness. Allegedly, that is a great thing, Yikers Island. Everybody's got to start using that.
See also. Doing all right on the water?
Well, we got to consider how big is that? We didn't formally market it, so we should. So what's the next one?
What is it?
So the next one, show us.
P as in Paul.
What is it?
P as in Paul.
But that's P as in Paul.
Are we sure? I thought you already used that.
There was a P, but it was withdrawn.
You understand?
Okay, Mr. Efron, I'm showing you, not showing you, these text messages. You recognize this? I just want you
Going back to
orient
these.
yourself to it. So that's what I'm asking if you recognize it.
Now, if you joined today, on direct, we saw some chains of text messages that were incomplete, and on cross, it came out that Relli had actually deleted certain messages. So I guess we're about to see the prosecution try to rehabilitate these text messages leading up to the meetup. Let's see if it works.
And the messages at the top here, these 4 messages, you said were messages that were deleted off of your phone, correct?
Yes.
Now, I believe you testified yesterday. Well, can you explain to the jury? I don't want the words in your mouth. Can you explain to the jury how it was that those text messages were deleted? What exactly did you do?
What do you mean? Like how did I delete them?
How was it deleted?
Oh, I just wiped over. I deleted it the same day I sent it. So the 6th, I sent it, and I deleted it right after.
What did you delete?
These 4 text messages.
Only those 4 text messages?
Yeah.
So were there any messages between you and the defendant before that?
I wouldn't know.
In 2020, 2019?
So long ago. I know this one was deleted, and that's why the next one, see where you at, and it looks like a new conversation because that was deleted the same day on the 6th.
Okay.
I'll be right next to him.
You can't prep him. He's not getting it.
I want to make sure I'm clear on this point.
For real. So, guys, the prosecutor's was not trying to get him to just say he singled out those 4 text messages. He was trying to say he deleted the whole thread. But he volunteered he deleted those 4 only. After he testified previously, he deleted a bunch of messages and didn't know why. He just stumped the prosecutor. How does this get worse? How does this get worse? For real, he really just tried to clean this up.
No, sorry.
Yeah, I think factually he deleted those 4, but there could have been an excuse that he deleted all of it.
So you kind of see half of defense P, and on the right-hand side is equals 13. So, Mr. Efron, your version of the messages starts at WYA, correct?
Yeah, because that was my text thread, basically.
So, can you explain that to the jury, what you're talking about when you say that's a new text thread?
So basically, I mean, after you delete your message, unless that person texts you, unless you text that person, you know, yeah, that's a new message.
So, when did you delete these 4 messages?
The same day I sent it to him.
When that day?
The 6th.
But when?
A couple hours after.
After you sent them?
Yeah, after I sent it to him.
So if you sent these at 10:30 in the morning, would you have deleted them at around noon, 1 o'clock? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So you deleted these 4 messages before you received the WYA text message, correct?
Correct.
You did not delete them after the defendant shot at you. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. I didn't delete it.
So on your text thread, when you say it shows up as a new message, that's the first message in your text thread, correct?
Correct.
And as it was extracted from your phone, the first message in your text conversation with the defendant is that WYA text message, correct?
Yes.
So there's no messages from November 5th back, correct? The first message is November 6th at 9:39 in your phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need clarification. First message?
First message.
Ever.
In that text thread.
First message, not November 5th, though.
I said the first message is November 6th, so there's no messages from November 5th going back in time. Are you following what I'm saying? If it's confusing, tell me how I'll clarify. This is the beginning of the text thread you had with the defendant after you deleted it, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't that you went through the text thread and selectively deleted things that you thought were going to make you look bad. You deleted the entire conversation.
Yeah, I deleted it because I didn't like the way it looked on my phone, like what I was saying to him.
Doesn't help you either.
And then the first message you got that you kept was the WYA, correct?
Yeah, that's what he wrote me the next day.
When you deleted those messages, were you trying to hide the fact that you had sent him rude messages?
No, I didn't care. I just was over the fact, over everything.
Your deleting those messages had nothing to do with the fact that he shot at you, correct?
No.
Because you deleted them before he shot at you.
Deleted before.
Objection to deleting on it.
We already got the answer in though.
The answer's stricken. Questions here. Jury's to disregard the question and the answer. No. Ask another question.
Is it common in your friend group, we can even narrow this down to the members or former members of ASAP, that there will be a certain amount of banter or rude messages exchanged between each other? Is that fair to say?
What, with all the members?
Is that how you guys talk to each other? That's my question.
Yeah.
Have you called other members a pussy? Is that, a pejorative?
Yeah.
That wasn't something that you singled out to call the defendant. That is exchanged between members of ASAP, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the men always going through things.
I believe you said that you, on cross-examination, that you had also exchanged messages like that with Illz, but you said it's because you guys are like brothers. Is that fair?
Yeah, with Bari to have arguments with. You're gonna argue with your brother.
You testified that on cross that there was a period of time after the shooting that your name was not publicly associated as the victim in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know when did that change?
When Jabari posted my car and said snitch ass and word ratted on my brother.
Okay. That was, and that you said that was on Instagram?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know approximately the date that that happened?
That was the day Rocky got locked up. Coming back from Barbados, I believe.
Oh, April.
And he was still in custody.
And after Jabari said that, did you see that recorded anywhere publicly?
It was everywhere.
What do you mean it was everywhere?
Literally everywhere. Every major little news outlet.
Okay. Your Honor, I have just an example of that on Article 22.
Is that a screenshot? This was on, what is it?
Yeah, I believe it is, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but see, he enjoys saying Rocky got looked. He seems to have this fantasy that Rocky's still locked up right now. They're sidebarring us. They're sidebarring us. And again, if it's his brother that got your name out there, I mean, when it goes back to the civil suits, you're blaming Joe Tacopina's statements in September of 2022. You're suing Rocky and Joe Tacopina and the law firm, saying that that's when, you know, you were defamed and your reputation got hurt. But it was also in April after Rocky was arrested because somebody that's not Rocky and somebody that's not Joe Tacopina and someone you're not suing put your name in an Instagram post.
Yet to be numbered document. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah.
And what is that?
From No Jumper.
What's No Jumper?
And an outlet, like a media.
Okay.
It's 22. Mr. Chairman, can you speak out just a little louder? Maybe the jury, I'm having a little trouble hearing.
I'm going to put it on the screen. You can see.
Here's the
So,
no jumper
showing
post.
What I marked as People's 22, you said this was a post from No Jumper, correct?
Yeah, correct.
On the social media platform formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was one example of you being named as the victim associated with this case, correct?
Yeah.
And if the date is marked as April 20, 2022, does that sound about the time that that happened to you? If you don't know the dates, that's fair, but...
The dates that what happened to me?
That you were named as the victim.
Oh, yeah.
Publicly. And not only were you named as the victim in this case, but you were labeled a snitch, correct?
Yeah.
What connotation does that have in the rap world that you were a member of at that time?
Hold the objection.
I mean, can you say that again?
Yeah, is that a positive thing to be labeled a snitch?
No.
What does it mean?
I mean, you can't sue. But it's kind of weird because I don't know. I have my own theory about that.
Survivor Speaks wants to start a class action suit, I see. And like really, if you had these text messages beforehand.
To talking about your text exchange with John Eamon, who was, you testified before, was Rocky's manager, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a 8-page document, pre-marked April 23.
What is it?
Text messages with John Eamon.
It's 8 pages of text.
It is.
Right through.
We have two.
Well, they introduced the I'm getting ish, so
I understand that it's in this exhibit.
It's fine, if you talk, go ahead and do it.
Mr. Efron, I'm going to show you the cover page here. First message is a little difficult, but we go down. Do you recognize what we see here? I know the number's blocked out, but do you recognize this to be your text messages with John, the person that you referred to as the defendant's manager?
Yeah, this is like a legit text.
Speaking to the microphone.
Yes, I look like a legit text.
Okay. And you say that looks like a legit text because this came off of your phone, correct? Yeah. And the reason why we have your phone is because you walked your phone into an NYPD precinct. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You gave it to the police.
I did.
And you allowed them to make a digital copy of everything on your phone, correct?
I did.
Do you know that that was all given to the defense too?
No.
Okay. You know that now?
Yeah.
Your first message with John starts November 7th, 2021 at 12:04 in the morning. I know that actually put really small part to see, correct? So we're talking, if that's your first message to John, that would be after the shooting, correct?
Yeah, like 45 hours ago.
And do you remember what it was that you texted him?
That right there?
Yeah.
First,
I know it's just an icon, but do you remember what it was?
Picture of the bullet.
It was a picture, correct?
Yeah,
And then you texted him again, 12:04. Looks like a screenshot of a text message conversation, correct?
yeah, I texted him, me and Rocky's conversation.
Okay. Again at 12:04. You sent him another message. What did you say in that?
Rocky shot at me.
Rocky shoot at me,
Right,
correct?
yeah, Rocky shot at me.
Okay. 12:04 still. Your next message?
One bullet, raised my hand.
Okay, good. Speak into the mic.
One bullet raised my hand.
There was a typo. You meant to say grazed my hand.
Yeah, I did a lot of technical work. I was shaking. I was shaking.
You were sending these text messages quickly, back to back to
Yeah,
back.
back to back.
Okay. Then you sent him another photograph, correct?
Yes.
Now we're at 12:12. So about 8 minutes later. And then another photograph at 12:12, almost 12:13, correct?
Correct.
And immediately under that, you texted him at 12:13, this Illz.
Let me see the top one. That must have been his.
Yeah, it was a photograph. It's not-
Okay, yeah, so I showed him Ill's conversation, trying to like lure me in.
You took a screenshot.
To this Ill's conversation, showed him to let him know it was authentic, that this is real.
Okay. So now we're at 12:13, which would be what? 11 minutes after your first message. 12:15. 2 or 3 minutes later, what was the next message you sent to him?
They set me up.
And then 12:16. 2 seconds after that message.
If I didn't grab it, I'd be dead.
Gotta speak up.
I'm tired.
What can you read?
We're
One
almost
more
finished
time?
for today.
Can you read that one? Because it was hard to hear you.
If I didn't grab Ill's, I'd be dead.
Again, at 12:16, you sent him another screenshot. I know it's hard to see, but was it all the missed calls?
Yeah, that's what this called.
All right, now we're going to jump ahead in time from 12:16 to 12:37. Sorry, it's hard to see. 12:37, you sent him another picture, correct?
Correct.
Then, again, 12:37, almost 12:38, you texted him.
Losing it.
And finally, at 12:38, you sent him that text message that the defense showed you saying, "I'm getting itch," correct? Or "I'm get itch."
I meant to rap getting irritated, or like get irritated, something like that. It wasn't I get rich.
I understand
That
that.
didn't fit in the content. If you look at the whole conversation, that was right there.
So what I'm asking is, that's that message was sent 34 minutes after the first message that you sent to John, correct?
Yes, if it says right there, yes.
And yeah, again, because you don't, as you sit here now, 3 years later, can you say that you specifically remember dates and very specific times? Okay. But if it says, if it's timestamped from your phone that that's when that happened, you don't take issue with that.
No, I wouldn't take issue if it came from my phone.
So when you texted him, "I'm getting itch or irritated, that's over a half an hour after you sent him the first message, and he hasn't responded to a single one of your messages, correct?
Who, John?
Yes.
I don't know if he responded. I think he responded.
Did you see a response in there?
Bro!
Is this just my text messages?
This is your thread with him. Did you see a response from him?
Do you have a response from him in there?
I'll approach. You can go through it. You tell me if you see a response.
He's giving you the out.
I get it.
A far reach of an out, but he's giving you an out, and you're not catching it. Oh my gosh.
No speaking objection.
Sorry.
Speaking
Right,
objection.
sorry. Leave.
There's no question pending.
I think the question pending was, did you see a response from John?
No.
You are asking leading questions, right?
I'm just trying to speed it along there, but I will refrain. My apologies.
We'll call that a half sustained.
So if John was to hit me, it would be something down here or something, and he just text message or whatever. If he was, it would be under here.
If he was to, I mean, I can show you what it looks like on the other ones. But
Yeah.
there's a blue bubble.
Oh,
you
so
see
he
a
would
blue
be,
bubble?
no,
on
I
the
don't.
Great.
That's the point.
Was that the context you were talking about? The when you were testifying earlier?
Still doesn't get it.
Say that again, please.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that question. It's meeting.
He said, I'm giving up. The prosecutor's giving up.
The text message that you sent to Justin about wanting the defendant's money, was that sent before or after the shooting on November 6th, 21 at 10:17 p.m.?
It was after the shooting.
Oh. Yeah, Your Honor. I can stop there and we can go on to
All right, we'll take the break now, folks. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 10:30 on Monday.
So he will still be on the stand.
Case the weekend with anybody. Please don't review anything you see in the newspaper or online. Please keep an open mind. And have a good weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
Wow. All right, so we're still gonna have Relli on the stand on Monday. Nancy, new one too. Great to see you, by the way. Pointing out that not sure if recross will be allowed. I'm so curious. Will there be a recross if it's allowed? And what other witnesses could be called, particularly by the defense? This is crazy. We're ending with Relli not catching the prosecution trying to come up with a somewhat viable explanation for the I'm gonna get itch text. It could have been that you were getting irritable because nobody's responding to you and you want a response. Do I buy that that's what that means? No, but at least you're giving something on the record that's possible, somewhat possible. And he's just like, so I don't know. Oh my gosh. Wait, why do I hear noise? Are they back? Oh my god.
All right, the adjourners left. Mr. Siegel, anything for the record? No, thank you. Mr. Kaplan, anything for now? No. Mr. Buzoma? No, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Bluin, 352?
You're walking awfully close to Rocky.
Clean sweep. There were no excellent. See you all on Monday. Thank you. All right.
It's at 10:30, right, Your Honor?
10:30 Monday.
1:30 p.m. Eastern. Are they they going to come back again? Okay, so we're going to... I guess we'll pause this. We can always just refresh it and see if anything else happened, but we're probably just going to look at X for the updates. We have the chat coming in to deliver this Instagram image. Let me timestamp that court ended at 5:40 into the stream. Back at 10:30 PT on Monday. But shout out to Free Flacco and also to Missouri Organics. Thank you for the tag. So this is the Instagram picture that I couldn't go and find in that lifestyle like highlight thing where we have the two different firearms sitting in here. So, and there's a purse, right? Is that like a man purse or a lady purse in the background? I don't know. It kind of looks like it might match if he's wearing a green ring. Like maybe that's actually his bag. I don't know. I was going to suggest maybe it was him and one of his ladies, Lydia, Gemma, whoever, hanging out. But shout out to Free Flacco. I don't know if you're here in the chat and if you use a different name, but this is appreciated because I couldn't pull this up on the Instagram. I couldn't find this particular still. So there's that. I don't know if we'll get updates right away. Marie in Denver says, if you want to know what the ASAP Rocky trial is like, you sit on a throne of lies. Oh my goodness, just a whole mess. A whole mess. So we'll be refreshing this. We'll look for some updates here. I mean, does anybody have like a one-sentence summary of what went down so far in this trial? Besides the Will Ferrell meme, the throne of lies. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, so Itch didn't come up. And I don't know, to me, Itch seems more like slang for getting rich when you just say things in a way that would roll off. I don't know. Yeah, BS might be a way to put it. 403. What just happened? That's the sentence. That's the whole sentence. He is unstable. That's the sentence. Chaos. Just crazy. So Mary, I thought it was like a little awkward how we passed the witness, but I mean, I don't know. I am guessing that we have some other witnesses that we've shown enough, right? If I was a defense attorney, maybe I'm sitting there thinking we've shown enough of how Relli answers questions. So for everything else that we need to establish, we're going to rely on a different witness that we plan to call. So I don't know who they might have up on their sleeve. Maybe they're going to call someone who works at a range. Maybe they're going to call Lydia. Maybe they're going to call Wale. I don't know. But I suspect that we're going to see at least one spicy witness called when it's the defense's case in chief. So what do you think of the redirect so far? Do you think it's rehabilitating anything? Do you think and like, be fair. I'm not asking, does it completely wipe out cross-examination or whatever you're thinking, but did the prosecution like try to work with what they got in some way? Okay, so there's still video of Rocky holding a gun and lifting it. Now I did see like the one where he's ruffling around in a bag and he's supposed to pull it out, but whenever I try to get right to that clip, because I'm using the browser, I was trying to zoom in. There's like the previews of the upcoming stories on the next, it's like right next to the image. I tried to zoom in to get away from it, and then it's wiping me out from looking at the story. So there wasn't a way I could zoom in on his lifestyle story without showing the story with his kids in it. And I don't want pictures of his kids memorialized on the stream, because if he chooses to take the photos down of his kids, they'd still be public because of this video. So I don't want that. But again, you can check out his Instagram on your own. You don't need me to necessarily show you. You can just look up Relli_boss, and that's Relli with an I, not a Y. Shayna says it's something to be studied how this prosecution tries so hard to get on the same page as Relli. Everyone but Relli gets it. I think Takapina has put so much fear in him that he can't trust his lawyer now. That's I think that's a plausible explanation why we're just so like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? So, yeah, that girl Mia says did more harm than good. JC says it's confirming they're idiots. Amanda says the DA's lost. Unreliable Relli says tried and failed. Oh, man. Yeah, prosecutor doesn't know what to do, Empress Fox says. Just a whole hot mess. Yeah, Nicolas says those texts to John, and there were two, because I think there was Justin and John, right? There's John Eamon, which is Rocky's manager, and then there's a Justin. The Justin ones were the ones about wanting Rocky's money. The ones to the manager where I was set up. If I didn't grab Illz, I'd be dead. They set me up. Talking about grabbing the gun, which is interesting. And if you ask me, I don't know if I really think he tried to grab the gun or if he's imagining or playing this up as if it was like a movie. He keeps saying it's like a movie. So, but yeah, so that is true. And I mean, it is evidence. It is evidence. Yeah, so I think if you go back probably like 10 to 15 minutes, you'll see on redirect the prosecution going over the text with John Eamon, Rocky's manager, right after the shooting. It was like midnight on November 7th. If you go and look at those, you'll see some of the text messages that we're talking about here. And I'm wondering, like, I don't know, is like Illz gonna testify? I think it's damning. I don't know how I know in certain cases when an attorney asks a witness and the witness is like, I don't remember that. Sometimes it is what it is. And I wouldn't put weight into whatever the question that the attorney was asking was without the witness actually knowing what they're talking about. But when you have a witness constantly saying, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know what you're talking about, and multiple times getting confronted, where they should obviously have known what you're talking about and they were just playing like they didn't know. Now when Joe Tacopina, especially towards the close of cross-examination, starts asking things like, were you offering family members, friends of A$AP Rocky, millions to go away on a private island and not testify? It'll be just like DV cases. You hit your B and you don't have evidence without me there. You don't have as strong of a case. I mean, what other way can you explain text messaging somebody like that? Especially in Rocky's camp, you're not just chopping it up or not just talking hypotheticals or the way things work. You're sending that message to somebody that would be able to get the message to Rocky. Like, I could go away for millions. And yes, it was only Joe Tacopina's question. Because Relli said, I don't remember that, I don't know. But I don't know. I think after watching all of that cross and how many times he said, I don't know, I think he might know. And I don't know how you come back from that. Okay, so Ashley, when I was saying the DA was trying to give him an out, I think there were like 2 examples of that, right? The main one with this, there was one chunk of it with the chain of messages where, the prosecution's trying to say, there's nothing nefarious about those specific 4 text messages being missing. They weren't deleted after the fact, and he was willing to give his phone to the police. It was simply that in the moment, he was so sick of his relationship with A$AP Rocky, he just got mad and he deleted all of his conversations ever with A$AP Rocky. Have you guys ever heard of someone deleting every text message they've ever gotten from someone just because they're mad in the moment? Prosecution was trying to give that as a plausible explanation. And Relli was struggling to catch on with that. He was struggling to catch on with that. Separate topic, these conversations with, was the itch to Justin? I think was the itch to Justin or was the itch to John? I think the itch was to Justin. No, it was to the manager. It was to John. Because, so, in like the midnight hours, overnight from November 6th, past midnight, we're now in November 7th, when Relli's sending messages to A$AP and to John, the manager, he sends a bunch of messages, and the prosecution in his questions points out that, you didn't get a response for 30 minutes, right? And then you tell him you're going to get itch. As if, because you were getting frustrated that John wasn't responding to you, you were saying you're going to get itch, you're going to get irritable. Because you're getting pissed off that nobody's talking to you, nobody's responding. And Relli didn't pick up on that. So that was the second example that I'm thinking of there. Yeah, it was John. That was John. So, yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think this is the actual explanation for why those messages were deleted or even when they were deleted, right? We don't actually know when they were deleted. We didn't really get testimony because Relli wasn't confident to catch what prosecution was putting down. So it's just kind of like an open air because of the question itself. Deleting it because you were mad and this was before the shooting, right? But that's a real thing in general. I think that's a real thing in general. So, yeah, so I think the prosecution had a very plausible explanation and Relli was not getting it. So, also, Peter, I think you're out of here. Thank you again for all your support today. If you're still in here sneaking, listening, Peter, it's been super, super generous. 20 gifted subs. And again, thank you, chat, for saying thank you when that happened. Lori's look, I just want to be green. Thank you, Lori, for becoming a member. Super nice of you. Please use the channel emojis. Heart of Inspiration, thank you for popping in today. It's been absolutely crazy. And there's certain parts that made me think of the trial that we met through, not us personally on trial, but watching as public audience. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. And Heart of Inspiration says, I wish they didn't have the other witness, LOL. I think I'm actually excited to see other witnesses. So we are still prosecution's case in chief. We haven't had anybody take the stand to speak about the search on Rocky's home. Especially now, I'm thinking it was very smart of the prosecution to get Relli out of the way now and then, have officers come up and testify again. Distance the jury from the memory of this testimony. But we still have to get through that stuff. We're going to hear about, firearms found at the house. Hopefully, I don't know how this is playing out, but we should have some type of expert witness to speak on a ballistics report from the defense to rebut whatever witness is going to come in and tell us about the ballistics that the report that they put together. So there's still going to be witnesses that are coming in with evidence that could be damning, could be convincing. And then whenever the state rests, the prosecution rests, the defense will get to call some witnesses, and I'm honestly excited to see if they're calling. I don't know. I don't know who they might call. This is supposed to be a 2 to 3 week trial. I don't know. But I don't know. It's very interesting to me that we have that screenshot picture that seems like Wale took a picture, or somebody was allowed to take a picture from another device looking at Wale's phone, right? It seems like Wale was cooperative, whether he turned that stuff over to the defense or maybe it's something the prosecution gathered. I don't know. But I'm actually here for the other witnesses. But also, big thank you to Heart of Inspiration, gifting 5 memberships. If you guys got one, make sure you say thank you. And I'm freezing. Oh my god, Heart of Inspiration, you're closing in on 10K subs. That's so awesome. So I'm dropping Heart of Inspiration's link in the chat. Please tell us you'll go live and do some commentary on this trial, because I would love to see it. But go and check her out. Heart of Inspiration, she does commentary on topics like these trials and these crazy things that just happen in the courtroom. But she also does a lot of content, inspirational content. If you guys have interest in starting a small business, anything entrepreneurial, or you already have a small business, follow her, because she's going to keep you motivated, keep you accountable. And I think we could all use that in our lives if we're trying to do something without getting demoralized, right? So love Heart of Inspiration, super friend of the channel here. Glad she could hang out with us today. Go over there and subscribe. Yeah, get a jacket. And you know what's crazy? I've actually been cold all day, but I think it's really hot in Florida today. We were in like the 50s at the beginning of the week, and I think it hit 80 today. And I don't know if it's just because like the AC's been going, but it felt colder today than other days. Do we have any updates, by the way? Everybody that's in court today is running home. They're not giving us updates. They're trying to get out of that courtroom, get through some LA traffic for the weekend. But again, you've got Mel's been out there in the courtroom. That's been awesome. This is like the first I've really heard of Black Letter Law, but I've loved her coverage. So it's been really cool to see some people they're on X, they're on YouTube, and they're in the courtroom making sure all these moments that we can't see because the sheriff's office is like, no, 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 no. And the cameras are getting cut off. They're all up in there. And then they get on YouTube and tell us about it. Super, super cool. Survivor Speak said, I made a joke that we're gonna do a class action suit. Survivor Speak says, I'm suing ASAP Relli for pain, suffering, 403, and 352. 352 is California's version of 403, and suffering. Court live stream you're gonna do Saturday, tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Awesome. Okay, so you guys already know the drill. I'm sure one of the mods has already shared Survivor's channel. But hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and hit that bell if you want to come hang out tomorrow morning. We're going to have a court feed hanging out over at Survivor Speaks. That's 10:30 a.m. That's Eastern time. We are an East Coaster over here. So come hang out, come hang out. And that's early enough for our friends. That's early enough for our friends that live overseas, our friends in England. You can come hang out with us. It won't be too late, so that'll be awesome. Oh, the article. Let me share a link to that. Because community posts, not everybody sees community posts. So I'm going to share this for you guys to read, but I do want to put the name Andrew Dalton. And I guess this is a local station, KTSM. Andrew Dalton's writing with Associated Press. But he did a write-up of yesterday, day 4. And this is where we saw the coverage. This is the only place I saw it until we started talking about it because of this article, that we were going to have the jury get this curative instruction. There's like a mahjong game going on down here. But we're going to get this curative instruction because of this comment that Relli made. It's been 3 years. If he was innocent, he would be home a long time ago. So thank you for the reminder, allegedly, maybe. I tried to find Andrew Dalton on X. I don't know if I just couldn't find his actual profile. Or if he's just not on there, because not everybody's on X. But this was I thought it was a great take of the day. So, local news station, their ads are kind of annoying, but give them some clicks because it'll help support more coverage from people like Andrew that did a good job, noticed some things that others didn't notice. And it was a good read. So thank you for your feedback here, allegedly, maybe. I don't know. Why am I getting the same ad about this little pickle thing? I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign I got to order something from, I don't know if this is Temu. So who knows? Yeah, David Cox in chat. What do you think about this? Something similar theme we heard in the YSL trial, right? We have on redirect prosecutions trying to say, hey, just because you're posting pictures of jets online doesn't mean you're actually worried about money, have a ton of money. It could just be you're trying to give off the perception. And, I think Relli used the word perception. But David Cox on the flip side is like, not good to say he lies online. And I think he made another comment in the chat, like in this situation. In YSL, we have these music artists, they're building their personas online. Maybe the things that they say online are just to build their brand. Maybe that's the same explanation for Relli, right? But if we're already wondering if Relli is just saying things for show, and he's tried to show that he had money in a bunch of different bank accounts, I think what you're getting at, David, it's not good in this scenario to try to claim you're only posting that stuff for the perception of it, when previously you've been trying to kind of brag that you have all these bank accounts, you had more money than that. You've got to pick one side of your own battle to stand on. And with Relli, it's just too much back and forth. So when you said this, I didn't really think about it. I was like, yeah, people say whatever online. But I do think you're onto something that it might not work in this particular context. Casey Dog says, all money ain't good money. That is the truth. That is the truth. 1,000%. Do you guys remember, I think, was Bedazzled with Elizabeth Hurley and Brendan Fraser? Was that an original or was that a remake? To me, that's the one I know. That's like the OG in my book. But all money ain't good money. Have you ever seen Bedazzled? And what that man goes through because he signs off. He signs off on this wish. He does this deal with the devil. He goes through like all these different lifestyles. He's like a sweaty basketball player. He's like a cartel leader. I don't even know. But in the end, it wasn't worth it. He just wanted to go back to a regular life, find a nice girl next door to spend his life with. Yeah, not all money is good money. So 1,000%. Oh, yeah. See, Carrera's recalling I have private equities. He wanted everything to be a joint venture. So, it's just another possible inconsistency. Nancy New One Tooth says Rihanna backed Johnny Depp and even did a collab with him. Yeah, for the men's line of Savage. Johnny Depp was in one of her shows, two of her shows maybe, and some of the advertisements for it. So Rihanna backed Johnny Depp and even did a collab with him, and now Ben and Camille are going after her man on these claims. Listen, I don't know if you missed it, but I have a couple questions. They're not that big, but I have a couple questions. Mostly in relation to Ben Chu, because he was kind of the lead. He had the reins in the Fairfax case. But there were some things it's like he didn't even try to make motions on that just seemed a little bit negligent to me. So that's my take. I don't know. They've bounced around their partnership to a new firm now. I don't know. It is very interesting to see the roles reversed. And again, this defamation case is making an agency argument that Rocky should be liable for things that his attorney says, which is what they defended Johnny Depp against in relation to Adam Waldman making statements. So there's a little bit of, I guess, life of an attorney. You take the clients, you switch the roles, you play both sides. But great food for thought. And again, great to see Nancy New One too. Thanks for pointing out that there might not be recross over here in California and or this specific court and or this specific judge. FFS is back at it again. FFS is like, hold on. We can't end the stream yet. We've got to give 5 more gifted subs out. I saw you guys. I knew he gifted memberships because you guys in the chat were already saying thank you. So big thank you to FFS. And we got an FFS boom, 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 boom going on. Love that. And FFS, I don't know if you'll be... It's almost Club Classy hours. Are we going over to Club Classy, guys? Where are we redirecting to today? I think Club Classy starts in 30 minutes. I feel a little weird. You know what's crazy is like with Whitaker courts, sometimes we would have only gotten done with court like less than an hour ago with Whitaker, with East Coast court time zones. So, and here we are. Yeah, the Dior Sauvage. That's the cologne. That's Dior. But Rihanna does work for Dior too. So, but then there's Rihanna's like Savage, the lingerie line for men, Johnny Depp did work for. So they sound similar and they've both kind of, I think, done work for both companies. So, all right. See ya, ASAP Slime. Factual lies redirecting to my bed. I love that. You have a great night. Torres, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Thanks for supporting the channel and hanging out with us. It was specifically Fenty Sauvage. They did a... Right, Sauvage is the cologne, right? Not her lingerie line. Did Fenty really collab with Sauvage? I think it's Savage Fenty. Yeah, I think we're thinking of Savage Fenty there. So, but still, like tons of collabs, tons of cooperation, and good relationships there. Yeah, Sauvage is Dior. Let's see. Let's take a trip. If anyone's live, one of... Let's see. Okay, I do see... Let's see. The first thing I see from a name that, as a community, we know from this chat, is Pam Entertainment TV is talking about the Blake Lively, the PR, Justin Baldoni, the Taylor Swift, and calling it the Taylor Swift effect. Because if you guys didn't catch in the whole Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni saga, I guess Blake Lively was like leaning into her friendship with Taylor Swift, like saying her dragons in some text message to Justin Baldoni, and he sent like a 6-minute or 10-minute voice message response back and forth. Like, there's something going on there. If you guys want to redirect over there to see what Pam's got going on, looking at that case and the role that third parties are playing in it, we can go over there. And then in about 25 minutes, Classy Beats is going to be live with Club Classy. So let me get you a separate link to that. And I heard a rumor, and it's like, you never know. It's totally possible, but someone's either joking or maybe it's for real, because you never know. Classy might just throw Woody's song, I Don't Recall, up there in the mix tonight, so that'd be a whole time. So here is his link, if you want to get over there manually. I didn't see Flesh of the Gods come up in my redirect options just now. I'll check right before we redirect over to PM. Yeah, I don't see anything scheduled for Flesh of the Gods. But here's his link. And then, yeah, shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL as well. Thank you, Jason, for dropping her channel. This is, sometimes I've been calling her Tiffany Adams now because just to get her attorney name out there. But she, again, if you haven't heard, she's taken on representation of Moonk as well as Jim R, or Happily Angry Lawyer. You know Jim R from this chat. Thank you, Jason, for dropping her channel link. She definitely has a ton of content to check out, too. And let's see. Oh, no, that's not good, Deborah. That's scary. You know, you hear of one plane crash and now there's another. Deborah says a small plane has crashed in a dense neighborhood. Several casualties. May God bless their souls. That's so scary. I mean, that news is like really... I have to like step away from X when I start reading too much about the plane crash, because it's just... It's really sad. It's really sad. So, you know, sending good thoughts for... That's so scary, the neighborhood. And I think you mean like it landed where somebody was also living. So the individuals on the plane and then wherever they may have hit, like there's just multiple angles that somebody could be hurt here. That's not good. So as we get out of here, send good thoughts to Deborah C's community. Yeah, Chad Diggy with the plug here. Tiffany Adams is great. I love you guys. I love this community here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the support all around to everyone that comes in and hangs out. So Fit Lawyer ATL is live right now. Okay, so thank you, Jason, for dropping her link. I didn't know she was live right now. So she's also live currently. So go check that out. This will happen to redirect over to PM Entertainment TV. Come hang out. FFS, stop it. FFS, thank you for gifting a membership. FFS is saying, wait, there's more. I'm still up on this article. And I don't have, I just refreshed X. There's no updates from like Law and Crime. I'm not a lawyer. I almost said you've got a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but / you've got Mel. No updates there. FFS, thank you so much for sniping these gifts. Guys, on the way out, make sure you say thank you to FFS. Okay, I am Shout says California Evidence Code Section 772 allows recross in California. This is awesome. Thank you, I am Shout. FFS dropping another gifted sub. We're going to redirect over on out of here to make FFS comment down. He won't stop unless I stop the stream. FFS, you are so appreciated. FFS! Thank you so much, FFS. He's gifting 5 more, which is super, super nice. Tat Cloud says, Lord. Take care, Taco Tuesday. FFS, thank you so much. I'm sure I'm going to run into you in like 3 different streams before the night is over. Everybody, you take care. I'm ending the stream. And we are redirecting over to Pam. So FFS, stop it. Thank you so much again, you guys. You guys take care until Monday. Bye-bye.